Chapter 1. Izuku stared down at the candle in his hand. The wax was melting around the base, warming his hand through the paper cover. It might not be burning, but he wished it was. He didn't want to be here. Actually, that was a lie. He wanted to be here, but he wished this was a regular monthly meeting instead of a vigil. This was the third vigil he had been to this year, and it was only February. Last night, a 6-year-old girl named Asami Sato took her life by swallowing a bottle of her mother's pills. She did this only 2 hours after her mother told her that she should have never been born. Asami Sato was born quirkless. She was 6 and had not developed a quirk at 4 like the majority of the population. She was seen as a useless, weak, defective, geneless, diseased. All of these terms were synonymous with quirkless. Izuku had heard all of them in countless times in his 14 short years on this earth. Now, Asami Sato was an orchid, a beautiful fleeting memory. She was not given a funeral as was customary for quirkless people. Not many funeral homes wanted to touch their bodies, so the quirkless community held a vigil. It was their tradition, their way of life. The community in Musasafu was small, and growing smaller by the year. But Izuku was hopeful for the new teenagers amongst them who had stuck it out against the abuse and hatred. It wasn't easy, and none of them faulted this little girl for her choice to leave. Izuku shifted his eyes to his left wrist. He wore 5 thin metal bands in varying colours. Each one meant something different. The 2 white bands he wore denoted him as a suicide survivor, with 2 attempts. The red one said a friend had committed suicide. He had gotten that one last year when his closest friends in the community took their own life. The blue one was for the same person, the year prior, when they tried to commit suicide, and Izuku stopped them. Blue bands were only earned as a gift from the person who attempted to kill themselves. The last one, his orange band, denoted him as not just a quirkless abuse survivor, but also an abuse survivor of another kind. He didn't like to talk about that band. It was a gift from one of the elders of the community who had found out about his childhood before his father left. A shiver ran down Izuku's spine. He shouldn't be thinking about that right now. He shifted his eyes back to the small altar they had set up with a few pictures of Asami. She was a sweet girl. She had only found the community a few months ago when the discrimination started for her. Another girl, Emmy, was sobbing at the front of the altar they'd set up. Emmy had taken Asami as a mentee. The older kids and elders of the community would mentor the younger ones, in an effort to keep them alive and help them as they grew up. But it wasn't enough this time. Izuku knew exactly what she was feeling: guilt. The red band on his arm burned against his skin. His best friend and also his first mentee. He had been 11 when he let himself fly off the edge of a roof. Izuku had cried, screamed, and sobbed for hours when he found out. Then, he had gone catatonic for a week, inconsolable and disconnected from the world. This was their reality. The quirkless community was dwindling every year. When Izuku was born, there was about 15% of the population that was quirkless. In less than 15 years, that population dropped to 9%. He had done the math, and it wasn't pretty. Out of the 6% they lost, only 0.5% of that group had been above 70, and another 0.5% had been above 50. That 1% made up their deaths by natural causes. The remaining 5%, suicide or murder. Hot tears rolled down his cheeks, unabated, as Emmy screamed in front of them. One of the elders fell to his knees beside her and wrapped her in his arms. Izuku didn't have the strength to take on that role. He couldn't, not this time. It hurt too much. Despite the high suicide rates, It was rare for one so young to be taken, 6 years old. The metal bands on his wrists clattered in the night air as he put his hand to his mouth to stop an anguished sob from escaping his lips. The sound made a few people turn around him twitch, a reminder of their ever-growing sorrow. But he wasn't the only one with metal bands. No, almost everyone here had several. Izuku's 5 was, by far, not the greatest number worn amongst the dozen or so people present. They were on a roof of a residential apartment building one of the elders lived in. The roof was open for anyone to use. It had a garden and a play area for children, as well as a torii gate and an altar for ceremonies. Izuku looked up to the torii gate above Emi and silently asked the gods for some reason behind their grief. Why was this their existence? Why did they have to endure it? Why did the world hate them for being born without superhuman powers? If anything, they were more human than the quirked populace, weren't they? They were the humans like the humans of 200 years ago, before quirks developed. But society didn't see it that way. They were an outcast, the unwanted, the unloved. The vigil ended at midnight. Izuku decided he would walk home. He didn't have the energy to get on the train and deal with other humans existing around him. They couldn't tell he was quirkless by appearance alone. At least not when he was wearing his black sneakers. The standard red high tops were one of the only shoes on the market made for quirkless people. Everyone knew those shoes, what those damn shoes meant, so quirkless people tried very hard to avoid wearing them. Izuku learned pretty young how to modify shoes to fit his extra toe joint. He learnt from a ton of YouTube tutorials about cobbling and shoemaking, and also how to fit a good shoe when breaking it in. Of course, none of these were designed for the quirkless community, but Izuku had made it work. Izuku still had red high tops. They were simply the easiest shoes to wear and were the cheapest shit because of the lack of demand for them. Some days he also wanted to take pride in what he was, who he was. He wanted to take pride in it because if he didn't, he'd probably end up next on that damn roof as a picture on an altar. He rubbed the right band on his wrist as he walked. The first time, he sliced down his left arm. The scar was still bright and red on his skin. Only a year and a half healed. His mother found him, cursed him, and stapled his arm shut before the ambulance got there. She vowed he would not make her some widowed mother left to mourn a son she never wanted after said son push the husband she loved away. Living was a punishment in her mind. Forcing Izuku to live was her way of torturing him. He didn't get the easy way out. Izuku didn't get to just die. The second time, he decided the rooftop route. He tried, really. He had tried so hard, but luck and maybe the universe just weren't on his side. As he free fell down in a rush of wind and fear, his body caught on a lamppost. He'd broken 4 of his ribs and his right arm, but the cut to the momentum of his fall only managed to the hit cut the momentum of his fall, and he only managed to get a nasty concussion from cracking his skull on the sidewalk. He'd lain there laughing, despite the agony at the absurdity of it all. He didn't go to the hospital, but he spent a week in bed from the concussion. His mother thought he just had the flu. His right arm was slightly crooked from not being completely set, but only Izuku noticed it anymore. It didn't matter, after all. He was weak, diseased. The Quirkless were supposedly prone to illness. And of course, I always forget to turn that off. The statistic was false, though. They weren't any more likely to get the flu than anyone else. Actually, it was the opposite in most cases. Quirkless people had a higher immune system and were far more prone to injury, and though they were far more prone to injury and death, more often than not due to not due to no fault of their own. There was evidence, buried as it may be, that they were less prone to cancer, major illness, and disease. Sadly, this fact did not help them at all. The moon was shining over the river as Izuku walked through an underpass to get home. He took this route when he wanted to avoid people. There was just no way he could tolerate being around quirked people right now. He was still crying. He'd have to get this suit dry cleaned. He'd only owned one good black suit for vigils. He really should take better care of it. Yet, once again, the universe decided against him. It was against him and his one good suit. A nearby sewer grate rattled open and burst into the air. Izuku watched the metal plate fly above his head and thunk onto the concrete nearby. What the? A second later, he couldn't breathe. He was covered enveloped in some kind of disgusting sludge that tasted like acid. It was forcing itself through every orifice of his body, mouth, nose, ears, eyes, and even through his clothing. Izuku's body tried to claw itself free from the sludge, feeling more violated than even his father's abuse when he was only a child. "Stop squirming, kid. I need a place to hide. You'll make a great skin suit." "What?" Izuku screamed, or he tried to, but it was muffled by the sludge. This only gave the villain a bigger opening to force himself into. Izuku was suffocating. He clawed at his throat, crossed his legs, and tried his hardest to close his eyes and not breathe through his nose. It wasn't working. Why wasn't it working? Memories flashed in his mind, images of his bedroom, of hands, of so many hands, all over him. His skin crawled, and not from the sludge monster touching him. But just as fast as the assault began, it stopped. Izuku's body was blown backwards against the wall of the underpass, and the sludge splattered around him and slid down the wall. He collapsed on the ground, immediately vomiting the greenish clear goop from his lungs and stomach. It took about 3 rounds of heaving to get most of it from within his body, and he felt like some parts were still in his ears and other places he didn't want to think about, and fear it would cause more damage than to his already fragile mind. "Fear not, for I am here." All Might? Izuku looked up, finding his biggest hero standing there with both hands on his hips and a huge smile on his muscled face. Are you quite well, citizen?" Izuku shrugged, then another wave of nausea hit him, and he was vomiting all over again. But this time, the remains of his meager dinner. When he finally felt like he got his body back under control, he sat back against the wall and took a deep few breaths. All Might was busy scooping the villain into soda bottles he'd pulled out of a nearby trash can. That seemed fitting for the piece of shit that tried to just make a damn skin suit out of Izuku's body. Damn, that was disgusting. Izuku shivered. "I have alerted the police and of your location for medical treatment. I must be off. Say so, citizen." Wait. Izuku scrambled up and grabbed All Might's shirt. He was in civilian clothing, clearly not on duty when he had started to chase the villain. Wait, please, I just have one question. I already signed your notebook, my boy. Izuku flinched at the use of boy. No, not that. All Might paused. He set down the soda bottles in his cargo pants and nodded for Izuku to continue. I need to know, can I be a hero like you if I don't? Should he really be asking this? He would be outing himself to his favourite hero. But he always imagined All Might, of all heroes, would support the Quirkless community. He imagined that this hero, the number one hero of Japan, would earn himself a gold band someday. That was a band specifically for those who had done amazing feats or made serious progress for the Quirkless community. He wanted to be the one to give him that gold band to give that gold band to his hero. In the end, he could not walk away from his hero without asking, so he cleared his throat and spoke. Can I be a hero like you if I don't have a quirk? All Might's usual face fell into something akin to disappointment. He'd know that look everywhere. His mother wore it often enough. Disgust coiled in his stomach, but it wasn't from the Sludge villain. It wasn't from the Sludge he just expelled. I'm sorry, my boy. All Might reached out and ruffled his curls. Izuku flinched away. The hero did not seem to notice. But, hang on, what was my All Might voice? I'm sorry, my boy, but most villains cannot be defeated without a power. You should find a more realistic dream. Become a policeman, or even a firefighter. Or maybe an author or painter. There's so many paths for your kind. Now, if you excuse me, I have to return this villain to the police. Have a safe day, citizen. So that All Might voice was absolutely terrible, but let's get going. Then, in a rush of wind, he was gone. Izuku collapsed to his knees, splashing in the remainder of the Sludge villain he had just been assaulted by. His suit was ruined, his dreams were crushed, and he couldn't form a single thought. All he could hear rolling in his head was All Might's words. Maybe you should find a more realistic dream. There's many paths for your kind. All Might, the number one hero in Japan, was a foxglove. The Quirkless community used a flower code to speak about people covertly. Quirkless people were lilies. Asami was an orchid now that she had committed suicide. Quirkless people were thorns when spoken about poorly, but foxglove was reserved for friends and family, or heroes, of quirkless people who had turned on them. Izuku's mother was a foxglove. His teachers and friends were too. He always thought his greatest hero would be the supporters, helpers of the community, but he was wrong. He was so terribly wrong. Hey, kid, you awake in there? The police officer was waving a hand in front of his face. All Might told us about what happened. Let's get you checked out by the medic. The official tried to grab Izuku's arm, but recoiled out of habit, survival instinct. It's okay, it's alright. We're just going to take you to the EMTs to give you a once-over, and take you to the hospital if necessary. Izuku shook his head. He couldn't form words, so instead he signed. JSL was commonly used by the Quirkless community as a way to speak privately. The disabled community was nearly as close-knit as the Quirkless community was, and they both got along quite well, and shared the language as solidarity. Izuku tried to sign, overwhelmed. No voice. Please stop. But the police officer just stared at him dumbfounded. Hey, Sato, do we have a translator around here? I think the kid's deaf. He's making those signs with his hands or something. Kamihara is off duty today. Just try to explain it simple like. The kid's probably slow anyway. This was why they had such solidarity among the quirkless and disabled community. Quirk people viewed people like with disabilities almost as horribly as they viewed the quirkless. It was disgusting. Izuku didn't have the energy to fight this today. Hey, kid. The police officer waved his hand again. You need medical treatment. Izuku flipped him 2 middle fingers and gathered what little strength he had in his limbs to force himself to his feet and start walking. When the police officer tried to grab him again, Izuku spun on his heel in a quick martial arts dodge. He picked up a lot of self-defense moves since he was a kid, but he never had the confidence to use it, and he was also not usually provided the opportunity to defend himself. His peers cheated, horribly so. Sorry, that was a couple of neck cracks. I'm not sure if you heard that. The officer slipped in the sludge and landed on his face with his face in the muck. Izuku didn't look back as he bolted down the road towards home, leaving the signed notebook that had fallen out of his bag and the muck with the officer. The sounds of police officers calling for him died out after a couple of blocks. Thorns, all of them. Izuku put his hands to his sides of his head and screamed. When his head finally cleared, he took out his phone and pulled out the secure forms Quirkless communities around Japan communicated on. He made a new public post. All Might is Foxglove. Do not engage. He is not safe. Find a more realistic dream. There's plenty of paths for your kind. As soon as he hit the post button, he was running again. His legs itched for movement. He needed a shower, a boiling hot shower, but he first needed to run. Running always cleared his mind, even when he was being chased by bullies. Running was a freedom he didn't find anywhere else in life. As he ran, the faint clatter of his metal bracelets. I don't know that word. Ricocheted. There we go. Ricocheted around his head like a pinball machine. It hurt, but he didn't try to stop it. Most people wore the bands pushed up on their arm during the day to keep them still and silent, hidden under sleeves, but Izuku did not. They weren't like giant bangles. They were just loose enough to slide over the hand and could be tightened usually. Some people, like Izuku, got them welded on, fitted. They were only just bigger than his wrist and couldn't be taken off unless cut with tin snips. The bands were a permanent reminder of what he had endured, what his fellow Quirkless had endured. Right now, the bands were a reminder of he was broken in the eyes of society, and he may never escape that horrid reality. There was nothing he could do. He had no power, no quirk, and no support from the wider population. Somehow, he found himself standing in front of his mother's apartment door. The lights were off, and the window next door. The lights were off in the window next to the door. Inko Midoriya wasn't home. Good. Izuku shakily put his key in the lock and shouldered the door open, practically collapsing into the entry genkan. Wow, my Japanese is really slipping. I don't know much in the first place, but hey. Genkan. He discarded his shoes and stumbled into the bathroom. He didn't realize he didn't even take his clothes off before getting into the freezing cold shower that made him gasp and shiver until the hot water kicked in. Izuku knew he was crying, but he couldn't feel it through the shower water pouring down on his face. Eventually, he stripped his clothes off once he felt like they were clean, free from all the sludge and gunk the villain had left on him. The clothes were hung over the shower rail while he scrubbed himself. He scrubbed every inch of his body until he saw red and a couple of places were bleeding raw. He used half a bar of soap and a quarter of his shampoo and conditioner. He still felt that sludge creeping around him creeping around him, through him. Izuku tried to scramble out of the shower and put his head in the toilet before vomiting again. All that came up was bile and sludge. Dear God, how long would it take for this to get that crap out of him? He shoved his fingers down his throat and forced up another round of heaving and bile to come up. This time there was no sludge, which relieved some of his anxiety, but not all of it. When Izuku finally felt less repulsive, he collapsed onto the tile floor. He stared at the water as it trailed across the tiles and into the drain in the center of the room. He watched it coil around the drain head and glug down the holes. He imagined it was his soul washing down the pipes, along with his crushed dreams and hopes. His phone was buzzing and beeping on the counter every few seconds. He knew why. He just posted that the number 1 hero was unsafe. He imagined several people were trying to check in on him. The news had probably already revealed the villain or might just captured. Izuku pulled his legs up to his chest and burrowed his face into the wet skin of his knees. He didn't answer the phone. Someone or multiple someones would. If he didn't answer the phone, someone or multiple someones would show up at his door for a wellness check. The police would never do a wellness check for quirkless people, but the community cared about its own. The elders were probably on their way over, but Izuku couldn't bring himself to move. He couldn't get up or grab his phone. He couldn't move. His body was frozen, shivering on the bathroom floor. In the seconds between throwing up and coiling in on himself, Izuku had decided he would wage a holy war against the world. But that war looked a lot like staring at the tiles of his bathroom floor between his knees, and begged his body to move just an inch. Sometime later, a knock brought his mind back to the present. The clock on the wall showed it was past 2 a.m. How was he still awake? Izuku? He knew that voice. Osamu. It was his mentor. Izuku, I'm coming in. Izuku had given him a key not long after his second suicide attempt. His mentor was about 35, one of the oldest quirkless people left in Musatafu, and even in this region of the country. He was a mentor to several kids, but Izuku had been his first mentee after losing his own child to suicide about a decade ago. The man was tall, lanky, with kind eyes and an even softer voice. He didn't speak much unless it was necessary, but Izuku found comfort in that silence. Izuku! Osamu grabbed a towel from the rack on the wall and wrapped it around him quickly as he came to Izuku's side. This wasn't the first time the man had found Izuku in such a poor mental state, but it was the first time he found him shivering on the bathroom floor naked. Are you hurt? Did you hurt yourself? Izuku shook his head just an inch. Relief washed over Osamu. Even if Izuku wouldn't look at the man, he could feel the release of tension from the room. Once Osamu was sure Izuku wasn't hurt, he slid himself behind the team and wrapped a comforting arm around Izuku's chin on his shoulder. Comforting silence took over the bathroom. Izuku finally let himself break. Tears poured down his face, getting the fresh towel soaked and leaving his mentor's arms covered in salty water. Osamu didn't care. He rocked them back and forth without saying a word. He held Izuku, brushed his hand through his black-green curls, and comforted him like no one in his own family had ever done. Izuku sobbed for what felt like hours, but it made him feel better, if only slightly. Do you want to talk about it? Osamu asked when Izuku calmed down. Izuku shrugged. A villain tried to. He was made of sludge. He wanted a skin suit to hide in. The man behind him choked back a gag. All Might stopped him. I had to ask. I had to. He was my hero. Another fresh wave of tears dribbled down his face. I saw your post. Izuku nodded. The police, they thought I was brain dead. I was trying to sign my voice. Osamu hugged him tighter. I kept trying to remind myself that I'm stronger, that if it doesn't kill me, it'll make me stronger, but Izuku, sometimes suffering is just suffering. It doesn't make you stronger or build character. Sometimes it just hurts. Why? Izuku clutched his hands over his face and screamed. He screamed because there was simply nothing else he could do. There was no other way to let out the misery swelling in his chest. He wanted to be better than them, but he didn't see a life where they could exist safely if they just kept letting the world treat them worse than animals. Because people are cruel. That was the most Osamu had spoken in a long time, and he had to wonder if it was because Osamu was scared that he might lose Izuku after this incident. Because thorns are biased and taught that we are less than, that we are not the same, that we are not human. Izuku nodded. He knew the speech by heart, but he still wanted to hear it. And in truth, we aren't equal. We are not equal to them. We are nothing like them. They are monsters, abusers, they are violent dogs. We are not like them. We are better, kinder, and we will show them who we are through our suffering. But what was all this suffering going to get them? Nothing. What did all the suffering really get them? Nothing. Izuku saw no point in it. I want to be alone, he mumbled. I promise I'm not going to hurt myself. I just need to think. I need some time alone. That's okay. Okay, Osamu stood up slowly, his knees creaking from the effort. I'll let the community know you're okay for now, but I'll be checking in on you tomorrow afternoon. Is that alright? Izuku nodded. Thank you, Samu. The man nodded, a singular grunt as his goodbye. That was more like the mentor Izuku knew. He smiled with his cheek on his knee as Osamu left, shutting each door behind him as he went. Izuku did not move for the next hour. Sometime past 3 a.m., he scraped himself off the bathroom tiles and put on comfy sweatpants and a giant t-shirt. He opened his laptop on his way back to his bedroom. It started beeping immediately. Alerts from the forums, mostly. He sighed. The laptop was settled on his legs as he got comfortable in bed. That's not good. He had at least 24 replies to the posts he'd made earlier, and several other messages from friends and other members he was close to in the community. It took a while to get to them all, but he did manage to get each message. A few people messaged back, but most of them were probably already asleep. He combed through the forums to make sure there wasn't any concerning posts and closed his laptop to the corner of his bed. Izuku wiped a hand down his face. All Might's words rolled around in his head, mixed with Osamu's. Suffering was just suffering, and he needed to find a more realistic dream. So why was he suffering for no reason? Why was he trying to be hopeful when all it would get him were bloodied lips and a soured heart? Realistic. What the hell did that even mean? What was even the realistic choice for Izuku? He kicked his feet over the bed and wandered to the shelf. 4 out of the 8 rows were filled with his analysis journals. At one point, Izuku believed they would be his ticket to becoming a hero, even if he had to be a support hero. But now they felt like weights on his chest. Why bother analyzing heroes if he could never be one himself? In a sudden fit of anger, he started to rip the journals off from the shelves, scattering them around the room. He nearly pulled the damn shelf down, leaving a whole row's worth of his manga collection spread around the floor as well. He kicked a few notebooks with his bare foot until the most recent one turned up. Hero Analysis Journal for the Future, number 87. 87. He was amazed at how he analysed 87 different heroes and fellow classmates. He knew number 45 was Katsuki Bakugo, his ex-best friend. Izuku tossed the newest journal onto the desk and collapsed into the chair. So I was just taking a drink. He paged through the book. Sketches of Endeavour stared back at him. Izuku had broken down every piece of his hero suit, his persona, and even his fighting skills and special moves. He ripped apart the man's strengths and weaknesses, and then went on for pages about how those strengths could be torn down, and all the ways his weaknesses could be exploited. All these years, the Quirkless community had raised him to think that they were secretly, quietly better than all those cruel people who had abused them. All those damn years, he tried so hard just to survive. If he made it to adulthood, he'd be free, right? But Osamu wasn't any better off than Izuku was. He struggled finding and keeping jobs, paying bills, and even being treated like a human being on a regular basis. So what was the point? If growing up wasn't any better, why should they grow up in the first place? Izuku was not suicidal, not right now at least, but growing up felt, well, pointless. The notebook pages fluttered in the wind, drawing his attention back to his desk. The breeze from his window stopped, leaving the notebook open to the page about Endeavor's weaknesses. Pointless. Growing up would be pointless, unless he had a way to change the world around him, unless he could find a way to put an end to quirkless discrimination. Izuku was probably the best quirk analyst in the city. He knew that with no doubt. He read the studies on quirks, the reports and journals submitted for peer reviews from the top analysts in the country. They were hacks. They couldn't see past their bias. They couldn't see weakness, they could only see power. But Izuku could see every little kink in their armor. He could see every little weak spot that the heroes themselves didn't know about. Grabbing notebook 45, he flipped over to Katsuki's weaknesses and refreshed his memory, as if he needed it. Cold. That was Katsuki's major weakness. Cold and specifically cold water. His quirk depended on him sweating, producing nitroglycerin in the form of sweat on his palms. Without that sweat, he was effectively powerless. Did that mean he was a good fighter? No. Did that mean he wasn't a good fighter? No, but it would make him quirkless, and Izuku knew he could win a quirkless fight. A slow grin appeared on his lips. There was no reason to grow up in this cruel world. There was no point to growing up abused if he wasn't going to end that cycle of abuse. So that's what Izuku decided to do then and there. Izuku would put an end to the cycle of abuse by proving to the abusers that quirkless people were more than beasts to kick on the ground. He would prove to them that they were the weak ones, and they had been blinded by power, by bias, and ignorance. They could only see the flashiness of a quirk and not the usefulness of an intelligent mind. But Izuku wasn't stupid. He knew he needed to prepare, and if he was truly going to walk down this path, Izuku chuckled to himself. Yeah, this path. Maybe that's what All Might meant. He really needed to get rid of his hero merch. He couldn't stand standing at that stupid smile staring down at him from every wall and shelf of his room. Later. Right now, he pulled up his laptop and got to work. If he was he was going to give the world one last chance to win him back. If UA High denied him, like every other school, then he would prove it to them in his way. So he prepared himself for both outcomes, but expected the latter. Chapter 2. A couple of weeks later, Izuku was in a much better position than he was when he made his decision. His online excursions looking for anything that might help him prepare for either entering high school or destroying the hero world had led to a few discoveries, and a couple of friends as well. First of which was a girl named Mei Hatsume. She was a mechanical genius. She was truly a daisy, one of the friendliest supporters Izuku had ever met. They spent 3 days talking online before meeting up at a local park where they tested out some of her inventions, tools she lovingly calls her babies. Mei was a mad genius. Izuku adored her for that. She supported his ideals and agreed that there were far too many bigoted heroes in the last few generations that needed to make way for a newer, more open-minded generation. Izuku didn't believe his generation was that open-minded, but they were still young, they could still learn. Izuku would make them learn, by force if necessary. The other friend he made was a guy named Hitoshi Shinso. He had a quirk, but he endured horrible discrimination because he had the power to brainwash and control other people. The recounting of his abuse left Izuku in tears, but the first time they met, Izuku had given him a pin and a metal wristband. The pin was the greater than symbol and a sign of how he supported the Quirkless and viewed them as greater than how the rest of the world viewed them. The band was orange, denoting him as an abuse survivor. In this case, the combination of the pin and the orange band meant that he was a survivor of quirk discrimination and a welcome member of the Quirkless community as a supporter. The three of them became fast friends in just a couple of weeks, and Izuku couldn't have been happier. But they all had entrance exams for high school in a few months after they met. Izuku believed in the back of his mind that the line would be drawn between them, no matter how much Mei reassured him that it wouldn't be. He hadn't told them his full plans yet. Part of the reason why was because if he could get into a hero school, he wouldn't bother with his plans. He would prove them wrong from within. He would become the first and greatest quirkless hero this country had ever seen. But he had accepted for that dream to come true. But he had to be accepted for that dream to come true. And right now, Izuku didn't have any faith that the system would change enough to allow him to accomplish that dream. What do you mean, no? Izuku snapped. They were standing outside of the UA Hero School lawn, right before the physical exams. Hitoshi was beside him with an angry sneer on his face. They'd just finished the written exam, and Izuku was damn sure he aced it. But now, some idiot proctor was telling him that he couldn't take the physical exam. Exactly what I said, kid. No, you can't take the exams, you're registered quirkless. There were harsh murmurs from around them, but Izuku squared his shoulders. He was not backing down so easily, not until they forced him to. This was his last chance, and he wouldn't be refused the option to even try. Why not? It's too dangerous, kid. You will get hurt. We can't take that kind of liability risk. Izuku rolled his eyes. That's bullshit and you know it. Every student has to sign a liability waiver to take the exam, so the hero assumes no liability for any damages, loss of limb, or death in the examinee. So give me the damn paperwork. It's not your problem if I die. It's mine. He grumbled to himself. You'd probably prefer it if I died anyway, but only Hitoshi heard it. The exam proctor cursed under his breath and slapped the paperwork down for Izuku to sign. You have one serious death wish, kid, but fine. Be a fucking hero if you think you can. Izuku snatched the paper and growled at the man's face, making him back down. Where Izuku had gotten this kind of confidence from, he wasn't sure. Maybe it was from his recent success in not only finding friends and support, but also his physical practice. In the 3 months since meeting Mei, she turned Izuku into a bit of a beast. He already had martial arts training, but she drilled him through a nasty regimen of hard labor, weight training, endurance training, and quirkless combat. Hitoshi had joined in as well. Mei was a monster, but she rarely showed her true strength. Now, Izuku had her secrets, and the confidence she had knocked into his head with a wrench, and he felt like he could take on the world, even when his fears were eating him alive. Come on, Zu, he's not worth it. I know. Hitoshi grabbed his own paperwork, and they found a table nearby to sign the forms at. Thankfully, he didn't recognize anyone else there, which meant they had a different exam class to the rest of his middle school, which was probably on purpose to prevent students who knew each other from working together. Hitoshi and Izuku planned to work together without making it too obvious before they got into the exam. I always forget to turn that off if I start early. So that was just my recording alarm to tell me to get up and record. But anyway, do you have any idea how hard this will be? Hitoshi asked. They had been told what the test would be, but not how difficult it might end up becoming. 4 robot types, 1, 2, and 3 pointers in increasing size, but then the 0 pointer. That monstrosity was only supposed to be a roadblock, not worth the points, but Izuku could tell it was a ruse. He just hadn't figured out what kind yet. Izuku shrugged. According to the old forum I found, they recycle the test every 7 years. If that's accurate, which I believe it is given what they've told us so far, the bulk of the exam should be easy. He tapped the front page of the instructions. They provide weapons for non-physical quirks. We'll need to disable the robots. The most points wins. It's that simple. Why do I hear a but in the back of your throat? But I can't get over the mention of the 0 pointer. Why did they put it there? The basic robots are going to be enough trouble for the majority of the students who have 0 combat training. It's excessive for no real excessive for no real reason. No risk with no reward. It's illogical. So you think there's something to it? Izuku shrugged. I don't know. It just seems, pointless. Well, it is called the 0 pointer. Izuku rolled his eyes and shoved Toshi, the purple-haired teen, smirking and putting his hands up. Come on, let's get ready. Izuku followed his friend back to the table and sat the forms down in front of the still grumbling proctor, who seemed more unhappy to take Izuku's paperwork. Once they were done with, and they were both given number sheets to pin to their shirts, they headed to their assigned training ground. Hey, Hitoshi brushed a hand across the bands on Izuku's wrist. Izuku looked up. You never mentioned what the other colours were, or why you wear the orange one. Izuku had only told Hitoshi about the orange one, that the orange one was quirk discrimination, which didn't make sense on Izuku. He hadn't told him what it meant to a quirkless person. He looked up to the side, sighing deeply. The white counted suicide attempts. They were off to the side, away from the main group of students. The blue is for having saved the lily from suicide, but saving a lily from suicide from becoming an orchid. Those are gifted, like your orange band. The red band is earned when your friend becomes an orchid. For me, the red and blue bands are from the same person. Oh, Hitoshi squeezed his hand. I'm sorry. Izuku nodded. The orange the orange worn by Lily is, He cleared his throat. Sexual abuse survivor. I don't talk about that. Hitoshi nodded once firmly. Thank you for telling me what they mean. I won't ask again. Izuku smiled. There are other colours. Maybe one day you'll earn some of them. I can tell you more of the colours and more of the flowers. I like that, Izuku. Are you kids ready? President Mike's voice startled the whole group of students out of their quiet chatter. Izuku practically jumped out of his skin at the sudden shout. Hitoshi wasn't much better off. There's no countdown in real life. Go! I realise that's more of an All Might voice, but screw it. It's now President Mike's voice. The gates for the training ground opened as the buzzer sounded, and most of the students bolted off ahead of them. Some hesitated, some used their quirks to get ahead, but the bulk of the teenagers started running into the arena, including Hitoshi and Izuku. This was their one shot to becoming heroes, their one shot to fulfill their dreams. Izuku had already received denial letters from the other two hero schools in the country. They'd deny him even taking the entrance exam because of his registry lock, his quirklessness. But Izuku wouldn't waste his last chance. He sprang into action. As he sprang into action, he grabbed the sealed bow staff from the rack of weapons left by the door. Hitoshi grabbed the matching one, and they were off, breaking away from the crowd of students to a fresh area of the training ground. The first few robots they encountered were simple one-pointers. They went down with little more than a smack to the head or the chest with a staff. They swapped taking points, one for Izuku, then one for Hitoshi, and on that went. Eventually, they were getting 2 and 3 pointers. Izuku kept tally in his head. By the time they got down to 3 minutes left on the board, both Izuku and Hitoshi had 60 points. The entrance limit was 75, 15 points. They just needed 15 points each. Of course, it wasn't just about the score for Izuku. He had to make a point. He had to prove to them that he wasn't a weakling. He wasn't useless. Why did the universe insist on proving him wrong? So why did the universe keep insisting on proving him wrong? Izuku, Hitoshi cried. A robot had slipped behind Izuku and smacked the side of his head from behind, leaving him to go sprawling across the ground with blood spurting from a busted lip and cut up gums. Pain spiraled through his face, but it was a familiar sort of pain. He had his cheekbones broken before, even once had it shattered from an orbital bone around his eyes from a nasty quirk-powered punch from Katsuki. This was nothing. Izuku spat out the blood from his lips, forced his body to get to his feet, and shoved the metal pole right through the 3-pointer that hit him. Shota was interested in very few students this year, but one stood out, Izuku Midoriya. This boy had started the fight with the proctors, and at first, Shota had assumed it was for their choice of the training ground. He had seen the cocky brats get it in their heads that they knew better than the teachers and the proctors of the exam, or they had an older sister who told them what to expect and how to act. But his registration appeared on the screen from the viewing room. But once his registration appeared on the screen of the viewing room, Shota realized what the fight was about. Izuku Midoriya was quirkless. The team that he was with, Hitoshi Shinso, had a mental quirk. They were both underdogs without a doubt, but they were both brash, confident, and if Shota wasn't mistaken, they had the look of old war veterans in their eyes. That was a look no child should know how to wear. Their shoulders shouldn't carry that much weight, but he knew all too well what it was like. Shota had endured horrible abuse from his classmates and teachers when he was their age for the simple fact that his quirk was dangerous and villainous. His jaw ground itself like he might shatter his teeth. The memories were too painful sometimes. He had always believed that the world had grown more tolerant, but the looks on their faces made him question that theory. That was something caught his eye when they were preparing for the next round of the practical exams. Nezu. Yes, Shota? Zoom in on Midoriya and Shinso. What are they doing? Nezu pulled up the camera in front of Training Ground Alpha, focused on the two boys he mentioned. They were standing off to the side, talking, similar to everyone else, but something was sparkling in the sunlight around their arms. What was that? Hang on. What's this? Hang on, let me add the sunlight filters. That's the closest you're going to get to my old Nezu voice. Metal bands. They were both wearing metal bracelets in various colours. Shinso had only a thin orange band. Izuku was wearing 5 bands in total. Blue, red, 2 white, and an orange. What were those for? What did they mean? It must be important. The look on Izuku's face when Hitoshi asked him something was devastated, broken. He fingered the orange metal like it was precious. I haven't seen those in years. Nezu's voice pulled Shota's eyes away from the screen. What? Well, when I was your age, those bands were a lot more common. They were used by the Quirkless community as a way to signifying certain things. The colours have different meanings. But Shinso isn't Quirkless. Midnight offered up as she came to stand beside Shota in preparation for the coming exam. That doesn't mean he can't earn them. The Quirkless community is incredibly tight-knit. That community is dwindling with the drop of Quirkless births and the rise in deaths, but they are still more than willing to bring in those who help them support them. I didn't know they had a whole community. Nezu shrugged. In this fucked up world, who else would give them support but themselves? It's bad out there for them, really bad. Worse than we know, I think. Shota sighed. Worse than we know, I think, Shota sighed. He glanced over to the principal. The Chimera took something out of his vest covertly, but Shota could see it over his shoulder just barely. It was a thin metal band on the chin of on the chain around his neck. He always wondered if that was just a pocket watch. That was what Nezu had always said when Shota was a student, but he'd never once seen the Chimera take it out. Now, sitting there watching these two boys dive headfirst into the throng of students and robots, the old principal seemed almost nostalgic as he ran his paw along the band. But his band wasn't coloured like Izuku or Shinso was wearing. Nezu's band was shimmering gold. What did that mean? Izuku nearly fell forward when the ground shook. He caught himself on the metal staff in his hand, breathless and still spitting blood. Another robot had given him a good shot to the ribs, but again, he had worse. He had so much worse. He didn't care if this exam had left him broken and bloody. He wouldn't be leaving here empty-handed. He wouldn't be denied for his poor performance. No. By his count, they both made the cut and were only down to a minute. But they were down to a minute, and Izuku really wanted to call it quits. But that would be pathetic. He wasn't allowing that kind of idea to blossom in his mind. Find the weakness, break the chain, find the chink in the armor, just like you practice, Izuku told himself over and over. The whole block burst into rubble when the 0-pointer rounded the corner. Fake buildings crumbled, leaving students to flee in fear, screaming their heads off. Izuku instead burst out laughing. Izuku? Hitoshi stumbled backwards. Izuku grabbed his arms. I get it now. He flipped the stuff behind him, holding it still as he stared down the giant robot rolling towards them. What do you get? Because all I get is my life flashing before my eyes. Toshi, what do you think it means to be a hero? Izuku turned to his friend's fear-filled eyes. Being a hero is saving people, even when they don't ask for help, stopping villains even if it ends in your death, protecting the helpless, even if it gets you in trouble, even if it's pointless. Izuku motioned towards the 0-pointer. Hitoshi's eyes widened. Yeah, even then. Izuku smirked. A second later, they were both running towards the 0-pointer at a dead sprint. Izuku was scanning the rubble, searching for anyone who might need help. Toshi was jumping on the rubble, using the staff for mobility as he searched from above. Help! A frail female voice called. Izuku stopped and looked over to Hitoshi. A second later, the other teen pointed and ran down the mountain of rubble towards him, and they were off. The 0-pointer was rolling towards them on tank wheels 10 times or more their size. Izuku would be lying if he said he wasn't shitting his pants scared, but he knew, deep down, that suffering was often just that, suffering. It only made you hurt. It only made you scared and filled you with sorrow. So, you had to do things scared. You had to do it fearful, anxious, and in pain. He pushed himself onwards. Shota was at the control panel, gripping the edges of his hand, gripping the edge hard enough for his knuckles to turn white. Those two students, those idiots, were running towards the 0-pointer, not away from it. In all his years of teaching, and even as a student, he had never once seen anyone run towards the enemy during their entrance exam. But just before that happened, Nezu played the audio capture from their conversation. Izuku, I get it now. What do you get? What do you get? Because all I'm getting is my life flashing before my eyes. Toshi, what do you think it means to be a hero? Being a hero is about saving people, even when they don't ask for help, stopping villains, even if it ends in your death, protecting the helpless, even when it gets you in trouble. Even if it's pointless? Yeah, even then. So they had seen the real point of the 0-point robot. It was a deterrent, a roadblock that they couldn't punch their way through. This was a test of their heroic spirit, and in the last 20 years, Shota hadn't seen anyone even come close to passing it. Nezu, stop this, you're gonna run them over. No, I won't, Shota. No, I won't. Be patient, Shota. I want to see how far these two can go, what they're made of. You gotta crush them. Izuku skidded to a stop beside the brown-haired girl wearing all pink. She was trapped under rubble and looked ready to pass out. She must have exhausted her quirk too. Toshi was right beside him, gathering together as they started pulling the large concrete slab that had fallen on her. She was clawing at the ground in an attempt to pull herself free, but the slab was resting on her legs and she was stuck. Get out of here, you're gonna get killed. Shut up, Izuku growled at the girl. Your life matters too. Besides, they won't kill a bunch of middle schoolers. He winked. Hitoshi was smirking. He might not have faith in the system, but he believed in Izuku, and perhaps it gave Izuku some more confidence. You're crazy, that thing's gonna kill us. Izuku and Hitoshi stared at each other, determination in their eyes. Izuku nodded once. Izuku? Yeah? His mind blanked. Everything went calm and quiet. The world fell away, and all he could hear was the simple instructions Hitoshi gave him. Izuku, use your full strength and lift the rubble with me. So they did. Izuku felt his body let go of his normal limitations. The logical side of his brain, the part that kept you from biting off your own finger like a baby carrot. They grunted as they screamed, and the slab finally lifted finally lifted up, over, and crashed on the ground. Izuku's mind snapped into place, and he was moving a second later, free from Hitoshi's quirk. They grabbed the girl under her arms and started limping towards the entrance. But they stopped the moment they got her up. But the moment they got her up, the 0-pointer stopped, and the exam buzzer sounded a second time. All three of them slumped to the ground. Izuku landed on his back, heaving for air. He might be able to surpass his own strength limits with Hitoshi's help, but damn did it fuck with his muscles. Hysterical strength. That's what they decided to call the move. It wasn't conventional by any means, but it worked. It was functional for one bout of strength before it exhausted Izuku too much. They tried in training once before to do it twice, but Izuku had torn his ACL. Blessedly, May's father had a healing quirk, and he was good as new. But they weren't going to try that again anytime soon. You're both psychotic. What the hell? The girl panted. Hitoshi laughed openly. Yeah, just a little. I'm Hitoshi Shinso, and that's Izuku Midoriya. Ochaka Uraraka, I hope you're both in my class. You're my heroes. Izuku had never once in his life been called a hero. Annoyance, deterrent, useless, diseased, fool, stupid, idiot, null, genius freak, all of the words he could attribute to himself, but never hero, no matter how much he wanted it. No matter how much he wished and prayed, he'd never been called a hero before. Something flooded to life in his chest. Maybe he didn't have to swallow the world in a sea of darkness to succeed in life. Maybe he could just do little things like save a sweet girl from a pointless robot. Maybe it would be enough. What the hell? Shota couldn't agree more with Hizashi's statement. The Quirkless kid had allowed himself to be controlled by the brainwasher. No, that wasn't it. They'd practiced this before. They trained with that quirk. Both students were incredibly skilled, strong, and physically fit. Compared to this year's crop, they had the most obvious training, not counting the 6 recommendation students, that is. I was not expecting that. Nezu rubbed at his chin. Something in the way he said it told Shota that the Chimera wasn't talking about their teamwork. It seems that with the rescue points, they both landed themselves in the top 5. Isn't that interesting? It was, incredibly so. No Quirkless student had passed their physical exam before. Actually, Izuku was the first Quirkless student to even apply in the last decade. Was the first to pass a physical exam at least in the last 20. Oh, and Shota? Yeah. Nezu handed him a tablet with the written score exams on it. The boy has the highest written exam in the last 20 years. He beat Endeavor's score and yours. What? I'm putting him with you. Both of them, actually. I'd like to give Midori some more testing. No one has seen through this exam before. I want to see how that boy thinks. That wouldn't bode well for Midoriya. Nezu was notorious in his harsh teaching methods and rather impractical exam style. Like this wild test that just about ripped Shota's heart out of his chest as he watched 3 students nearly get shattered by a giant robot. If Nezu was interested in this quirkless kid, Shota would do his best to keep Midoriya from becoming the world's next supervillain. Because if Nezu thought he was interesting enough to dissect, there was a very real chance this boy could bring society to its knees. A shiver ran down A shiver of fear ran down his spine. Shota checked the tablet, and sure enough, Izuku Midoriya scored an almost perfect 97%. The next highest in the last 2 decades was Shota's score of 92%, followed by Endeavor's at 91%. This kid had not only beaten their scores, but he shattered them. He only missed one question. The question he missed: who was your favourite hero and why? It wasn't even a real question. It was meant to be an evaluation tool. 3 points as extra credit almost. 3 points as extra credit almost. It was a window into the child's psyche, but Izuku's answer was simple: I don't have a hero anymore. He technically failed the question, so the proctor wrote it off, despite the question being an open-ended extra credit. What did the world do to this child? What had the world done to Izuku Midoriya that allowed him to walk off the beating he received in the exam and stare down a monster that could easily kill him, like it all meant nothing, like he had endured worse? Shota shivered. Maybe he had endured worse. Chapter 3. Izuku thanked Recovery Girl as she kissed his temple and healed his wounds. The woman had been pleasant but a little grumpy. She looked just like her sister, okay, thanks English. Shusenji-san. There we go. The woman was a well-known healer in the Quirkless community. She healed Izuku more times than he could count. He'd never met the younger of the twins, Chio. He thought her name was. Shusenji-san had become a surgeon, not a hero, but her sister, Chio, had become Recovery Girl and was the foremost healer of heroes and the UI high school nurse. Recovery Girl smacked Hitoshi with her cane when the teen asked if she had to kiss them with her quirk. Izuku and Ochako let out a laugh at that. Thanks, Hitoshi grumbled as the older hero left. Slowly, they limped off of the training ground. The rest of the students had already left since they had a head start of running away. Izuku helped Ochako while Hitoshi carried their two staffs and Ochako's shoes. She had broken the heel of her boots in the fall, so they were kind of useless now. You really think that you really didn't have to save me? I mean, I think they would have stopped the robot before they would have crushed me. That's the point, Izuku smiled. That wasn't the point, Izuku smiled. I mean, obviously the point was to save you, but it didn't matter if they stopped the robot first. It was a test. I wouldn't be surprised if Nezu himself had set it up so someone would end up under the rubble. What do you mean by test? Ochako asked as Hitoshi filled her in. Heroes don't run from danger. They march towards their death willingly if it means saving someone. And that's what they were testing. After all, being a hero isn't just about beating up villains and flashing a big smile. Izuku winced at the memory of All Might's smile. He hadn't told Hitoshi or Mei about that yet. He shrugged and spoke up again to explain. Well, I don't care if I get the points or not. The idea is that heroes are out there to save people and to help, even if it means they get hurt. So we did what heroes should do. We saved you simply because you needed help. You guys really are nuts, Ochako laughed. But I'm glad you are. I don't think I could have done that alone. Not yet, Hitoshi smirked. But maybe that's what we're going to learn, right? Yeah, maybe, she agreed. Izuku smiled. Hitoshi Shinso, Izuku Midoriya. The proctor who tried to kick Izuku out was standing at the entrance gate to the training ground with his arms crossed and a scowl on his face. You're both wanted in the principal's office. I'll see to it that Ochako-chan gets to her parents safely. Izuku and Hitoshi shared a look. This couldn't be good, could it? Shota paced by the window of Nezu's office, watching as their two Enigma students limp into the main school building after one of the proctors. The other left Uraraka to her parents at the front at the front entrance of the campus. Are you sure about this, Nezu? Incredibly so. Why are you losing faith in me now? Shota snorted. After all these years with the chaotic chimera? No, Shota wouldn't lose faith in the psychotic rodent. But that doesn't mean he wouldn't question the damn rat when he got up to his crazy shenanigans. Try not to scare them off. Oh, Shota, please, I would never. The point is to reassure them that this is real. Shota rolled his eyes. Yes, he would scare them off. Nezu absolutely would. But instead of saying so, Shota checked his phone. His archie had texted him after the exams about heading to the radio station, but he hadn't had a chance to reply yet. Shota told his husband that he loved him and to have a good show, then put his phone away. The door opened as soon as he did so. The boys were covered in grime and looked ready to collapse, but they were still standing tall, and Shota was honestly proud of them. Midoriya looked taller than he did in the cameras, but Shinso was just a few inches taller than Midoriya. Izuku was obviously wearing a blank face of confidence, but it was very obviously fake. He was scared behind it, or at the very least anxious. Shota really hoped that fear wasn't because of him or Nezu. Actually, if it was for Nezu, it would make sense. Shinso, Midoriya, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Principal Nezu. Please just call me Nezu. This is Shota Aizawa, the homeroom teacher for Class A. You may know him as Eraserhead. Nice to meet you, sir. Shinso bowed politely. It's an honour. Midoriya copied his friend's movement. You boys did very well. Shota motioned for them to sit and took up his spot behind Nezu at the main desk. Don't worry, you're not in trouble. When Midoriya sat down, the metal bands on his wrist jingled quietly, which caught Shota's attention. Up close, he could see the bracelets were barely larger than his wrist, and they didn't have a visible clasp. Were they permanent? Also, Shinso was only wearing one, the orange one, but he realized they both had tiny pins on the very tops of their collars. Midoriya had one that looked like an equal sign with a line through it, and Shinso's was a greater than sign. Weird, what do those mean? If we're not in trouble, why are we here? Midoriya asked. Excellent question. That's an excellent question. Why don't you explain, Shota? The urge to roll his eyes was hard to fight, but he managed it. Nezu flourished his paw towards the two teens in a go on motion. Shota sighed. You boys are here because Nezu wanted to personally give you your acceptance letters. Huh? What? Both boys looked not only shocked, but confused. Nezu cleared his throat. Izuku, your written exam scored the highest we have had in the last 2 decades. You crashed the last 2 records. I'm sure Shota holds no grudges about that. I don't, he clarifies, but go on. Right, so, you two are the only ones who understood the larger perspective of the practical exam. Shota leaned forward a bit. The teens were still shell-shocked. He probably wants to dissect your brain, Midoriya. I'm sorry, he scoffed. You have to be joking. There's no way I made it into this school. Did you even look at my record? Oh, you had just look at middle school records. Well, we check your grades, but otherwise no. Why? Was there something we should be concerned with? Nezu's sing-song voice was almost annoying, but Shota was used to it. Midoriya shook his head. Proctor made a huge deal out of it, and you just... What is this, some kind of practical joke? The teen stood up, angry. Shota was now the confused one. Why was he angry? Izuku. No, Toshi, this is some sort of sick joke and I'm not putting up with it. You know they're just going to pull the rug under me like everyone else does. I might have gotten the high score in the written exam, easy, but there's no way they're taking this seriously. Besides, he turned back to Nezu. You and I both know the board of directors wouldn't accept a quirkless kid into the heroics course. Isn't this what you wanted? Shinso stood up and pulled Izuku to his side. This is everything we both wanted. I want to be accepted, not patronized. He ripped his arm out of Shinso's grip and stormed out of the room. Shota was fairly sure he caught the glint of fresh tears in the kid's eyes. Shinso stood for a moment, mumbled a quick apology, then left. What just happened? Shota sighed. I think we might have insulted him. Nezu put his face in his paw. I should have known better. I really should have. This was too much. I thought that it might help to go a touch overboard, as the boy is likely not accustomed to positive reinforcement, but I think we went a step too far. Shota pinched the bridge of his nose. He thought we were just going to rip it out from his hands. Damn it! Just give me the damn letters. The kid was right. Go do something about the fucking board. On it. Izuku, wait. No, Toshi, this is stupid. They're mocking the hard work we've put in. I'm so fucking sick of this shit. I thought UI would be different. I really thought this would be my last chance. He had to laugh. I really thought this would work. God, I was so stupid. What if they aren't mocking us, though? Hitoshi took his wrist, wrapping his hand around the metal bands. Hitoshi knew it wasn't proper to do it except for a very good reason, or for comfort. Touching those bracelets were a very intimate gesture, and Izuku wouldn't normally allow it, but Hitoshi was a very close friend. What if they aren't? What if this was real? We both want this more than anything. I can't. Toshi, I can't do this. I was ready to... He bit his tongue. You don't think I didn't know what you had planned? The purple-haired teen pulled him off to the side, his voice lowered into a whisper. I've seen your notebooks, remember? I've heard your mumble rants. I know what you're capable of. May and I are both astounded that you didn't go villain before this. Well, maybe I should have. Izuku tugged his arm free again and rolled his shoulders. Maybe that's all that's left for me. 3 months of UMA forcing confidence down my throat, and I finally stand up for myself, and you're fuck. Toshi, I'm so tired of being treated like this. Hitoshi pulled him into a hug. Izuku hadn't even realized he started crying at some point, but now that his face was stuffed in Toshi's shoulder, he could feel the wetness coming from his eyes. I'm on your side, remember? We'll figure this out, okay? Izuku nodded. I know you want to be a hero more than anything, and you deserve to be one. Izuku wrapped his arms around Hitoshi and clutched the back of his shirt. Even bruised, bloody, and beat up from the exams, Izuku had never felt safer in his best friend's arms than in his best friend's arms. Actually, come to think of it, Izuku has never felt safe in a vulnerable state at all until he met Mei and Hitoshi. Boys. Izuku looked up over Hitoshi's shoulder and found Eraserhead, or well, Shota Aizawa, standing a few feet away from them. Izuku pulled back and turned to wipe his face off. Hitoshi took over for the moment. Sorry, Aizawa-san, we were just leaving. No, that's not. The hero teacher sighed. I have your acceptance letters. I just want to be clear, this was not a joke. We aren't mocking you, and we aren't mocking you. Nezu's going to handle the board. Here. Izuku took Hitoshi's free hand, and his other were in his others were in the thanks. In his other were the acceptance letters. Izuku took the one with his name on it. This was real. It was actually real. Everything Izuku had ever wanted was in the palm of his hand. Why is this so unfucking believable? That was a dumb question. Of course it was unbelievable. There was no way UI High would accept him, no matter how bad he wanted it. People like me don't get these kinds of chances, Aizawa-san. Look, kid, I may not exactly know what you're going through, but I understand discrimination. I know it seems unbelievable, but I promise it's real. We want to see you both at UA, in the hero course, in my class. I don't care what your quirks are or aren't. You have the skill and the heart. That's all I care about. The older hero put a hand on each of their shoulders. Izuku flinched a little, and the man released them. Right, sorry. Anyway, the rest of your paperwork will arrive in the mail in a few days. Your parents will need to fill everything out. Oh, and we're swapping to a boarding school next year, so you'll get the information on that as well. You both better keep training over the summer. Aizawa cleared his throat. Don't be late for your first day. Hitoshi turned back to Izuku with a confused look. Izuku shrugged. He didn't have an answer for any of this. The letter in his hand felt weighty. He wasn't sure what to do at this point, except he had to go home and tell his mother. That was almost more terrifying than the idea of this being real. His mother had to give permission, pay his tuition. Fuck. Izuku? Oh, yeah, sorry, I'm fine. Come on, let's go. Hitoshi didn't believe him. Just having a sip of my apple and blackcurrant juice. Let's get right back. They split ways on the train home. Hitoshi lived a couple stops after where Izuku got off. It was late afternoon when he started up the steps to his apartment. His mother, in Midoriya, was the one person he had ever heard of to manage to earn a blue band through resentment and abuse. He hadn't given it to her, of course, but she'd stop him from killing himself simply because she refused to allow him the easy way out of life. So he was here, having to face her again. He stared down at the letter in his hand, conflicted. UA High, being a hero, that was everything he dreamed of. But facing his mother was not going to go well. Even if he's earned his way into the school, his mother would have to pay for tuition, and he really didn't think she would want to do that. But if he even wanted a shot at his dreams, he had to face her. That didn't stop the way his hand shook when he put the key in the door. Izuku? Yes, Oka-san. I'm sorry for being late. Get in here. You didn't do the dishes today. Why? Izuku took a few deep breaths, slowly swapped out his sneakers for a fresh pair of house slippers as he made his way inside, still holding the letter. I had the UA entrance exam today, remember? Oh, right. What a waste of time. What's that? She snatched the letter from his hand before Izuku could even protest or explain himself. Fight or flight told him to just stand there and not speak, so that's what he did. He let her read the letter and process what it said. Her face shifted from confusion to excitement to outrage in less than 30 seconds. The letter was slapped on the counter with the flat of her palm, making him flinch. Is this a joke? She shouted. There's no way a null like you got into UA High of all places. This is ridiculous. I won't stand for it. She grabbed his arm. Her quirk activated a second later, making it impossible for her to pull away from her. Fear swallowed his mind, overrunning his trained defensive shell. You think I don't know you cheated at school to get those good grades? Then you think I don't know you cheat in school to get good grades? Then you spend all your time training and slack on your chores? And now you're forging official letters to get money out of me? What a crock of shit. I've never heard that phrase before, but anyway. It's not forged, Mum. Please, shut up. Izuku's head snapped to the side with the back of her hand lashing across his cheek. One of her rings left a thin slice through his cheekbone. The bruise and broken bones he had just had healed were already being injured again. But Mum, I said shut up. Do you want me to muzzle you again? I'd be more than happy to. No, he most certainly didn't want to be muzzled again, but he couldn't just let her think that he forged his acceptance papers. He had fought so much grief and anger to allow himself to believe it was real, and now she was doubting what small resolve he had found. Why? Why was he always so weak when it came to his mother? He only ever wanted her to love him, to be proud of him, but she never was. Even now, having gotten the highest score in 20 years on one of the hardest written exams in the country, she could only believe that he'd cheated. Izuku was obviously oblivious to them moving through the apartment until his bedroom door was flung open. Inko tossed him into his room hard enough to knock his barely healed ribs onto his desk with the repulsion force of her quirk. He heard them crack and cried out from the pain that bloomed across his left side. Enough! Inko slapped his face again, widening the cut on his cheek. Izuku tried so hard not to cower before her every time, but he always failed. Of all the people he'd tried to stand up to, he'd never been able to find any ability to defend himself against his mother. She was a woman who gave him life, and maybe she'd be the one to take it away too. His body was pulled forward by her quirk again. No, please, Mum, it's not a joke, it's not forged, I swear. She cut him off with the familiar thick leather muzzle. It looked a bit more like a flat strap that covered everything below his nose down to his neck. The device strapped behind the top of his head and around his neck. She held him in place, forced the lever around his face together with her quirk so hard that he could feel the damn thing digging into his skin as it was locked behind his head. She locked the padlocks over the buckles and tossed him onto the floor again. Another wave of pain made him gasp into the muzzle. If you aren't going to make it into high school, then you'll make yourself useful. When summer vacation starts, I'll send you out to my sister's farm in the north. What? As Inko slammed the door, locking it from the outside as she left. But he had done it. He had made it. Izuku collapsed to the floor, clutching his ribs and sobbing soundlessly into the leather strap locked onto his face. He screamed into the thing, but nothing came out. He couldn't open his mouth, he couldn't speak or cry for help. Everything hurt, his vision was spotty and breathing was heavy. What did she do? May and I are both astounded he didn't go villain before this. Well, maybe I should have. Toshi's voice filtered through his mind, bringing him back to reality. He rolled to his side, injured ribs up, and tried to focus on taking small breaths. He'd been ready. He'd been prepared for this outcome, or any other really. He had the gear and the plans. He had everything he needed to make the world fall to its knees. But he didn't want it to be that way. He didn't want to do it that way. Why? Because he had succeeded. He had achieved his dream. He got into UI High on his own merit, Quirkless. He was the first, and he'd be damned if he wasn't proud of that. He'd proven a point, and they saw it. Nezu fucking saw it. Eraserhead saw it. Himself saw it too. Crawling to the desk, he pulled himself upwards and gasped. His lungs sounded wet and crackling. That wasn't good. His vision was getting worse, but he managed to find his cell phone and where he had left it that where he had left it that morning, since phones weren't allowed in the entrance exams. There was only one person he knew to call, Osamu. Izuku? He couldn't speak, so he groaned into the receiver, and he tried to steady his breathing through his nose. It still sounded raspy and wet. Izuku, what's wrong? But breathing was getting harder every second. His lungs felt full of liquid. Oh, that was probably blood. His head was getting light. He fought the desire to pass out long enough to grunt into the phone and shake his head hard enough to make the padlocks rattle. Fuck, I'm on my way. Is your mother home? Mm-hmm, he moaned. Can you get yourself out of the window? Could he? Honestly, he wasn't sure, but he would try. There was a fire escape that he could climb down. Mm-hmm. I'll bring Nami. Medkit or hospital? Ah, shit. 1 for medkit, 2 for hospital. Izuku grunted twice. Shit, okay. Hang in there, kid. We're on our way. Could the motorcycles ever stop? Seriously, motorcycles? Fuck you. Okay, anyway. Izuku's hand lost its grip on the desk. His whole body collapsed onto a heap on the ground. He had to drag himself back to his phone, which had fallen across the room. He texted Hitoshi 911, but that was all he had the ability to see with his vision swimming. He wasn't even sure if he hit send. It took just about everything left inside him to get his body to the damn window and out onto the fire escape. He was well aware by now that he had a punctured lung. His breathing was getting rigid. I'm just going to rigid. And it felt like he was down a whole lung at this point. But he pushed himself forward slowly. The metal clanged loudly in his ears as he landed on his knees on the fire escape. His phone was ringing in his pocket. His whole body was buzzing with pain and fear. He could barely see. He navigated the steps by a touch alone, barely on his feet. When he got down to the lowest level, he could feel blood choking his throat, coppery and bitter. Izuku, Osamu. Izuku, stay there. Okay, he could do that. The whole structure shook and rattled from the feet storming up the stairs towards him. Oh my god. Nami's voice was so frail. She was a quiet woman, another mentor of the Quirkless community. She was the same age as Osamu, but she looked 10 years younger. Her arms were decorated in more colourful bands than any of them had ever cared to count. She'd started on her right arm, and the bracelets had covered her left arm since her right was full. Long black hair filled his vision. Izuku, hey Izuku, sweetie, can you hear me? He nodded. Good, just hang in there. We're going to get you to Shuzenshi-san. Oh, right. Recovery girl's sister. She would help, like she always did. Shit. Osamu held up his head. These are quirks still. Bolt cutters aren't going to work. I'll need my lockpick. Osamu, the kid needs a medic right now. He'll have to tolerate the damn muzzle until we get him healed. Izuku waved a hand, trying to get Osamu's attention. I'm right here, kiddo. Osamu took his hand. Come on, let's get you healed. Things sort of faded in and out from there. He remembered being carried to a vehicle, or he must have because he remembered the way it moved, and the way he was laid in Nami's lap. But that was about it. He blacked in and out, catching a few words here and there, screams or shouts or angry words. There wasn't much else, and none of it made sense. then blackness. He was out cold for who knows how long. When consciousness had finally returned, he didn't want to open his eyes, but he could hear voices not far away. Osamu, this is serious. I should call the heroes and the police. This woman nearly killed him. What do you think they'll do for an injured Quirkless or runaway, Shizenji-san? There was a pause, and there might have been a lengthy sigh before the woman spoke again. I know, but I'm calling my sister. I've done all I can for him internally, but without her quirk, he'll be bedridden for weeks from the surgery. You said the kid did his entrance exam today, right? Yeah. Well, there's no way she would have let him leave in the field like this. Those wounds are fresh. His mother did that. What a monster. She's not fit for that title. Mother. Ugh. What a beast she is. Izuku faded out of consciousness again. He drifted along a black sea. He wasn't quite sleeping, but he wasn't awake either. There was a sort of peace in that feeling. He was aware, dimly, that this was a form of dissociation, likely caused by the pain medication. He was familiar with it in all the worst ways. Again, he woke up to voices. Sis, what's going on? What's the emergency? Did you treat Izuku Midoriya today? Yes, he was one of the last round from this round of exams. He did excellent, actually. Nezu mentioned that him and his friend were accepted. What are you going on? Osamu brought the boy in, near dead. Just brought the boy in, near dead. He was healthy when he left my care. You know I would never. I'm not accusing you of anything, sister. We believe the boy's mother did this. Did what? The footsteps to whatever room he was in opened. He couldn't hear the footsteps, feel people around him, but he could hear footsteps, feel people around him, but he couldn't force his eyes open. He couldn't move. What is this? That was Recovery Girl's voice. What happened? I don't know. Osamu took his hand, but Izuku wasn't strong enough to squeeze it back. He called me. I couldn't understand him. I rushed over with Nami and we found him like this. He managed to get to the fire escape to meet us. The locks on the muzzle are quirk seal. We can't cut through them. And until we can be sure his neck isn't injured, Shizenji-san didn't want to risk trying to pick them in fear they would harm him. Dear God, I need to call Nezu. Izuku felt something graze his temple softly. Was that Recovery Girl's quirk again? He had felt it earlier, and it tingled the same way. How kind of her. Izuku drifted in the quirk's effects as it pulled his energy. He knew how it worked, but he couldn't really phrase the right thoughts together to make it make sense in his head. He could hear Recovery Girl speaking to someone over the phone. Osamu was there, reassuring him that everything was okay. He promised that he'd call Mei and Hitoshi once and tell them that Izuku was safe. He promised he'd called Hitoshi and Mei and told them Izuku was safe. Hitoshi would be there soon. A door slamming open was what startled Izuku back to the waking world. He still couldn't open his eyes, but this time he felt like maybe he could squeeze a hand if it was offered to him. Where is he? Take a breath, Eraser. He's resting. Oh, they left the door to the room open. Izuku could hear Eraserhead's thundering footsteps as he entered the building. Was this an apartment or hospital? Izuku couldn't tell. What the fuck? Why is that thing on his face? We're waiting for scans to make sure he doesn't have a concussion or neck injury before we try to pick the lock. The bolt cutters wouldn't work. Osamu's voice sounded so sad. Izuku hated it. He hated that his mentor was being forced to speak so much when Izuku knew he hated doing so, and he sounded so horribly sad. I just saw the boy this afternoon. Why is he suddenly half dead in your apartment, Shusensi-san? He was found that way by his mentor, Osamu. You? Eraserhead's voice was getting more and more tense. Osamu Takahashi. I just go by Osamu. Izuku is my mentee. Believe me, this outrages me more than you can ever believe. He's like a son to me, but you'll have to forgive me for not believing that you can do much of anything to help the situation. I don't know why Chio called you. That child is my student now. Or he will be once come the start of the school year, which legally makes me one of his guardians. Why is he not in hospital, Chio? Another drink time. Taking my gloves off because it's a little warm in here. Hang on. Finger crack time. Little intermittent finger crack time. Okay, neck crack time. You know what? I'm leaving that all in the video. Okay, so where was I at? Why is he not in the hospital, Chio? Do you really need me to spell it out for you, boy? Recovery girl thumped her cane on the ground. He is quirkless. No child in this prefecture would take on a half-dead quirkless kid. They'd let him bleed out on a gurney in the hallway. Are you truly that stupid? What the hell does his quirk status have to do with... What the hell do you mean? Shh, Chio snapped. Razorhead yelped. Izuku imagined she smacked him with her cane. You truly are an idiot, Shota. My sister and I will get that boy healthy. You don't have to worry about that. What I called you for was to address the issue with his mother. Shota growled. Obviously, I'm going to arrest her. I thought things had gotten better. You thought they weren't as bad as they were for you? Chio finished for him. Well, they aren't. Things are worse. Now that you've got your evidence, go arrest that woman and get back here. If you're going to be the boy's teacher, then here's your responsibility. Chio, Shizenzi sighed. You know that won't do anything good. She just about killed him, Keiko. What would you have me ignore this? No, but you may as well. Wait, Eraser. The door slammed shut before she could finish speaking. Osamu sighed, letting his body leaning over Izuku and head resting on the teen's knee. I'm so sorry, Izuku. I didn't know she was this bad. Why didn't you? He could feel hot tears through the blanket on his legs. Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't I see it? He's just going to make it worse. I'm so sorry. What good would it have done? Izuku couldn't have run away from home. The community was barely holding itself together, and the elders, the mentors, could barely afford to survive for themselves. Izuku knew he'd be given couches to rest his head, but he couldn't put the responsibility of another child on someone like Osamu. If he had endured his mother's wrath for just a few more years, he'd be free of her. He'd never meant for them to see any of this. When Osamu squeezed his hand, he squeezed back. Izuku, he groaned weakly. Oh God, he's awake. Barely. Izuku wouldn't call this awake, more like half-drugged and still unable to crack his eyes open. But maybe that was a blessing. Izuku, sweetie. Chio's voice was tight, worried. We should have the scans back soon. I'm sorry, my sister's in-home scan isn't that fast. But it works. Once we can make sure you don't have any head or neck injuries, we'll get this awful device off your face, okay? Izuku hummed in agreement. He really wanted this stupid thing to be off his face. Does this qualify him for another orange band? Nami asked. She sounded like she was emotionless. She sounded somehow emotionless. That worried Izuku. We know that we all know that was what the first one was for, but enjoying something like that, I've never seen anyone do that to a child. I didn't think it was possible. Muzzles were certainly unconventional in terms of punishments, but it wasn't altogether unheard of. There were records of them being used in psychiatric wards for unruly patients, and the Quirkless, of course. But Izuku hadn't found anything to suggest they'd be used on children in the past, not officially at least. He did know Hitoshi had endured one for years because his parents feared his quirk, feared he would control them, but he always assumed that was a rarity, an outlier because of the way his quirk worked. Osamu was petting his free hand through Izuku's curls. He could feel his neck brace now, holding his head in place over the muzzle. Truth be told, Izuku had no idea if he had a concussion or not. He knew he'd collapsed more than a few times. It was possible he knocked his head. Hitoshi should be here soon. Mei is out of town with her family. Oh, right. She mentioned that yesterday after her own entrance exams finished. Izuku squeezed Osamu's hand. He didn't want his friends to see him like this. He really didn't. But he couldn't express that without a voice or the ability to even move or open his eyes. Rest, Izuku, please. He tried to fight the pull of drugs and his body despite what Osamu asked him. He couldn't fight the pull of drugs and his body's desire to sleep when Osamu had asked him to rest. So he slept, or rather, he fell back into the void of restless unconsciousness. This time he floated in the darkness, despite the sound of voices floating around him. Half-formed thoughts floated around in the void-like mind, thoughts of why he should endure this, and how he was supposed to move forward from this. What kind of half-life was he having? Even after all those promises, Izuku didn't believe them. He didn't believe them. He had to be imagining all of this, right? Maybe he was hallucinating everything through the pain. When shit stopped making sense, he finally opened his eyes. Blessedly, the lights were turned down. The room was in a simple apartment bedroom, though the room he was in was a simple apartment bedroom, though it was in the traditional style, so all tatami mats and screen doors. Izuku was on the floor futon and had zero desire to move. He was still with his neck brace and muzzle on, so calling for someone was not an option. He glanced around as much as a neck brace would allow, and realized he was hooked up to all kinds of machines, and at least 2 IVs. The door slid open, and Izuku couldn't tilt his head down to check who it was. Izuku? Toshi. Izuku reached out his hands, and they were immediately taken. Hitoshi kissed Izuku's scarred knuckles and settled next to him on the tatami mats. He whined from behind the muzzle. I'm sorry, Zu. I'm so fucking sorry. Shusenzi-san is reviewing your scans right now. I should have walked you home. Fuck, I should have. Izuku put a hand over Hitoshi's mouth and shook his head a little. The Thai teen smiled around his hand and kissed the pads of his fingers. I'll be right back. I'm going to tell everyone you're awake. Izuku didn't stop him. He wasn't altogether sure who everyone was, but he hoped Osamu was included. This might not be a suicide attempt, but he did save Izuku's life. Good news. Shusenzi-san toddled in a few moments later. Izuku hadn't seen her in a while, but she was looking older, More tired. No neck or head wounds that I can see. Let's get that brace and muzzle off, dear. It's been on for long enough. That was a good question. How long had Izuku been here? He's been in this damn brace and muzzle. Where was Osamu? Izuku groaned, unable to speak. Hang on, kiddo. Osamu was there suddenly and took his hands. Breathe for me, okay? I'm going to get you out of that piece of that thing. Izuku's mentor tucked his arms under Izuku's shoulders and pulled him up with Hitoshi's help. Oh, Toshi was back. Osamu unlatched the brace from around his neck. Izuku immediately fell forward and rolled in a stretch. God, that felt good. The joints popped a few times as he groaned into the leather across his face. Are you okay? Hitoshi pulled his chin up. Izuku nodded. He was trying not to think about the giant fucking muzzle on his face. He just wanted the damn thing off now that he was awake and actually consciously aware of the damn thing practically suffocating him. Osamu scooted around behind him and got to work. It took an agonizingly long time for the locks to get the locks popped open, but once they did, the whole device was ripped from his face and Izuku gasped for fresh air. Ow, he groaned. His ribs were sore. Yeah, those ribs are going to be sore for a few days, dear. But Chio's quirk healed your surgery wound. Shizenzi sat on her knees behind him. You're medically clear. You can leave in the morning, but take it easy for a few weeks. Eraser should be back soon. I imagine there'll be news for your mother. My mum, you're talking about her. You heard us? Osamu asked. Yeah, sort of. I was in and out. How long have I been here? 6 hours, Hitoshi grumbled. Do you know how worried I was for you? I've been about you. Izuku pulled Toshi into a hug. It's okay. But you won't. Toshi hugged him back carefully, but tightly. You weren't okay. I was so scared that you were going to die. Your lung was punctured, Izuku. She put that horrible thing on your head. I can't. Izuku pulled Hitoshi's face out from his shoulder and pressed their foreheads together. He ran a thumb across the scars on Hitoshi's cheeks. There was a strange sort of intimacy in sharing these kinds of scars. Hitoshi closed his eyes and hugged Izuku again. I know. Izuku kissed Hitoshi's forehead. I know. Izuku, we need to talk. Osamu interrupted the intimate moment, but it was necessary. Can we do it over a meal, Samu? I'm starving. Sure thing, kid. Come on. It took a few minutes to get Izuku on his feet. Once he was, Shizenji-san rewrapped his ribs tightly and put a couple of bandages on the mask where the muzzle on the marks the muzzle had left on his face. They'd be scarred, but not too badly. Osamu took one arm and Hitoshi took the other, and they led Izuku out of the main room and into the main area of the apartment and sat him down at a low table with a big cushion. God, that felt amazing. I'll get you some dinner. The older woman left for the kitchen, which put Izuku between Hitoshi and Osamu. What happened, kid? Izuku sighed. He rubbed at his sore rib cage. I got home and my mother grabbed the acceptance letter before I could say anything. She accused me of lying, cheating, and forging the letter. I tried to argue, for once, just for once. It didn't work. I don't know. It's all a blur. I feel like it all happened at once. It's alright, you don't need to go back. You don't need to go into details, but there's no way you're going back to that house. If I knew your mother was a foxglove, but I didn't know how bad it was. I'm sorry, Izuku. I'm sorry I didn't see this. Izuku brushed a hand across the bands of Osamu's wrist, a comforting gesture between the mentor and mentee. I kept it a secret. It wasn't your job to... Yes, it was, Izuku. The older man cut him off with a frustrated tone. It's my job to keep you safe. It's my job to make sure you make it through this shitty fucking life, and fuck, I fucked it up. I fucked it up again. No, Izuku pressed his fingers on the red band on Osamu's wrist. This is not what was going to happen to me. This is not what's going to happen to me. I won't be another statistics. There we go. I will not have another red fucking band on someone else's wrist. I won't. So get that out your head. Got it? His mentor's shoulders relaxed. He took Izuku's hand and nodded. Yeah, thanks, kid. But please do me a favor and not keep this kind of secret from me again. I want to keep you safe, and I can't do that if you hide the abuse. Izuku sighed. I know. I'm sorry. I won't hide it from you again. Hitoshi had been eerily quiet throughout the whole conversation. Izuku leaned forward to try and catch his eye. When he did, the taller teen smiled. We should talk later in private. Yeah, Hitoshi reached his hand out to brush along Izuku's cheek. We should. The door opened and they both pulled back into themselves, closing out the world in fear that they might intrude. Well, okay. The door opened and they both pulled back into themselves, closing out the world for fear it might intrude on their little slice of peace. But it wasn't an intrusion. Instead, it was Eraserhead who walked through the front door. There you are, Shuzenzi-san said, coming back into the living room with a tray. She had a big bowl of rice and several serving bowls, as well as a few bowls of meat and veggies. Come on then. I doubt you've eaten either. You know, it's really hard to tell you apart from Chio. I'm the nicer twin. Eraserhead sat down next to Hitoshi with Shinzu's... Wow, I just said the name a second ago. Next to Shuzenzi-san, with Shuzenzi-san next to Osamu. Their gracious host dished them all with some rice and let them pick what meats, veggies, and sauces they wanted. She was a great cook. Izuku couldn't remember the last time he had a home-cooked meal that he hadn't butchered himself. He was a miserable cook, but once he was old enough to lift a pan, Inko refused to cook for him. Midoriya. The hero interrupted their meal as they were about halfway through. Your mother was arrested on child abuse and attempted murder charges. Oh, how does one react to that? Honestly, he didn't believe he would stick. After all, he was quirkless. They let her go in the morning, so he shrugged and continued eating. I'm sure there's a shock factor to this, but it's not shock eraser. Osamu set his bowl down, chopsticks politely placed on the holder next to him. I'm sorry, but neither Izuku or myself would believe any reason for the police to keep Inko Midoriya in jail for crimes against a quirkless person, especially not when it's her own son. Most of the country views it as her right to punish her child any way she wishes, especially because of his quirk status. That's barbaric, Eraserhead grumbled. As true as it may be, it's our existence. That's why the community members the community members are the young amongst us. We try to protect them. It doesn't always work. Izuku's phone buzzed in his pocket. He took it out just to check. Several missed calls, a dozen messages, and an incoming call from Nami. She wouldn't be calling him in this state unless Osamu wasn't answering. Maybe his phone was off. Nami? He stood up to answer, limping towards the other room. Wasn't she here earlier? A wail that echoed from the other end of the line brought him to his knees before he could even get past the living room door. Osamu was there at his side within seconds. The woman was speaking nonsense, sobbing into the phone as she tried to explain what happened. Izuku couldn't understand. He held out the phone to Osamu. Who? Was all Izuku asked, all that he could force out his throat. Nami, slow down. The elder stood up, letting Izuku cling to his leg as he tried to calm their friend down. Nami, please listen to me. Take in 5 breaths. You know how this goes. Please, I need you to focus. He paused, letting her speak. The way that his face cracked when Izuku told Izuku all he needed to know. One of their own was dead. One of the Quirkless people within their city in their dwindling community was gone. Izuku grabbed Osamu's shirt, begging on his knees for information, anything. I'll be there in 15 minutes. Do not move. Do you understand? He hung up the phone a moment later and crouched down beside Izuku and handed back his phone. No, please. Izuku balled his fist into the man's shirt. Please tell me it wasn't Emi. Izuku screamed. He couldn't hold it back. The shattered cry that croaked out of his lungs burnt his still healing ribs, but he ignored the pain. Emi, their most vulnerable after losing her own mentee mere months ago. Why was she alone? Who had left her alone? They all watched over the elders when a mentee was lost. They always watched over the elders when a mentee was lost. Izuku shook his head, banged his fist on Osamu's chest. He didn't want to believe it. Hitoshi. The teen came over and wrapped Izuku in his arms, pulling him away from Osamu. The older man kissed the top of Izuku's head in his usual fatherly manner. I'll be back. Stay with him. When Hitoshi nodded, Osamu quickly took his chin roughly above Izuku. Do not leave him alone. Am I understood? Yes, sir. Izuku felt his body go into shutdown mode. He had tried to be strong for Emi, for Nami. They were best friends. They were sisters in grief and sorrow. They'd known each other since they were children. They grew up together. Nami had probably left Emi's side to help Osamu save Izuku. God, this was awful. Izuku? Don't. He ripped his arms from Hitoshi's hands and got up so he could pace, hugging his arms to his aching rib cage. I can't breathe. Fuck, I can't breathe. Emi. She just lost her mentee 3 months ago, 2 weeks before I met you, Asami. She was 6, a 6-year-old. She had swallowed a bottle of pills. Her mother... Izuku choked back a sob. Her mother told her she shouldn't have been born, and she... His body turned so fast that it startled the 2 adults in the room. Izuku marched over to erase the head, shoving a palm against his chest. The hero barely batted an eye at the action, but didn't stop Izuku either. This is our reality. Don't you get it now? We live half a life on some horrible razor's edge between being tolerated and being despised. You thought shit got better? You thought just because you didn't see the discrimination that it wasn't there? You're thorn just like the rest of them. Izuku. No, Shizenzi. He deserves to hear it. I don't care if he arrested my mother. I don't care because he doesn't understand. Izuku, that's not fair. You don't know. Neither did you, Toshi. Izuku pulled himself up again and stumbled back towards the bedroom where he could just lay down and forget this damn day ever happened. But you decided to learn. You learned, you earned your bans. You chose to understand us. Aizawa is just a hero on a power trip because he saw someone weak and thought he could save. Well, here's your lesson today, Aizawa. I don't need you to save me. Chapter 4. The slamming door rattled Shota's cold heart in a way he didn't think was possible. Hitoshi ran after Izuku. He could hear them arguing quietly a moment later in the next room, but he couldn't make out the words. So, that left Shota with Chio's sister and a latent conscience. Why did he feel guilty? Because Izuku was right. He had seen a child in danger, in what he thought was need, and he put his damn boot into the problem. That is to say, Inko's back. Damn boot into the problem. That is to say, Inko's back. While he would never feel guilty, he would never feel bad about arresting an abuser, he still felt guilty about for overwhelming the boys after their exams. And now he felt guilty for assuming he could just hand the woman off to the police and everything would be fine. What a naive fool he was. He'll come around. What? Shota cleared his throat. What? Emmy was one of the elders in the community. She was in her early 30s, I think. Shizenzi-san was drinking sake from a small shallow dish, as was tradition, but she had several before speaking again. How did you hold all that liquor? It's horrible to lose one of the youngest, it's earth-shattering when an elder passes for them. As I'm sure you gathered, they have a mentoring program. The older ones protect the younger ones. As Osami said, Izuku is like a son to him. It's not a metaphor. Today, Izuku lost one of his mothers, and one of the few women in his life who showed him the love and kindness show him what love and kindness means. Shota bowed his head, perhaps in shame or perhaps in grief. He entirely mistook everything. Sure, he had been told the Quirkless community was tight-knit, but to explain it like that, losing a mother, Shota remembered the death of his own mother a few short years ago. It had broken something fundamental in him, and he was doubtful that would ever heal. Shota sighed. I'm sorry, what can I do? Be with him. Ask him to teach you, and mean it. Listen, observe their culture, and do not interfere unless you're asked to. You have a lot to learn, the first of which is what thorn means. Shota arched an eyebrow. That's what the kid had called him, right? As Shizenzi-san stood up, she groaned from the effort and started to clean up. Shota helped her, waiting for the answer to his unasked question. You've heard the terms people use for Quirkless people, yes? Shota nodded. Null is the most popular. Well, Thorn is like that, but for quirked people. Are you saying he called you a slur? Yes. He was saying you understood nothing about the culture and that you just trampled all over it by putting your big fat boot into the problem. The older woman sighed. Shota followed her to the kitchen and placed the empty bowls in the sink. She thanked him with a nod and continued her story. Despite the abuse Quirkless people suffer, they try not to stir the pot, because that only makes things worse. What happened to Izuku tonight? That's far beyond the usual methods. Inko must have been drinking again. That's my best guess. She's usually not that cruel. You've treated him before? Several times, but you never reported it. Of course I have. What kind of surgeon do you take me for? But those forms are for matted reporters. Those forms of matted reporters have that stupid fucking question. That question that determines their eligibility for help. It's tiny and in a corner like it doesn't matter. But if you put NA for the quirk box, they'll throw the report out. Simple as that. You can't be serious. Oh, but I am, Shota. I've personally handed in those reports, watched the office laugh in my face, and put the report in the shredder. Inca will probably be released, but not due to the police, not because the police are corrupt, but because the laws that govern this country are corrupt. If Izuku goes home, it'll likely be worse than before. After a stunt like that, he'll likely end up dead. There was still so much Shota needed to know, but what did all the bands mean? Nezu had one, but he hadn't ever mentioned or said what the bands meant. What were they going to do about Izuku's mother if she was released? He certainly couldn't let the team go back home to that kind of horrible environment. One thing at a time. Shota shook his head. What do the bracelets mean? Ask Izuku. He'll probably not tell you everything, though. He won't tell you everything, though. Not at first. She lifts her sleeve, revealing a bright grey band ring on her wrist. This one means that I can help. I'm a supporter, a safe person. Ask him the other colours. Shota bowed and turned to leave, only for Shuzenzi-san to grab his arm and stop him. If he doesn't mention the orange, don't ask. That one's hard for him to talk about. Okay. For the second time, he stopped before leaving. Thank you, Keiko. Izuku finally just completely shut down. He couldn't keep arguing with Hitoshi over how he treated their new teacher. Sure, it might have been wrong to call him a slur or shove him, but Izuku didn't care. He was so fucking tired. He was tired of losing friends. He was tired of wasted life. He was angry at the world for what they did to Quirkless people. He was angry at his mother for what she did to him. He was angry at Hitoshi for not understanding his anger. It was so fucking stupid. It all came to a head with those damn acceptance letters. And his mind had just gone off the rails somehow. So, instead of exhausting himself with the argument, Izuku sat on his futon, staring out of the window at the night sky, trying to remember the words that stupid lullaby his mother would sing to him when he was little, when life wasn't ruined, when his friends weren't dead. Hitoshi was leaning on the wall next to the door, keeping his eyes on the ceiling with his arms crossed. He was a guard dog, like Osamu wanted him to be. Izuku knew it's what he needed, but certainly not what he wanted. Lavender blue, dilly dilly, lavender green. I'm shit at singing, so just a warning. The words just came to him. And so did the tears. But his chest wasn't aching, and he wasn't choking back sobs. He just cried. Hitoshi looked down from the ceiling, confusion written on his face. When I am queen, dilly dilly, you shall be king. Izuku wiped his hand across his face and sucked in a breath. Who told you so, dilly dilly, who told you so? 'Twas mine only heart, dilly dilly, that told me. I probably should put a trigger warning for how shit that singing is, so yeah, sorry. Slowly, almost as if he might scare a frail dog, Hitoshi moved across the room to where Izuku sat, and wrapped around him like a blanket, a question mark. Izuku didn't stop singing. Lavender green, dilly dilly, lavender's blue. If you love me, dilly dilly, I will love you. The door slid open, but Izuku ignored it. Let the birds sing, dilly dilly, let the lambs play, we shall be saved, dilly dilly, out of harm's way. Shota sat down across from them, At first he didn't speak. He let Izuku finish the lullaby and burrow his face into Hitoshi's arms for a while. Shusenji-san didn't follow Aizawa into the room, so Izuku assumed he wasn't going to get poked or prodded again for the night. Hitoshi snuzzed into his neck, silently asking him... Hitoshi nuzzled into his neck, silently asking if he wanted to speak. Izuku shrugged. He really didn't want to speak, so Aizawa did it for them. Izuku. The teacher did something Izuku had not expected. He bowed, forehead to the ground. He bowed himself in half. I apologize for my ignorance. I would like to learn if you would like to teach me. If you would teach me. He sat up again with guilty eyes. I should have listened to Shusenji-san. I only made things worse. You want to learn? Izuku shrugged Hitoshi's arms off halfway. You want to learn my culture so you don't fuck it up again? Izuku, Hitoshi sighed. Right, sorry, I'm not in the right headspace. He rubbed his tired eyes. You really want to learn? Yes. Okay, first lesson. When one of us dies, we hold vigil. Emmy had a family that supported her, so there may be a funeral, which is rare. Funerals are rare? Aizawa asked. Izuku tilted his head back. Hitoshi kissed his forehead. Most funeral homes don't want to touch the body of a quirkless person. They're usually quickly cremated. Often their remains are left on a shelf unclaimed. We try to claim as many of them as we can, but not all funeral homes are willing to release the remains to non-family. Some don't care because of their former quirk status. Aizawa sighed. Okay, would I be able to observe? Izuku and Hitoshi exchanged a look. Izuku was concerned that their new teacher wasn't getting it, but maybe he was. Maybe he was actually trying to get it, and trying to put himself out there in order to understand. Okay, you can observe, but you stay by my side and don't speak. Understood? And Aizawa nodded. 2 days later, Izuku was standing in the rain on the same rooftop where they held Asami's vigil. But this time it was Emi's photo on the altar. May was still out of town, but Hitoshi was by his side, holding an umbrella over their heads as he leaned over Izuku's shoulder. Their teacher, Shoto Aizawa, was standing behind them with his own umbrella, silent as the grave. They took turns telling stories about Emi. There had been so few stories about Asami, but now everyone had a story to tell for Emi's vigil. Izuku couldn't bring himself to speak. Despite Asami's reassurances, he still believed it was his fault for having taken Nami away away from her charge. He knew it wasn't fair to blame himself, but once that thought entered his mind, he just couldn't get it to leave. Asami finally took in front of the small crowd and cleared his throat. Thank you everyone, especially for those lovely stories. We're here to celebrate the life of Emi Osakai. She was a mentor, mother, and sister to all of us. He took a moment to gather himself before continuing. Today, we mourn her transition from a lily to an orchid. It's not a graduation we want to see of any of our members, but we all know it's often unavoidable. Asami motioned to Nami, who stood up with a handful of red bands. Izuku felt his jaw quake and his eyes and throat burn. He refused to cry again. He wanted to be strong. Nami had forgotten her umbrella and walked through the rain, passing out red bands to each of the community members present. When she got to Izuku, she handed him the last bracelet. She clutched his hands and slipped the band over his wrist. You can't blame yourself, Izuku, she whispered. She left him with the band, which he turned over and over again he turned over and over against his thumb. He needed to get it shortened, or maybe he'll leave this one big, just for Emmy. Her name was engraved on the outside, just like the other red and blue bands everyone wore. This was the first time in some years that a red band has been handed out to everyone upon the death of a member. Emmy was a long-standing elder in our community. She loved all of you, all of us. She was loved in return. She was loved well in return. Osami slipped his red band around his wrist and one more to the large row of red bands along his arm. The elder usually wore them under his sleeve most of the time, but today almost everyone had worn their bands openly. Stay as long as you want. I'll take sunrise shift. What does that mean? Hitoshi whispered beside him. He'll stay till sunrise. He'll sit to sunrise as a way to send her spirit off with the night. He stays with her until she's ready to leave us. Izuku tilted his head to the sky while brushing a hand through Hitoshi's hair. He could feel the warm tears on his shoulder, but he ignored them. Hitoshi might not have known Emmy as well as Izuku had, but grief was grief in the end. As time passed, the crowd dissipated, leaving only a few people on the roof after a couple of hours. Again, it was nearing midnight before Izuku felt ready to move. He pulled himself from Hitoshi gently and said that he needed to have a word with Osamu, who was sitting at the altar. Izuku brushed his wet curls back, not minding the rain ruining his hair or his suit. He really needed to get this damn thing dry cleaned, but he hadn't been able to since he hadn't been able to really since last thing since he he hadn't been able to really look at the thing in the last 3 months since last vigil. Today he managed to wash and dry it himself and make it look at least somewhat presentable. It had taken a lot of coordination and to sneak into his mother's apartment, but she was still being questioned by the police, so that made life a touch easier. There was no news yet if she was fully charged or released. Osamu, Izuku. Their hands clasped for a moment. Shuzenzi said I'm welcome to stay with her. Shuzenzi said I'm welcome to stay with her, but it just doesn't feel right. Hitoshi's foster parents have agreed to let me stay for a few days. I'll figure it out from there. You're always welcome in my place. You know that. Izuku smiled. I know, but you have your own worries. I spoke to Principal Nezu yesterday. They've awarded me with a full scholarship and a month grace period. When school starts, I'll be taken care of. It's only until summer break ends in a couple of months. Then I'll be taken care of. Good. Just call me when you need me, or hell, even when you want to, even when you don't, just call. He knew what his mentor was trying to say. He was worried, and he wanted Izuku to know that he had someone supporting him. I will. Give Emmy my love, yeah? He squeezed Izuku's hands once more and let him go so he could walk back to Hitoshi and Aizawa. Ready to go? Izuku turned to Hitoshi. Aizawa followed, still silent. It wasn't until they got a few blocks away to the train station that he finally spoke. How often do we die? Aizawa shook his head. I mean, how often do you have vigils? Same thing, Sensei. Aizawa sighed at his words. Izuku shrugged. Every 3 months or so. We're losing them younger and younger. It's just getting worse for them. I thought if I could be a hero, I could prove society wrong, and that maybe that would help, but I'm not so sure anymore. You can prove them wrong, Izuku. Hitoshi nudged his shoulders with a small grin. Yeah, I'm gonna try. I'm not giving up. I earned my place in UA. You did, and I plan to see you become the best damn hero this country's ever seen, kid. Aizawa ruffled his curls gently. This time, Izuku didn't flinch. That was progress, right? Come on, problem child. Again. I can't. Shoto loosened his fighting stance. Izuku was on the gym mats, heaving oxygen into his lungs. The kid was strong and well-trained, but he struggled with confidence. He also had a serious problem with shying away from incoming hits. Shoto was doing the best he can to change that, but it was difficult not to feel guilty every time the kid flinched or put his hands up to cover his face. Kid, come on your feet. I'm exhausted, Shoto. I know, it doesn't matter. Come on, up. Izuku groaned loudly as he rolled himself to his stomach, then onto his feet. He was barely standing straight, but Shoto knew he was close. He was so close to making a breakthrough. They'd been working together for 6 weeks during the summer break. Hitoshi joined them on the weekends, but took care of his foster siblings during the weekdays. Mei was doing her own training, but Shoto had met her a few times. Wild child she was. Majima was going to have a rough time taming that lion. After their fighting sessions, Izuku would drill Shoto on Quirkless culture and statistics. He's been teaching the old hero a little for every few days. And Shoto was getting more involved in their causes. He even wore a pin to match Hitoshi's now, right on the edge of his shirt collar. He'd become friends with Osamu over their shared interests of their charge, Izuku. Izuku was currently couch serving between Hitoshi and Osamu's houses before the year started. The dorms weren't ready yet, or Nezu would have offered that, and Aizawa was presently in the middle of moving out of his house with his husband into the half-finished teacher's dorm, or he'd offer as well. Inka Midoriya had been cleared of all charges a mere 4 days after her arrest. Thankfully, they'd been able to get all of Izuku's belongings out of the house before she was released, and they were safely being stored at UA till he could move in. The kid didn't own much, which worried Shoto, but he didn't voice that concern. He also didn't voice the horror of the kid's mother having absolutely no care in the world that her son just up and vanished from her apartment after she nearly killed him. Right now, his main focus was preparing the kid for UA. He had been able to spar with Shoto in terms of fight. He had been on par with Shoto in terms of fighting skill. He had to be on par with Shoto in terms of fighting skill, or he'll never make it as a hero. These kids would chew him up and spit him out for fun. Shoto knew that. It wouldn't be bullying, they'd just be using their quirks like they'd been taught. And Izuku had been ready for that. The class rosters weren't out yet, but Shoto knew Izuku and Hitoshi were his students, and they both would need a lot of work. Hitoshi might have a quirk, but it was similar to Shoto's in the sense that it functioned more like an aid to his fighting skill rather than a weapon himself. Recentering himself, he raised his fists. Alright, fine, do your worst, Izuku finally grumbled. You asked for it. They clashed. Shoto dove at him, with about 3/4 of his strength and speed. Izuku kept up despite his exhaustion, but he still blocked every hit. He wasn't fighting. He was protecting himself. Shoto threw a punch to his face, and Izuku blocked with crossed arms. If he snapped out a roundhouse kick, the kid would bare his arms by his shoulder. He had skill, but he was too scared to hit back. Hit me, Shoto roared. I can't. Shoto didn't stop his barrage. He threw punch after kick after punch, forcing Izuku to circle around the mats as he continuously backed away in an effort to protect his body. Stop fighting. Run me. You're not engaging. I can't get a break. Look for an opening. What did you say? Look for an opening. What did you say to me? Look for the kink in the armor? Look at my weakness. Schroeder knew his own weaknesses. That's how he protected them. He wasn't like every other hero who paraded along around thinking they were invincible. That was illogical. He knew his weaknesses, and he did everything in his power to guard them, keep them secret. But Izuku knew that. He knew Schroeder's weak points. Hell, he had shown Schroeder those terrifying notebooks. Take me down. I know you know how. He never stopped goading his student, making him angry. If he didn't rise to some kind of prodding, he'd never push past the damn blockage. Schroeder was well aware of his brutal way to try to get the kid to fight, but he didn't know any other way. Izuku was a defensive fighter, but to be a hero, he was going to have to find his offensive drive. Izuku covered his face, cowering from the blows that Schroeder never stopped throwing. He was backing into the wall, but Schroeder didn't stop. He was exhausted. He was exhausting himself, but he knew better than to go too far, but they were so damn close. Just as he was about to throw one more kick, he spun on his bad leg. The leg he broke during high school, trying to save his best friend from a collapsing building. Izuku's whole body posture shifted like he had seen something. He must have, because a moment later, Schroeder was on the ground in a grapple, his badly twisted leg at the wrong angle and aching painfully. Ah, shit! Izuku gasped. Schroeder tapped the mats, and Izuku released him. Did I? Yeah, you won, kid. Schroeder flopped onto the mats, sweaty and breathless. You finally won. I did that. Yeah. Your left leg is weaker than your right. You compensate really well but when you're turning, it tilts a little more than it should. It skews your balance. I know. Schroeder reached out to pat Izuku's cheek with a grin. It's hard trying to hide it when I'm tired. Ugh, I'm gonna have to ice it later. You got me good. But that was a breakthrough. Schroeder pulled himself up into a sitting position and knocked the back of his knuckles on Izuku's forehead. You've been stuck in defensive mode for too long. Your body didn't know how to do anything but protect itself. But when you become a hero, you have to protect everyone else. I saw that in the entrance exam. I know you have it in you. You just had to beat it out of me? Izuku rolled his eyes. Schroeder laughed. Yeah, well, sometimes we have to untrain our bodies the same way we train them. It sucks, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry I was rough on you the past few weeks, but I needed you to be ready to do more than just cover your organs when one of those kids throws a punch, or hell, a quirk at you. Right. Izuku stared down at his hands for a moment. Schroeder wondered what had made them so crooked and scared and scarred. He never asked, though. Thanks. Well, that's enough for today. We can pick this up tomorrow. Oh, May's coming back tonight. She wanted to join us for sparring tomorrow. Is that okay? I'll make sure we use the explosive-proof gym. Izuku laughed. Oh, come on, she's not that bad. Majima hasn't even met her yet, and he's already having Cementos build a bulletproof and explosion-proof lab. In the labs. The girl has a record, Izuku. Once again, his charge laughed. Schroeder was so blessed to hear it. The introduction had been so rocky, but now he was more than happy to hear Izuku laughing instead of crying. That first week, the vigil he attended was all burned into his mind. He never forgot what it took for Izuku to get where he was, nor how easy it would be for him to end up as a photo on that altar. Okay, she's a little dangerous. Schroeder glared at his student. Okay, fine. She's a lot dangerous. We're all very lucky she's on our side. Yeah, we're also lucky you didn't end up burning the world down. As he got up, he poked a thumb at Izuku's forehead. The kid swatted his hand away. This brain's more scarier than Nezu's. Almost scarier than Nezu's, actually. When it comes to quirk, I don't think I've ever met someone as intelligent as you. That's bullshit. Don't give me a big ego. Why not? Shota helped Izuku to his feet. You deserve to have a bit of an ego. You literally just assessed my previously damaged leg in the blink of an eye while we were fighting, without ever knowing it beforehand. That's an incredibly rare skill, and it's one that win you most of your fights. Don't rely on it alone, but use it to your advantage. Right. Izuku walked off to grab their water bottles. Shota's was tossed to him. God, he needed it. He chugged the whole thing in one long succession of gulps. Oh. Shota grabbed his capture weapon from the bench by the door. 6 weeks and I keep forgetting to ask. Have you and Hitoshi trained his quirk together? Oh, yeah, we came up with a few combination moves. I'm more physical than he is, so we tried using that to our advantage. Smart. When he joins on this weekend, I want to see what you two have put together, if we have the time. Sure. Alright, kid. Go meet Ectoplasm by the gates. He's taking you home today. Thank you. Thanks for the lesson, Sensei. Much to Izuku's displeasure, Yue, mostly Shota, refused to let him walk to and from wherever he was staying alone. Not since Inko had been released, anyway. There was no way of her knowing where he was staying at, but she knew that he was going to be a UA student, even if she had believed it was a lie at first, so Shota was taking precautions. The whole staff was more than willing to help, despite not knowing the whole story. So they took turns picking Izuku up and dropping him off. As Izuku trotted out of the gym, he waved his left hand, which rattled the metal bands around his wrists. Shota knew the meaning of all those colours now. He'd been there when Izuku received his second red band when Emi died. Shota hadn't never met the woman, but everyone had spoken so highly of her. He couldn't help but silently wish her peace. He was well aware that it was now at least partially his responsibility to take care of Izuku and see that he makes it to adulthood and become a great hero. He worried, of course. He likely wouldn't stop worrying until Izuku was fully capable of defending himself without freezing up. Today was a good start, but that was the first time in 6 weeks he'd actually taken the offensive and put Shota down instead of just protecting his body and running away. Still, progress was progress, and Shota would be happy for that. Nezu's office was noisy when he arrived back at the school building. He was all sticky with sweat and needed ready for a damn shower and a nap. But he needed to talk to Nezu about the coming class rosters. They were still trying to place a few students between class A and B. As he closed in, he caught Nezu's voice with tight frustration, along with a voice he didn't expect. All Might. Shota, good timing. Uh-oh. That teeth-grinding tone was only reserved when Nezu was trying not to rip someone's vocal cords out of their throat with his teeth. Shota shut the door to the Chimera's office behind himself and walked up to the two older heroes with his hand tucked in his pockets. All Might, Nezu, All Might. To what do I owe the honor, number one? Eraserhead, it's good to see you. I was just discussing this coming term with Nezu. Why is that exactly? Wrong voice. Why is that exactly? He placed himself between Nezu behind his desk. This private schooling establishment has nothing to do with you or the HPSC. Well, that's where you're wrong. Shota's right eye twitched as he let the older hero explain. The Hero Commission has assigned me to mentor and teach its youth freshman students. No. Shota cut him off. Excuse me? I said no. The only way you'll teach my students anything is if I'm long dead, buried, and exorcised. Nezu, this is highly inappropriate. Actually, it's not. The Chimera was sipping on his teacup like he didn't have a moment ago. Because as I was saying, I won't allow you to be teaching our students. I don't care what the Commission has to say about it. This school is a private institute, not funded by the government, meaning they have zero control over who gets to teach our young hero hopefuls. All Might sighed. He looked half defeated for only a second before he pulled out some formal letterhead document from his pocket and handed it over to Nezu. Shota read it over the Chimera's shoulders. As he did, rage boiled inside his chest. The Commission were threatening to shut the school down under obviously bullshit means if they refused. Clearly, they knew what Nezu would say and they had been prepared for the outcome. What the fuck? Shota turned to the windows and paced around the room. Do they really think we're just going to go belly up when they threaten to shut the school down? UA is the foremost hero school in the country. On top of that, do they really want to sell Nezu? I accept. Excuse me? Shota blacked at Nezu. The Chimera simply placed the letterhead down. Shota could see the storm behind those beady eyes. Nezu was ready to burn down the Commission. Shota took a step back. Toshinori-san. Shota backed up further. I'm only going to say this once, so please listen well. The giant hero did not look worried at all from Nezu's tone. Shota was well aware that this was out of stupidity, not bravery. At this point, Shota was against the wall. I will accept you mentoring us, the hero students, but you will not be teaching. You are not a licensed teacher. You have not been trained as a teacher, nor do you hold any education degrees like every single one of the licensed teachers on the school's payroll. If you, by some obscene lack of intelligence, decide to try to teach, I will, in no certain terms, make a slaughterhouse of your reputation, and whatever minuscule legacy you may leave behind. Nezu leaned forward, both paws on his desk. Am I understood? Where Shota a weaker man, he would have fainted. All Might was, to his baffling credit, didn't even blink. Again, Shota was reminded of the man's single-digit IQ. I'll do my job as the number one hero to make fine young heroes out of the incoming class. The hero's phone rang just as he left, and he just left without saying goodbye or being dismissed. Shota didn't leave the wall just yet. He waited until the heaviness in the room thinned out to just a few inches before approaching the former teacher, now boss. So, that man will not last here long. I'll make damn sure of that, Nezu growled. Nezu had never believed anything so completely in his life before. Chapter 5. Izuku rolled his sore shoulders as he kicked the door shut. Hitoshi's house was quiet, eerily so. That was weird. Hitoshi had 2 younger siblings, all 3 of them foster kids, and their foster parents. Usually on weekdays, Hitoshi's parents worked until about 7, and Toshi took care of the 2 younger siblings until they got home so he could do his own prep work done for the coming high school semester. Since it was summer, the younger siblings' elementary schools were out, so Toshi took care of them. Toshi? Izuku called out into the silent house. Hey! Hitoshi popped his head out of the kitchen with a bright grin. The tension building at the base of his neck snapped, relief washing over the high alert that had started in the back of his mind. Everything alright, Zu? Yeah, sorry, the house was quiet. I just got done training. I think I'm still tense. Shota said I had a breakthrough today. He used air quotes as he tossed his gym bag into the closet and swapped into house slippers. Yeesh. I hope I didn't miss anything too important. We're sparring with May tomorrow, right? Yup. Hopefully she won't use any of her exploding babies on me. I'll make sure to have the medkit ready. Hitoshi chuckled. Anyway, come into the kitchen. I made dinner. You can cook? Izuku had never once seen his insomniac best friend pick up a frying pan, let alone a cookbook. But the moment he walked into the kitchen, the rich smell of fried chicken hit him full force in the face. The perfect blend of spices, that richly sweet fried scent. You know, if I wasn't falling for you before, I think you might have just pulled me over the edge. Yeah? Hitoshi grabbed the front of his sweaty t-shirt and pulled Izuku into the kitchen. Maybe you should reward me for all my hard work by diving off that cliff. We'll see. I gotta taste that chicken first. Hey, wait, where are your parents? And your sisters? My folks took them to a movie and a dinner. They know we've both been working hard, so I asked for a night off. What I heard is that you finally found the bravery to make a real date night for us. You know, same thing. Hitoshi was blushing. Izuku leaned over and kissed his temple. I love it. Thank you. It smells amazing. Good. I made fried chicken, obviously, fried rice, and roasted veggies with a sweet glaze. Toshi, babe, I don't deserve this kind of pampering. Hitoshi shoved him down towards the table, forcing Izuku to sit down. Izuku held up his hands, surrendering into the chair and letting the older teen plate their dinner as they spoke. I thought, maybe it was time to make things official. If you want to. He was staring at the plate, too shy to look at Izuku while speaking. Izuku leaned on his hand, elbow on the table. They had been dancing around each other for months at this point. Izuku might still call Toshi his best friend, but they both knew it was more than that. He knew it was more than that. They both did. They held each other through panic attacks, through Izuku's near-death experience. They kissed and hugged far more intimately than friends did. At this point, the hesitancy was on Izuku's end. He knew that. The hardest thing for Izuku was to accept love. It was harder to believe that someone loved him than it was to believe that UI had accepted him as a student. But it wasn't just that. Izuku feared that by loving him, Toshi would become a target and that of the hate and the vigil that followed Izuku. Virtual. The hate that followed Izuku. He feared that Toshi would be bullied, slandered, and mocked. He couldn't bear the thought of someone he loved being another color, becoming another color, another flower for them to cry over. Hitoshi sat down from across from him at the dining room table, setting their plates down and offering a hand for Izuku to take. Izuku took it and squeezed. Hitoshi ran his thumb across the metal bands glittering in the dim kitchen light. I do understand, you know. Izuku blinked a few times, bringing himself out of his thoughts. I understand why you're afraid. You're scared you'll lose me. You're scared to lose me. Yes, Izuku played with his food, chopsticks in his right hand, while holding Toshi's hand with his left. That's part of it, but the other part, Toshi, I don't want you being abused for loving a quirkless person. Izuku, I don't care what society has to say. I'm not worried about what they'll say, Toshi. I'm scared of what they'll do. Hitoshi sighed. Both of them went silent and ate. The meal was amazing. Izuku wished he hadn't ruined it by bringing society into the mix. Eventually, the quiet was too unbearable and awkward. Izuku set down his chopsticks and shook his head. I'm sorry, Toshi. I'm sorry, Hitoshi. I just don't want you to be a target. Izuku, stop. Just... The purple hair stood up and brushed his hands through his long hair. When they met 6 months ago, his hair was short enough to stand over his head in wild waves. Now, it tumbled down his shoulders into a lavender waterfall. If you think for a single second I don't have every intention of one day proudly wearing a green band on my wrist, you're an idiot. Izuku opened his mouth to argue, and yet nothing came out. Green band. A green band was given to someone when they married a quirkless person. They were viewed as a secondary wedding band and only given as a gift during the vows. In Izuku's lifetime, he had only met one mixed quirk status couple in recent years. It wasn't uncommon in the elderly community because quirk statuses weren't as important 60 years ago. Toshi, he didn't give a response. Sorry. I'm not asking you to marry me. We're ways off that. I just want you to know that I'm serious. I'm taking this seriously. I want both of us to get there someday. If that's what we both want. But you're scared. You're scared I can't take it. No. Izuku stood up and followed Hitoshi across the kitchen as he paced, taking his hands. No, I don't think you're weak. I don't think you can't take it. You need to understand that I haven't told you the worst of it. What you saw my mother do to me, that was tame. It was only a couple of beer bottles. Izuku took an unsteady breath. Hate crimes and murder and rape, and if anyone knew you were with a quirkless person outside of our little pocket of supporters, there would be worse things than being stabbed to death, Toshi. That's what I'm scared of. Hitoshi cupped his face, pressing their faces together from their forehead to their lips, but it wasn't yet a kiss. Somehow, this was more intimate than kissing. Their scars lined up, just beneath their eyes. Izuku nuzzled his face into Hitoshi's with a soft whine. Izuku, please, listen to me, please. Izuku nodded slightly. If I ran away just because loving you was too hard, it wouldn't be love. Izuku choked out something halfway between a sob and a laugh. Hitoshi finally pressed their lips together and kissed him. Hands still cupping his chin, Izuku ignored the hot tears burning down his face and wrapped his arms around Hitoshi. I love you, my beautiful lily, Hitoshi whispered between their lips. My handsome daisy, Izuku whispered back. Thank you. Izuku peppered kisses across Hitoshi's face, much to his partner's giggling pleasure. Thank you for just loving me. Hitoshi nudged his face and kissed the corner of his mouth. Izuku tucked his hands up around Hitoshi's arms until both their fingers became intertwined beside their faces, the metal bands clattering against each other. Their bodies swayed to some unheard music and on some unseen dance floor. Izuku felt his eyes dropping. It wasn't just the exhaustion. Hitoshi was pecking little kisses along Izuku's face, moving down to his chin where his kisses became nips, all teeth and tongue. Izuku's head fell backwards and a soundless moan drawing his mouth open. Tell me when to stop, Hitoshi begged, his mouth still moving down. Izuku clutched their hands tighter, leaving Hitoshi's arms stretched upwards as his mouth kissed down Izuku's collarbone and tugged at his shirt. Izuku's brain short-circuited when Hitoshi got to his stomach. He sat back, gasping for air and shaking his head. Stop. Hey, it's alright. Hitoshi dropped his hands and sat back, knowing Izuku would need a moment of space. I'm sorry. Nothing to be sorry about, Zu. I know. Hitoshi does know. He knows about all the dark secrets Izuku didn't tell people about what he endured. A lot of it was left out, but the things that Hitoshi needed to understand were important. Izuku made it clear that he still struggled with intimate touch outside of his hands and face. Hitoshi was accepting of Izuku's limits. That's why he asked him to be told when to stop, as it wasn't always easy to define his limitations. Izuku just got lost in a moment. He loved Hitoshi, but there was still things that he couldn't do without feeling It didn't work. It just didn't work. Izuku's brain would reel and his skin would crawl. Some parts of him was thrown back to the night of the Sludge villain, where the Sludge villain attacked him. The other part of hearing his father's words in his ears and his hands over his body. He took a few deep breaths. I'm fine. I'm sorry. It's okay if you aren't, Izuku. I need a shower. Can we cuddle and get some rest? I'm exhausted. Of course. Izuku stretched himself out on the gym mats while Hitoshi tossed their gym bags into the corner. Saturday was the first time this week Hitoshi got to train, and he already looked ready to collapse. May was going to join them later and the next day as well. Izuku was not excited to get blown up by her inventions, but he also liked the challenge. Okay, before May gets here, can you show me that move you did in the entrance exam? Shota asked. Izuku tilted his head back to Hitoshi, who shrugged. Sure. Can you set the weight rack to max? Okay. Hitoshi ruffled Izuku's curls as he joined them in the center of the gym. This gym has a section devoted to hand-to-hand combat, mats for them and safety grapples, mats for them to safety grapple on, as well as several machines for weightlifting and cardio. Izuku had pointed to one of the weight machines, something for arms. He really shouldn't learn the names of gym equipment. Shota set it to the max weight, which was about double what Izuku could normally lift. Think that's too much? Toshi asked. Izuku shook his head. Alright. Izuku rolled up to his feet and hopped onto his feet and hopped over the weight bench and got into position. Shota stood by nearby and asked, So your quirk works when someone answers your questions, right? Yeah, Hitoshi took the place of spotter just in case. Izuku, I'm here. Izuku's mind blanked. His vision went going a bit blurry and foggy around the edges. Shota's words faded out around him and his mind floating away on a soft river, happily quiet and peaceful. Then the direction from Hitoshi came. Ignore your inhibitions. Lift the weights twice. Izuku followed the order without question. His body disregarded his usual limits, like it always did when Hitoshi ordered him. The cool metal of the machine, the machine arms were weighty on his hands, but it did not bother him. Once, twice, he lifted the max weight on the machine and set it back down. The second he did, the world snapped back into focus. Damn, okay, maybe I overestimated. He rubbed his sore arms. Hitoshi giggled. I asked. Yeah. Interesting. Shota poked Izuku's arms, which made the team yelp. What happens if you keep going? What do you think? I injured myself. Last time he tried, I tore my ACL. You're fine, Izuku. May's dad had a healing quirk. He was fine. A torn ACL isn't fine, Hitoshi. Shota warned. Don't overdo that skill. It's useful in certain situations, but don't hurt yourself just to win a fight. Got it? Yes, Shota. They both agreed. Saturday afternoon, Izuku was sitting on the mats in Gym Gamma with Hitoshi beside him. They were both trying hard not to laugh, while the teacher tried his best not to be brutalized by May's crazy inventions. Izuku was so glad to have his other best friend back, but damn did she scare him. May, Shota shouted. I said no explosions. No, the girl flipped some of her pink dreadlocks out of her face. You said no explosions in your face. There's a difference. Oh my god, Majima's gonna kill Nezu for accepting you. I'm gonna be the best support inventor in the history of this country. Nezu will take pride in having me at this school. May had the biggest confidence-boosted ego Izuku had ever seen. She wholeheartedly believed that she would accomplish all of her dreams, and nothing would stand in her way. Honestly, how often she was blowing up things Just about everything she put her hands on, as well as everything that stood in her way, Izuku believed her too. How long until Shoda gives up? Hitoshi mumbled beside him. I'd give him another 15 minutes. He's already going longer than both of us last were fighting her. Yeah, but he's a pro hero, Izuku shrugged. So does that count as cheating? Nah. Izuku winced as Shoda dodged another exploding firefly May unleashed. I think he should just be glad that May isn't going to be a hero. Can you imagine? Hitoshi chuckled. Honestly, we might solve some of the villain problems in this country with her on the team. You're not wrong. Oi! May stopped. Her hoverboards coming to a forks, screeching halt in midair. Shredder was currently swatting away the explosion fireflies all around him with his capture scarf. Are you two slacking off? No, we're taking notes, I swear. Izuku put one hand to his chest and another one held up like he was in a courtroom swearing on a Bible. Try not to kill our teacher. We do need him, May. He's fine. The room shook with several explosions going off. Hitoshi just about fell over and Izuku grabbed the nearest support pole to keep himself upright despite sitting down. May! Izuku shouted. Oops, might have miscalculated the blast radius on a swarm. Oh my god, she killed our teacher, Hitoshi sighed. But no, Shoda wasn't dead. The older hero came out of the plume of smoke coughing. He was covered in soot with his hair blown upwards while his quirk was active. He wasn't happy. The man put his hands on his knees and took a few hacking breaths. Tell me how I managed to get stuck training the three most dangerous children in this damn country. Izuku and Hitoshi fell into a fit of giggles and laughter. May had her hand to her mouth, trying not to laugh as she landed back on the mats and walked over to check the damage she had left on the gym. We're not that dangerous, Shoda, Hitoshi complained. Come on. Don't brush us off. May can turn a peanut into an explosive. You can brainwash the president of the Hero Commission, which isn't a terrible idea, might I add. And Izuku can literally take down the whole of Hero Society if he chooses not to, for some reason. Tell me I'm wrong. Well, Izuku scratches at his head. That may be true, but I haven't tabled the idea of using the top 5 heroes' weaknesses to bring them down to my level. But I haven't done that yet. Oh, great. Oh, we haven't tabled the idea yet? Great, that's fantastic. Shoda wiped his hands down his face to clean the soot and deactivated his quirk. Tell Nezu that and you'll never get out of detention. Am I clear? Yep. Shoda looked like he didn't believe Izuku for a second. Hitoshi put his head on Izuku's shoulder. You're gonna tell him, aren't you? He whispered. Probably someday. Izuku kissed Toshi's forehead. May, Shoda called, the fence kicking on a moment later, pulling the smoke out to reveal a girl picking up pieces of the blown up devices while mumbling to herself. May, is there any way you could possibly fight without using the explosives? Well, that's no fair. There's a kid with the explosion quirk posted on the rosters. Why should I be singled out? Izuku heard a record scratch in his brain. Explosion quirk. That couldn't be right. It couldn't be, right? It couldn't be the one person Izuku wanted to see at least in his life. His body froze with the rush of when a rush of sickly sweet burnt sugar struck his face like a brick wall. Izuku shook his head, trying to clear the memories that just swallowed him. Where did you get the rosters? He wasn't speaking loud enough to get May's attention. Those rosters weren't supposed to be posted for another week. Where did you find them? Shoda was suspicious. May came running over and hid behind Hitoshi. I may or may not have checked the class rosters on the schedules on the UA servers. You what? Shoda shouted. Izuku rubbed the heel of his hand in his right eye. He couldn't ground himself. He flinched when Hitoshi tried to take his hand. Izuku? Is it him? Who? Kachan. Hitoshi just looked confused. Izuku felt like his head was too heavy for his neck to hold. He leaned on the pole and gulped air down his throat like he was a fish out of water. The world was swimming around him, in front of him. He tried so hard to clear it. He really needed Osamu. His mentor always knew how to make the swimming stop. Hey, what's going on? Shota's voice was softer this time. I don't know. May mentioned Quirk and he just started shutting down. I think if he asked if someone named Kachan was on the roster, I think. Izuku searched for that voice. Hitoshi. He trusted that voice. Those hands. Hey, it's okay. What's going on? Hey, it's okay. I've got you. What's going on? Is it him, Sensei? Izuku's voice cracked. Is it Katsuki? Katsuki Bakugo? Shota asked. Izuku nodded. Yeah, he's on the roster for Class A. Do you know him? Again, he nodded. Shota knelt down beside him with a concerned look on his face. Slowly, Izuku's brain was getting defogged. He could see straight again, just a bit more than before. Shota took out his phone. Izuku watched him send a text. I asked Osamu to come pick you up. I think you need to talk with him. He can explain what's going on to me later, okay? Izuku just kept nodding, as if that's all he knew how to do anymore. Hitoshi held him until his mentor came to pick him up. Shota took May back to the support labs where she would be working on her pre-semester projects, likely all night. Izuku knew that dimly, but he didn't feel he could grasp a solid thought. When Osamu arrived, something finally broke the wall of disassociation, and Izuku just spilled the truth. He never referred to Katsuki by his real name before, not around his mentor. He talked about his middle school classmates. But he never used Katsuki, but he always used Katsuki's nickname because he didn't want to stir the damn pot like always. He suffered through it all just to endure the pain, just so it wouldn't get worse. Shota rubbed his eyes. Exhaustion was a constant state for him, but tonight was worse than usual. Tomorrow was the first day of the new semester. He'd get a whole new group of students and a whole new host of problems, first of which was Katsuki Bakugo. He was sitting on the office in his office on campus, in the teacher's lounge. In front of him laid several layouts of how to change the class rosters. Both Natsu and Shota wanted to expel the explosive teen before he even walked through the doors, but Izuku had refused the idea. After his talk with Osamu, they had come to Shota with their concerns. The history behind why Izuku had his disassociation at the mention of Bakugo's quirk, and a few ideas. Therapy. They didn't want Bakugo expelled. They wanted him to learn from his mistakes. Izuku didn't want to take away Bakugo's chance at becoming a real hero. Izuku's words, not Shota's. Ugh. Shota put his head in his hands. What a fucking mess. The safest bet was putting Bakugo in Class B, but they already sent out the rosters, assigned dorms, and uniforms. There was no easy way to swap one student for another between A and B, which meant Bakugo was likely stuck in Class A with Izuku. Shota did not want to put his traumatized kid in the same class, let alone the same dorm as his primary bully. Even with therapy, there was no way in hell the explosive teen reaction would be. There was no way to tell what the explosive teen's reaction would be to seeing his quirkless classmate in the same hero course. A knock drew his attention from his desk to the door, where Nezu was standing, looking just exhausted as he was. There's nothing you can do about it now, Shota. You should get some sleep. The kids will be here by 9 to move into the dorms. I won't let that boy hurt my kid. Nezu tapped the door with his claws. Sleep, Shota. Hey, wait. Schroeder stood up. Nezu turned back, waiting his questions. What was the gold band? What's your gold band mean? Izuku never mentioned gold before. Nezu smiled. I was wondering when you would ask that. But he didn't answer. The Chimera smirked and walked out without another word. Well, that was cryptic. Schroeder sighed and collapsed back onto his chair. Nezu was, unfortunately, right. There was nothing he could do right now. His plan would be to get there when all the kids moved in. This was going to end up being an introduction between a feral cat and a domesticated dog, and he wasn't sure which was which at this point. Schroeder collapsed onto the bed next to Hisashi in their new apartment in the 1A dorms, their teacher's apartment. He barely managed to get his shoes off at the door. Hisashi's hand was sinking into his head. A moment later, a groan echoing into his pillow as his face was stuffed in. Schroeder's husband laughed quietly. Everything's alright. Everything will be alright, Sho. I'll be beside you. Promise. He rolled over and wrapped his arms around Hisashi so he could stuff his face into those minty blonde locks. God, Schroeder loved the smell of that shampoo. Hisashi shifted enough to nuzzle his face into Schroeder's neck. Always. Schroeder tried to let his mind settle for the night so he could actually get some sleep. Insomnia was a cruel mistress, and Schroeder was having to fight with her this week, a very long fight. I'm worried, Zashi. The blonde cracked open an eye. About your students? Yeah. Schroeder sighed into his husband's long hair and rolled them to the side so they were facing each other. I'm scared that I'm about to hurt Izuku more than he already has. He doesn't deserve that. Schroeder. Hisashi woke up a little. You will be there to protect him. I know you learnt the hard way that interfering can cause more trouble for Quirkless people. So focus on mitigating the outcome, the fallout. If Bakugo can't be in the same class and civil, you will figure out a way to resolve it. I know it's hard to expel him for the past, but if he attacks a student, you have every right to punish him on his actions in the present. Schroeder nodded a few times. Yeah, thank you, Zashi. Get some sleep, love. Hisashi kissed his forehead. I'll try. Chapter 6. Nervous was not the right word to describe how Izuku felt on the car ride to UA. It was Sunday, move-in day. The freshmen of UA High were moving into the dorms and meeting their classmates for the first time. Izuku gripped his boyfriend's hand for dear life the whole way over. Hitoshi never once seemed bothered by this. Hitoshi's foster parents were kind-hearted and friendly. They had the grace to give Izuku his space on the way over and knew not to constantly ask if he was okay, but he did catch him looking at him a few times through the rearview mirror. They arrived early, at Schroeder's request, so they could settle in before the bulk of the students got there. Izuku wasn't exactly sure he liked that they were making exceptions for him, but he knew it was because of the possible oncoming explosion. Nezu and Schroeder had explained to them that there was very little they could do about Katsuki's past, and even if their knee-jerk reaction was to expel him before he even started, they couldn't do that without evidence. Izuku had almost freaked out when Schroeder assured him that they believed him. It was just a formality. Their middle school had wiped the records, which left them in a shitty position. On top of that, Izuku didn't want them to expel Katsuki. Izuku knew he could become a great hero. A good hero. He just needed guidance. Expelling him would only give his inferiority complex a confirmation bias, and no one needed that. Absolutely no one needed that. But if Katsuki couldn't change and his violence could not be quelled, then he would get expelled for his actions in the present. Izuku did not like his ex-friend's ability to become a hero, was based almost entirely on his interactions with Izuku and the rest of the class. He'd warned Shota that Katsuki's quirk made his attitude brash, and while yes, a lot of his problems were learned abuse, half of it was his quirk requiring his blood pressure to be high to keep his quirk high enough to keep his quirk from dropping him unconscious. The second concern on his list was his mother. Since the police didn't formally charge her, she was released. Izuku hadn't seen her in months. UA didn't have the dorms ready, and most of the teachers were in the middle of moving, meaning he couldn't be taken by them in the meantime. That's why he'd been couch surfing between Toshi's place and Osamu's. But just because his mother had been quiet didn't mean she wouldn't say that. Doesn't mean she would say that way. If Izuku was no longer her responsibility, she could live a better life. Izuku's quirklessness was a ball and chain to a quirked person. She could get whatever job she wanted without fear of social retribution now. She could make better friends and earn better pay. She wouldn't be stuck taking care of, neglecting, a teenager who would never find success in life. Well, Izuku planned to change that. He was going to prove her wrong. He just hoped she would leave him alone. The car pulled into the parking lot, but Izuku hesitated to get out. Of all his things, minus one bag, were already on campus thanks to the school helping him get his belongings before Inko was released from police custody. So they didn't need to unpack anything. Hey, Zu? Izuku turned to Hitoshi. The Thai teen lifted his hand, which Izuku was still clinging on for dear life. Oh, sorry. It's okay. Take a few deep breaths. Didn't Shota say Osamu would be there for the move-in? Izuku nodded. Yeah? Why don't we go find him? I can get my stuff, yeah? Yeah. Izuku leaned over to kiss Hitoshi's cheek. Thank you. Izuku climbed out the car and said a polite thank you to Hitoshi's foster parents. He bowed low to thank them for everything they had done for him over the summer. He could never repay that kindness, and he greatly appreciated it. They offered him hugs, and Hitoshi's mum kissed him on the cheek after saying thank you for taking care of Hitoshi. Izuku blushed. Once he grabbed his bag, Izuku jogged to the 1A dorms. They'd seen the buildings before, but they hadn't been inside them yet. The doors were open, and Izuku immediately ran to Osamu, who was talking with Shota and Hisashi. His bag hit the floor as he hugged his mentor. Hey, kid. Osamu hugged him back. How's your training been? Really good. Shota said I made a breakthrough, and I've been getting better at beating him in a fair fight. Shota reached out his hand and ruffled his curls. Don't be bummed. I couldn't beat my teachers at their best until my 3rd year. You've got time, problem child. He winked. Good to see you again, little listener. Hi, Zashi, or is it Mike Sensei now? Well, when we're in class, you should refer to us professionally, but it's fine if you call me Zashi otherwise. Izuku nodded. Osamu tapped his shoulder and motioned to Hitoshi coming in with his arms loaded. He had a backpack, a duffel bag, and a suitcase in each arm. Toshi! I got it. Stop it! Izuku dashed over to grab one of the suitcases. Where did your parents go? The babysitter called. Family emergency. They had to go pick up the girls. It's fine. We said our goodbyes. I can handle unpacking on my own. Izuku gave him a look. With your help. Izuku nodded. Hitoshi thunked their shoulders together and laughed. Well, you're both on the ground floor. Names on the door. Why don't you put your bags down? The rest of the class should be here in the next couple of hours. Have you eaten? Shota asked. Yeah, Toshi's parents made breakfast. I need coffee. Hitoshi finished. Shota rolled his eyes. I put on a pop. Go on. He jerked his head to the hallway. The dorm itself was pretty nice. A big common room with a seating area, a study area, and an open plan kitchen. Shota's apartment was off to the right wing, the dorms starting on the left, and the elevator and stairs at the center back. Behind the kitchen, Izuku grabbed Toshi's one suitcase and his own bag, and they both tridently limped towards their rooms, unbalanced by their cargo. You didn't have to bring every piece of bedding your own, Toshi. You expect me to sleep without my calico kitten plushies? I expect you not to be sleeping at all. I don't expect you to be sleeping at all. They both stopped walking at the exact same moment. That didn't come out right. Hitoshi burst into laughter. Yeah, it did. Come on. Their rooms were right next to each other, as promised. Izuku's was the closest to the front door, as requested. They were identical, which Izuku assumed was the case for all of them. A single bed, a desk, chair, dresser, closet, and a bookshelf. The rest was open space. Once upon a time, Izuku would have filled all of that empty space with hero memorabilia and merch. Now, he wasn't really sure what to do with it. His bed was already made, and his laptop and books were already shelved. Izuku's hero analysis books were currently under lock and key in Nezu's office after they were deemed a hazard to national security. They'd be dealing with that issue eventually. Izuku thought it was bullshit to lock them up, but he didn't disagree that they were dangerous. So, until they had developed an offline computer database for the journals to be filed in, with heavy encryption and coding, they would stay locked up. Izuku could keep writing them, but when he finished the book, it got turned in for Nezu to lock up with the rest. He tossed his bag on the bed and checked his laptop. He'd had his phone while staying at Toshi's, but it was usually easier to check the forums on his computer. Osamu made an official post about Izuku's UI acceptance last night, and had been flooded with messages since he woke up. The whole community was in uproar and celebrating his success. The next monthly meetup was being held at Osamu's apartment. They had planned to get a cake and everything. Izuku couldn't remember the last time they had something to celebrate that wasn't instead of mourn. A smile crept on his face. Celebration. For once, he could meet with his friends and mentors and actually celebrate a win, a success. This was huge. Izuku was the first Quirkless person to ever stand on this campus as a student. Izuku was the first step to acceptance in society. Becoming a hero wouldn't be easy. Shota had warned him. Nezu had warned him too. He would be fighting an army, but he wouldn't be alone. The battle would be gruesome, he knew that, but he was not standing against the army by himself. The last 6 months had been a huge shift in his reality, but he was happy for it all. Izuku? Hitoshi was leaning against his doorway with a lopsided grin and a hand halfway through his long purple hair. Izuku momentarily wished that it was his hand instead. Coffee? Yes, please. Izuku closed his laptop and tucked it into the case. School of Policy for Hero Students. There were too many broken electronics apparently. He could answer messages later. He was going to need caffeine first if he was going to face Katsuki today. Actually, if he had to face 18 other teenagers, he was going to need 2 cups. Can you make me your vanilla coffee? Of course, Zoo. Thank you. Izuku kissed his cheek in passing, grabbed his arm, and jerked them both towards the kitchen. Hitoshi casually ran his thumb over the rattling metal bands across Izuku's left wrist. His quiet reassurance, like always. Izuku smiled back at him. Oh, there you boys are. We were starting to worry that you got lost. I nearly got lost on the message board, Samu. That many notes? His mentor asked, and as the three of them made their way into the kitchen. I think everyone's just excited about having to be excited about. It's, well... Izuku grabbed the coffee mugs while Hitoshi got out the few ingredients for their coffee. It's just... He pressed his fingers to the loose red band around his wrist, the one with Emmy's name inscribed. It's been so long since we had anything to celebrate. Asami brushed a hand down his arm, offering a gentle squeeze over Emmy's bracelet. I think you're right. You two better not mope around today, Hitoshi declared. I'm not caffeinated enough to deal with talk of the dead. Izuku rolled his eyes and shoved the mugs across the counter to Hitoshi. Both Izuku and his mentor knew he was joking, or at least trying to distract them from their most recent loss. It worked well enough for the moment. Toshi started making his vanilla coffee, which included a dash of cinnamon. Izuku hated bitter things, so Toshi always made it with an extra spoonful of sugar. I don't think we're used to talking about anything but grief. I'll have to try harder, Hitoshi. Forgive me. At least you're speaking, Hitoshi grumbled. Actually, Toshi was right. After Emmy's death, something about Izuku's mentor had changed. It wasn't that he was better for her death, but it was almost like he realized he couldn't keep himself in a quiet corner for the rest of his life if he wished to keep as many lilies alive as he could. So, not long after the mourning period ended, Asami started opening up. Izuku was surprised, but he easily accepted it because he enjoyed Asami's conversation. A mug appeared in Izuku's hand, smelling sweet and steaming. A groan of happiness escaped his lips as he quickly sampled the taste. His eyes rolled back and he groaned again. Don't be so dramatic. It's just coffee. It's the best coffee, Toshi. Osamu laughed as he poured himself a mug of black coffee. Izuku couldn't imagine what kind of tongue it took to drink coffee without any sugar or milk. Shredder drank it black too, with only a hint of cinnamon. Toshi drank his coffee almost as sweet as Izuku did. May would drink anything as long as offered to her, as long as it had caffeine in it. Izuku didn't think she even noticed what it was half the time, and that should concern him more. Really should concern him more. How are you feeling about meeting your classmates? Asami asks, interrupting his thoughts. Izuku chugged half his mug of coffee while holding up a finger. Once he was done, he nodded, then nodded again. See, I know you asked about my classmates, but what I heard was how I was feeling about meeting my ex-best friend who brutally bullied me through my childhood. Yes, that goes without saying, hence why I'm not saying it. I'm terrified. Is that what you want to hear? I want the truth, you know that. I have only ever wanted you to be honest with yourself and me. Izuku sighed. Toshi, can you... Right. Hitoshi kissed his temple. I should speak with Shoto about training. No morbid talk while I'm gone. He pressed his cheek to Izuku's hair and whispered against his ear as they hugged. Today, you only talk about lilies and daisies. Leave the orchids in the meadows. Izuku nodded gently, sealing his promise with a little peck on Toshi's forehead. When their classmates arrived, they'd be less free with their intimacy. They'd likely be less free with their intimacy. Izuku didn't want to hide their relationship, and he assured Hitoshi of that fact. But he was still afraid for Toshi's safety. They'd tone it down, just a bit, until everyone got used to them. He set his coffee mug down once Hitoshi left, and put his hands behind himself on the counter. Izuku stared at the floor for a few moments, and Osamu was content enough to wait. "You can say it, Osamu. I won't break, you know." "I've never once believed you to be breakable. We all have cracks. You're better at seeing them than most of us." Izuku sighed. You've become a philosopher since your tongue was freed." The man grinned around the mug as he took a sip. "Perhaps I have, but am I wrong?" "No, you rarely are, so go on, say it." His mentor sighed quite deeply and took the man a moment to speak. He washed his empty cup and placed it on the drying rack and shook his head. "I think this is a bad idea." There it was, the truth. "I think this is a bad idea." There it was, the truth, just like Osamu wanted. This was the truth Izuku had been wallowing in for days. There was no way to know how today's meeting would go. Good or bad, it was still happening, and it was unavoidable now. Still, a sense of the impending doom loomed over his head. Izuku rolled his tongue around his mouth and sucked his teeth. "Yeah, we can agree on that." The sound of several voices and thunder of feet broke them out of their dark silence. Damn, he promised Hitoshi he wouldn't get morbid. Maybe he'd try harder next time. "Can you pretend to be my adoptive father for a little while?" "Sure thing, kiddo." Izuku swallowed his fizz and kicked off the counter. "Right, off to my doom then." Osamu chuckled and tucked an arm atop of his head like an armrest. "Don't be so dramatic." "It's kind of my job." Come on, hero." The kitchen wasn't in another room, but it was far enough away from the front door that they wouldn't be right in plain view when someone walked into the dorm building. As they walked out, Izuku found Hitoshi standing off to the side with Shota. His Aisha was just outside the door with a clipboard in hand, speaking to a few unknown students. He spotted a tall boy were they engines on his legs? Oh, he was related to Ingenium? Was he related to Ingenium? Izuku had analysed the speed hero and tore apart his innate inability to shift direction or make sharp turns at high speeds. There was also the rumor that to power up his engines, he would have to rip the damn things out so they would grow back bigger. That bothered Izuku, and he desperately wanted to know if it was true. There was also a girl with long black hair pulled into a ponytail at the back of her head. She looked familiar, but not being related to a hero. Izuku had done extensive research into hero civil law. It was sort of a requirement, quirkless and all. If they didn't know the law, they couldn't loophole it when necessary. That being said, he was semi-familiar with the Yaoyorozu family. They were the biggest lawyers in the city. After all, he might also have a bit of a backbone to pick with how many times Endeavor got off the hook with his crimes. Anyway, he had assumed that was their daughter. The third person walking in was a bright pink-skinned girl with pastel pink hair and horns. Izuku had no idea who she was, but he wanted to know what her quirk was. She walked in with attitude and confidence that Izuku wished she had. Uh-oh. Hitoshi waved a hand in front of his face. "We've lost him to the sky." Back to Earth, Star Child. World domination is not in today's itinerary. What? Izuku smacked Hitoshi's hand out of his face. I just want to know what her quirk is, that's all. Shredder sighed. You're not making notebooks for your new class. A notebook for your new class. No, absolutely not, Izuku agreed. He was waving the pink hair girl over. Everyone gets their own notebook. You know, you're not reassuring me that we've tabled world domination, problem child. I never agreed it was off the table. Hi, I'm Izuku. What's your quirk? Hi, I'm Mina Ashido. You can call me Mina. Oh, my quirk is acid. I can produce acid, Ovi. Oh, you are so getting a notebook. Shredder pinched the bridge of his nose. Mina, did you check in? Yes, Sensei. Go get to your room and set up. Meet back here at noon for lunch. Meet back here at noon for a class meeting over lunch. Yes, Sensei. Oh, come on. I wasn't going to rip her apart to her face. Did you forget I've read the notebooks you wrote about me? Izuku winced. Oh, right. He really ripped into Eraserhead's weaknesses in that notebook. He also made some really cool points about his quirk that Izuku hoped he took to heart and maybe used to improve himself. But yeah, he was a bit brutal to people in his notebooks. So anyway, Deku. I can't do Bakugo's voice, I'm sorry. Izuku's body flinched, full force. Fear filled his stomach, like acid eating at his meager breakfast and coffee. It took him more than a few seconds to contain that fear and remind himself that he wasn't a helpless child anymore. Shaking his head, he turned to face his childhood best friend glaring at him. Katsuki looked much the same as he did 6 months ago, the last time Izuku saw him. Izuku felt his skin crawl. Every single scale in his body started itching. The whole room stopped to watch the interaction, though it was mostly the adults in the room preparing for a storm. Shredder already had his hand on his capture scarf. Osamu was behind Izuku with a hard look on his face, suspicion in his eyes. Hitoshi practically had a snarl on his face. Izuku chose to ignore them for now and focus on the monster in front of him. Hey, Kachan. What the hell are you doing here? You got friends in the hero course there? I'm shocked they even let you... That sounds... I'm shocked. I can't do Bakugo's voice. Okay. The hell are you doing here? You got friends in the hero course there? I'm shocked they even let you into Gen Ed. No. Izuku's teeth clenched. The words tight and painful. I made the top 5, or did you not read the acceptance letter? I'm in Class A, Hero Course. The blonde leaned to his side, his expression blank for a full 5 seconds before he burst out laughing. That's rich, as if they left some quirkless null into the Hero Course. What a joke. Izuku felt Osamu flinch behind him, but instead of letting Shredder snap on the new student, Izuku took the first offensive action against a bully in his life. 2 steps forward, 1 to the side. He spun himself sideways and dropped, kicking out his leg and swiping it out in front of Katsuki. The teen was knocked flat on his face in 3 seconds. Izuku did not give him a chance to retaliate. He grabbed the blonde's arms and pinned them behind his back in a twisted hold, painfully. What the fuck? Get off of me! I'll blast your face off! You've been so focused on training your damn arms because of your quirk. If you want to be a hero, you're gonna need someone to point out your shortcomings. And let me tell you, Kachan, you've got a lot of them. What the hell are you talking about? I'm gonna be the #1 hero. No damn Deku's gonna stop me. Izuku. Shredder put a hand on his shoulder. Let me. Come on, let me. Izuku sighed. Right, he wasn't supposed to be engaging his bully. That wouldn't make him stop, it would only make things worse. Yelling at a brick wall wouldn't make it move. Izuku released Katsuki and backed off. Asami was going into guard mode, but he never got in front of Izuku. Hitoshi was by his side and offered a fist bump, which Izuku happily accepted. "Get up, Bakugo." Shota hauled him to his feet. "I'm only going to say this once, and I hate repeating myself." What? Are you going to tell me this is Are you going to tell me this is... Well, thanks. What? Are you going to tell me this is a joke? Because it's not fucking funny. No, I'm going to tell you to shut the hell up. If I hear one more slur out of your mouth, you'll be expelled so fast your head will spin. This school has a zero tolerance policy for bullying. Izuku Midoriya is in the hero course. He earned his place, just like you. I'd say he earned it more than you did. He didn't have the ease of just blowing up his opponents. He actually had to use his brain. Shota flicked his finger in front of Katsuki's forehead. The blonde tried to speak, but Shota just flared up his quirk. His hair floating and eyes aglow, which shut Katsuki up. So I need to know, right here, right now, if you can be a civil human being to all of your classmates. If you can't, you can walk back out the door you came in, and you won't be coming back. Do I make myself clear? Katsuki was wearing a perpetual scowl, with his arms crossed over his chest. Shota and Katsuki were having a glare-off, and Shota was winning. After a solid 30 seconds, Katsuki turned away and growled out a sigh. Whatever, he better not drag me down. We are going to have a talk. Move now. But he didn't wait for Katsuki to move. He grabbed the blonde by his collar and dragged him off to into the dorm building. The moment he was gone, Izuku gasped for air into his lungs, having entirely forgotten how to breathe for a few moments. He bent forward and tried to hold in all the emotions that were threatening to tear him apart. Hitoshi crouched beside him but didn't dare to touch him, which was a blessing. Izuku wasn't sure he could handle physical contact right now. Asami found a seat on the coffee table and rubbed his face. He looked so tired. Izuku couldn't blame him. Well, that could have gone worse. Izuku raised his head to his boyfriend. Really, Toshi? Whoa, one of us has got to have a sense of humor. If you're going to take over the country, I've got to be the comedic relief. Izuku's thumb ran across his chin as he stood up. Yep, that tracks. I think I'm going to throw up now. As he walked away, he heard one of his new students ask Hitoshi if Izuku was really quirkless. Hitoshi sighed loudly and asked Asami for help, to which the older mentor just laughed. Izuku knew it was for the absurdity of the situation. Izuku would deal with that later. Right now, he needed to lay down before his body decided it actually wanted to vomit. Chapter 7. Shota dragged Bakugo by the collar, much to his growing displeasure, into his office of the dorm building. It wasn't much, just a small room with a desk and chairs for private meetings. He closed the door quietly and tossed Bakugo into a chair. The kid immediately stood back up, defiant, but Shota glared at him with his quirk once more, and the teen settled back down into the chair slowly. Your student tenure depends entirely on your actions in the next few minutes, hours, and days. Shota was not going to mince his words. He's seen quite enough already. If you cannot be a commonly decent human being to your classmates, all of them, then UA will have to rescind its acceptance and you'll be blacklisted from all hero schools in the country. Am I understood? You can't do that. Watch me. Shota barked. Watch me, because I know what you did to Izuku Midoriya. I know what scars those hands left on his body. Something in that last sentence last sentence unsettled the teen. Did he not know? I've heard all of the slurs and and all the snide remarks. I know what type of person you are, Katsuki Bakugo. The hero world and UI specifically won't be putting any more bigoted, quirkless bastards on the streets ever again. The teen sunk into his chair when Schroeder sat himself on the desk in front of him. He was scared. Good. Schroeder didn't let up for a second. I cannot act upon which I do not have proof of. Your middle school was quite good at destroying the evidence the moment Midoriya left. Believe me, we tried to get it. So, that just leaves us to act on the present. Your actions just now have earned you anger management, detention during your second week, and a formal apology to the classmate you just hurt. But he attacked me. You aren't going to give him detention? No. Schroeder brushed some of his hair from his face and sighed. He defended himself against a bully. From here on out, there will be no tolerance for anyone bullying anyone else. Now. He leaned forward. Katsuki leaned back. Do you want to be a hero or not? Katsuki snarled. I'm going to be the best fucking hero you've ever seen. Number 1. Good. Then you're going to have to take compassion and civil discourse extra courses as extra credit and until I think you can appropriately interact with him and provide a sincere apology, you're forbidden from speaking to Midoriya. That's so dumb. I didn't even do anything. Are you aware that the word null is a quirk slur? What? It's not quite as bad as some pre-quirk era slurs, but pretty damn close. So, that's what earns you the detention. The rest of your punishment is for what I know you did to that boy, and you won't admit it was wrong. Everyone you've ever known has told you that you're destined for greatness, and that everyone else under you was under your boot. The kid continued to growl. Schroeder activated his quirk again. In this school, you're under my boot. You're not destined for anything. You earn your keep here, and right now, you're already failing. So I suggest you start paying the fuck attention. What your teachers told you was wrong. Everyone has value. Every single person on this planet has the right to their existence. And every student, quirk or not, has a right to be the chance to be a hero, if they have the skills and brains for it. Bakugo looked highly conflicted. Schroeder expected that. He'd been told all his life that quirkless people were worthless, that they lacked value and rights. But Schroeder wouldn't stand for this shit in his class. He wouldn't stand for it from anyone anymore. He'd burn the quirkless shit out of every hero and every hero student, if only Nezu gave him a damn torch. Do you know what you did? His voice was softer and he backed off a little. Can you even admit to yourself how much you harmed someone you used to call your friend? Bakugo flicked his eyes to the ground. We just kicked him around, but when he tried too hard, he's supposed to be weak. You put scars on that boy's body. You use your quirk on him regularly. You abuse him, call him horrible words, and you push him to ledges I cannot even begin to explain. You might be far from the only one who did it, but you're the one who wants to be a pro hero. So, Schroeder tapped his hand on the desk as he continued to debate whether he should expel Bakugo right then and there. Can you do it? Do what? Can you learn from your mistakes? Can you change? Can you be a hero that saves and protects everyone, not just quirked people? The teen, to his credit, actually thought through about Shredder's words. He imagined Bakugo was likely having some great inner battle with himself over everything he'd just been taught. Everything he'd been taught was right, and everything Shredder was just in his face. But Shredder was the gatekeeper to his future, so even if he couldn't change right away, he'd have to agree if he wanted even the slimmest chance of achieving his dreams. Yeah, Bakugo looked up, fire in his eyes. I can fucking do it. Shredder smirked. Maybe Midoriya's right to tell me not to expel you. Maybe his faith in you isn't misplaced. Bakugo's eyes again spread. Bakugo once again spread his eyes in shock. I would suggest you don't waste his faith in you, nor the one chance I'm giving you. One chance, Bakugo. That's it. You fuck up even once and you're out. Clear? Yes, Sensei. Go unpack and remember what I said. The teen nodded and scurried out of the office at a jog. Shredder deflated into a chair. A knock came from the office door, and Shredder found Osamu looking rigid and worried. They both knew this would happen, but they were stuck between a rock and a hard place with how society still viewed the quirkless people. Crimes against them weren't criminal, and Shredder couldn't do more than he'd done about Bakugo's past. Hopefully scaring him straight would be enough. So, as long as he never learnt his past crimes weren't technically punishable for lack of proof, the school's rules would protect Izuku for now. But unless the whole system changed, there would be nothing to guarantee that kid from becoming as bad as Endeavor once he graduated. Do you really think this will work out, Shredder? I don't know, he groaned, but I'm not giving up just yet. He'll never understand what Izuku has been through. He'll never know what it means to be he'll never know what it means to us that Izuku can be the first, that there is a first. Shredder tried to smile at Osamu. They'd become friends over the last few months, and he appreciated the man's candor. I know, but we can't deny him the chance to learn. If he's unwilling, then he'll face the consequences. Right now, I just want to make sure there's a peaceful start to our school year. Osamu chuckled softly. You're off to a good start. I'm going to check on Izuku, then head out. Hizashi's almost done checking students in. Hitoshi is helping him. Thank you for everything, Osamu. No, thank you. You're changing the world for one boy. You should hear all the things the community has to say about you. All good, I promise. Shredder shook his head. Right, thanks. He did not want to face Izuku after that encounter, but he knew he should do so later. They would need to have a conversation. Izuku needed therapy badly, but Shredder hadn't quite figured out how to approach the subject. He could ask Osamu to bring it up, but the quirk's mentor was like a therapist in a way, and he wasn't going to put a boot onto that kind of trust. Maybe Hizashi has some ideas. Izuku came out of his room after Osamu left. They had a short conversation, and ultimately Izuku was fine. His nerves were wrecked, but he was okay. Actually, he was far better than what he assumed he would be after seeing Katsuki again. But a large part of that is from the support he had. Friends, teachers, and even his self-defense skills all played a part in his ability to face his abuser and win. That's what rocked Izuku to his core. He won. He didn't cower and allow himself to be cursed and injured this time. He put an end to it, and that felt good. The common room was full as he walked back out. Izuku finally got a look at all his classmates at once. What an interesting mix they were. Izuku already had plans to give them each a notebook and an in-depth analysis. He was going to tear their quirks apart from the inside out and rebuild them back up as heroes. Nezu had asked him to do that and gave him permission to do so, despite Shredder's attempts to keep them both from world domination. Maybe he could convince his new teacher to go ham on the class. Karski was sitting off to the side, chatting with a redhead who had shark teeth and similarly spiky hair to the blonde. Said blonde only glanced up once Izuku walked in, but didn't otherwise acknowledge him. The three students who had been present for Izuku and Katsuki's reintroductions, Mina, Ina, and Yayorozu, were all looking at him curiously. It wasn't a malice kind of curious, it just was. Izuku wondered if they had all heard Izuku was quirkless, and they wondered what was going on or why he was here. Hitoshi was standing behind the couch, so Izuku joined him, tucked a arm over his shoulder and whispered in his ear. How did those three take the news? Better than the angry Pomeranian. Izuku snorted and kissed Hitoshi on the temple. His boyfriend tucked his head into Izuku's shoulder, and they turned back to the conversation at hand. How are you two a couple on day one? The girl who asked was short. She had green hair and what appeared to be a frog-like quirk. She even made a ribbit sound after her words. Izuku rubbed the back of his head. Toshi and I have been dating for almost 6 months. Oh, I apologize. It's rude for me to assume you just met. It's fine, Sue. Izuku, this is Suyu. She likes to be called Sue. Got it. Thanks, Toshi. Nice to meet you, Sue. You can call me Izuku. The girl nodded. So, Mina threw her hands up to get Izuku's attention. Is it true? She sounded conspiratorial. Are you actually, Izuku rolled his eyes. Yeah, it was going to come out eventually. Might as well get it over with on the first day, right? They had the right to ask questions at least after what they witnessed earlier. Yeah, I'm quirkless. Several gasps sounded from the gathered students. Izuku really hoped Shredder would come out and give them their orientation soon. He did not want to field 1,000 questions all afternoon. Wait, you're... Oh, that was Chago. But you two saved my life in the entrance exam. They what? Karski bit his tongue and looked away. Yeah, the zero pointer was coming directly at me. I was trapped underneath the rubble and I couldn't move, but they just ran in and got that concrete off me. It was wild. Izuku used his crazy strength. I saw you had a power quirk. No, that was Toshi's quirk. Actually, sort of. He motioned for Hitoshi to explain. I can brainwash people, so I made Izuku forget about his natural limitations. It's like, you know how they say you can biting off a finger is as easy as biting into a carrot, but your brain stops you? A few of the teams nodded. I basically turned off that part of his brain. It is a form of hysterical strength, like you'd see in emergencies when adrenaline is running high. That's so cool. You guys really work well as a team. Ochaku offered her hand out, and Izuku happily high-fived her. She tilted her head at the jingling from under his sleeve. Izuku tucked back his arm over Toshi's shoulder and ignored her questioning glance. He fiddled with the pin on his collar and looked back around the room. Karski was staring at him, but Izuku found that his eyes weren't full of hate or malice. For once, they were full of wonder and maybe just a hint of nostalgia. Blessedly, their teacher saved him from answering more questions. The perpetually exhausted hero walked in with a clipboard held loosely in hand and a frown on his face. "Alright, Hellspawn, listen up." Everyone sat or stood at attention. Everyone straight backs and open ears. From here on out, you're under my care, which also means you're subject to my rules. I only have 3. I will not repeat them, but I expect you to follow them for 3 years. The 3 years you're here with me. Understood? Yes, Sensei. The whole room chorused. Good. Rule 1. You are a class. You are a team. Act like it. Work together, behave, and treat each other like the way you want to be treated. This school, and myself in particular, have a zero tolerance for bullying. First offense is detention for a week, and the second offense is expulsion. Got it? Got it. Rule number 2. Keep your rooms tidy. Keep the gyms tidy. And you keep each other accountable for your actions on campus. He sighed. Rule number 3, and this is the most important. If I am sleeping, do not disturb me unless it's an emergency. The man paused for an effect. Izuku had to hold back a grin because he knew what was coming next. Addendum. If you see me sleeping in the view of the class, assume I can hear and see everything. You're not going to get away with whatever plot just ran through your head. He may have shot a pointed glance at Izuku, but the teen ignored it by looking up at the ceiling. Understood, Sensei. Shredder rubbed his temples as he went on. You're all free to explore campus today. Tomorrow, classes start at 7 a.m. sharp. First half of the day is academic courses. After lunch each day you'll have fundamental heroics and hero training. Tomorrow during foundational heroics you'll be given a quirk and physical fitness assessment and ranked based off your score. He turned to leave with the clipboard tucked underneath his arm. Oh, and the person who comes in last will be expelled. That's all. Their teacher left as the room erupted into questions and fears. Izuku and Hitoshi knew Shredder was giving them a bold-faced lie, but they weren't going to tell anyone that. They had put up with Shredder's hellish training routine as a crash course for the past 6 weeks. It was great and horrible all at once. Their teacher knew what he was doing and he did not pull his punches much, even with his students. This ruse was more of a test to see if they would work together and support each other regardless of the disguise of a competition. Izuku and Hitoshi had no issues working together, but they didn't know any of these students well enough yet to trust them. So it would still be a challenge for them as well. I don't know about you idiots, but I'm getting first place tomorrow, Katsuki proclaimed. Izuku rolled his eyes. That's not fair, Baku bro. I think we've all got a good chance to succeed. Izuku had yet to catch the redhead's name, but he seemed like a nice enough guy. Izuku also appreciated the nickname he gave Katsuki. Whatever. What do you think the quirk assessment will be? Yaoyorozu asked. Oh, perhaps we should go around in the room and introduce ourselves. That's an excellent idea. Then we can discuss the assessment. Assessment. Ida made choppy hand motions at that. Izuku assumed there was a side effect of his not only rigid upbringing as a powerful hero family, but also his quirk. So they went around the room and introduced themselves. Izuku mentally took down the names of each student, as well as anything they shared. Most of them said their quirks along with their name. When it got to Izuku, he shrugged after his name and said he specialized in hand-to-hand quirkless combat. That seemed to confuse a lot of the students until he said, "You know, like our teacher, Eraserhead." He was a little more than annoyed that they couldn't seem to grasp even the smallest reality outside of quirks, as if nothing could exist without the presence of a quirk attached. At least none of them seemed to be ready to pick on Izuku like Katsuki had. There were looks, of course. A few students looked at Izuku like he was fragile, like they didn't understand how he got into the hero course. He'd proved them wrong too. The class spread out after that. A couple of small groups went to explore the campus together, while the rest stayed in their dorms to unpack. Izuku was in a sort of no man's land. He already familiarized himself with the campus over the past 2 months, and his room was already mostly unpacked. Hitoshi went to unpack and get settled in, which left Izuku in the lounge by him, around the couch in the common room, mostly by himself. Well, that was until Shoto Todoroki sat down across from him. They were alone in the common room for now, and the jewel-haired teen didn't seem to be excited to be here. Izuku was aware that he was one of the recommendation students, but he'd really hoped the son of Endeavor might be actually thrilled to become a hero. Wait, Todoroki-kun? Izuku opened his mouth to speak, sucked in a breath, and closed it again. Maybe it wasn't such a good idea to ask about his scar before even getting to know him. Nothing, never mind. It's nice to meet you. Are you really quirkless? The question was so sudden that it threw Izuku for a bit of a loop. Of course, he had been asked a few times today, but Todoroki was so blunt. Izuku offered a shrug. Yeah, never developed. I also have the extra toe joint, so it's not likely a latent thing. I see. Did he? Izuku wasn't sure. The other teen's tone was about as short as Izuku felt being around 18 teenagers who were all physically more powerful than he was. Okay, it's okay if you have questions. I'm a fairly open book about it. That must have been what Todoroki needed to hear because he perked up a little. What does it feel like? Sorry, what? Izuku had never been asked that before. No one had asked what it was like to be quirkless. Izuku didn't even know what that meant. What it felt like to have no power? What it felt like to be in the minority? What it felt like to lack something society deemed integral to being a human? There were far too many ways to unpack that question. Oh, sorry, what I meant, what is it like to just exist, without the pressure of being better and faster and stronger than everyone? What's it like to just live? Izuku blinked a few times, speechless. He had assumed Endeavor had put a huge amount of responsibility and pressure on his son's shoulders, but he had not assumed that it was enough to make this poor boy think that Izuku had a better life than he did. That wasn't fair. Pain was relative, so were the cards dealt to you in life. Izuku tried not to judge others. Still, I don't know. I've never just existed before. It's always been living from one moment of pain to the next, grief after another. I don't have the pleasure of being better or faster or stronger, but I grew up wishing I didn't have the pressure of being better, faster or stronger, but I grew up wishing only to have the right to exist in the first place. What a weird way to get emotionally into a deep emotional conversation in the middle of the common room dorm at 2 p.m. Izuku was not expecting this on day one. Oh. Todoroki looked at the floor between his feet. I'm sorry, I never met a quirkless person before. I didn't know what it was like. It's shit, but Izuku threw his head back and sighed towards the ceiling. It doesn't mean that doesn't mean I have it worse than you. I'm sure Endeavor puts the world on the shoulders for yours. But though you've probably not been at 5 funerals in a year before, that's pretty singular to the Quirkless community. 5? Yeah, last year was bad, really bad. 3 hate crimes and 2 suicides in 12 months. So far this year we've had 4. I think we'll end up beating our record. That's horrible. That's what it feels like. Izuku clicked his tongue. He picked up a few bad habits over the years, and suddenly he was craving a cigarette, something he hadn't done in probably 8 months. He took a deep breath and sighed again. What does it feel like growing up being the son of a top 5 hero? Shoto didn't answer for a while. Izuku thought he maybe didn't hear the question. The common room was quiet otherwise, but they could hear the sound of students outside greeting each other and laughing as they got settled into their first day of UA. What a wild ride this was going to be. When Shoto's voice finally did come, it was quiet but bitter toned and whispered through grit teeth. It burns. Izuku finally looked down from the ceiling as Shoto pulled his eyes up from the floor. They stared at each other for a while, looking over every visible scar on the other's body. While there was a familiarity between them, This might be the first time they met, but they both know the burn of a quirk being used on their skin, and the way a fist felt in their gut or to their face. Shoto nodded once and stood up to leave without another word. He didn't speak much during class introductions either. There was a story there. Izuku could almost smell it. But he wouldn't ask. It wasn't his place to judge Shoto's situation. He did, however, judge Endeavor harshly. Whatever this man did to his son wasn't heroic. There were a few things Izuku could do about that, not all of which were legal. Most were morally grey, which Nezu would likely approve of. No one else would, though. Uh-oh. Hitoshi flopped on the couch beside him. I know that look. What look? What look? The I'm going to destroy someone with my intelligence look. Who's the victim this time? I'm not gonna... Oh, don't bullshit me, Zoo. 2 weeks ago you were up to 3 a.m. filing on a random notebook you'd found in my drawer because you gotta be in our damn bonnet about death arms on the news. Okay, that's not fair. He just about strangled a villain to death. He needs to learn restraint. And he needs a less villainous name. Hitoshi sighed. Izuku, what happened? Todoroki, he asked me of all things what it was like to be quirkless. What did that mean? I think he wanted to know what it was like to live without the pressure of being number 1. I wondered if Kachan had ever asked himself that. Izuku chewed at the inside of his cheek for a moment. Anyway, we talked for a bit and I think we bonded over our scars. I'll leave it up to you to make friends like that. So you're gonna rip apart Endeavor? Oh, I already have. Hitoshi looked shocked. Yeah, he's in Notebook 87, one of my most recent. I was debating on morally grey retaliation. If Shoto didn't mind seeing Endeavor being humiliated, that is. You know, I'm really glad you got accepted. Why do you sound so suspicious, Toshi? You scare me, and you know that? Like, I know you said that the UA entrance exam was your last resort, but I keep forgetting just how lucky we are that you didn't decide to get revenge. I still could, Izuku shrugged. I had a pretty good argument for taking my rage out on All Might. There's a story there. Hitoshi kicked his feet up on the table and leaned backwards. Right as he did, Shota appeared from behind them and flicked Hitoshi's nose. Why are we revenge killing All Might? The man asked. Not that I disagree, but I want to know why. I didn't say kill Shota, Izuku pouted. Well, I need to know. I know you know I wouldn't ask if it wasn't important. Izuku rolled his eyes. He rescued me from some sludge villain that was trying to turn me into a skin suit. Then he told me to my face that I need more realistic dreams of them being a quirkless hero, and there were plenty of paths for my kind. Shota visibly winced and grumbled something to himself under his breath, which Izuku missed. The tired hero began pacing in front of the couch and eventually sat down on the coffee table in front of them. He had the palm of his heel pressed to his left eye. All Might is set to be this year. Wow, fuck English. All Might is said to be this year's incoming hero students, to mentor this year's incoming hero students, i.e. Class A and Class B. What? Izuku stood up, his hands grabbing at his hair before he can stop himself. Why the hell would Nezu do that? He's not a teacher. Breathe. Izuku, breathe. I know that. Believe me. I was very vocal about my disagreement, but the Hero Commission forced Nezu's hand under threat. He made it very clear that All Might would not be teaching, he would be mentoring, assisting. That's it. I'm not going to treat him like he's some Shota. Are you serious? Izuku. Hitoshi stood up and grabbed his hand. He was trying to calm Izuku, but Izuku didn't want to be calm right now. He'd only spoken about the attack once, and he could still feel that sludge trying to force itself down his throat like a living thing. He felt disgusting. He desperately needed a shower, or to force his finger down his throat. Stop it, Izuku growled. No, please let him finish speaking. Why? What the hell could he say to make this better, Toshi? I don't know, but getting upset won't help. I'm not going to stand here. Izuku pulled at his arm, but Toshi wouldn't let go. He wasn't gripping Izuku hard, but Izuku wasn't really trying to get away either. He's Quirkless. He'll single me out or try to get me expelled. He threw me in a damn wall and just left me like that, violated by that fucking sludge creep. Maybe we should go to your room. Let me go. Izuku yanked his arm back. Hitoshi's hand slipped, which rattled every band along his wrist. Emi's band, the only one loose enough to be removed, flipped off his wrist and flew across the room. It rolled across the carpet and landed right in front of Katsuki's left boot. The whole room was silent. Izuku realized they weren't alone anymore. It wasn't just Katsuki. A few of their classmates had come downstairs, likely to check the commotion. But it was Katsuki who stood a few feet from the sitting area, near the kitchen. Izuku hugged his arm to his chest. Toshi looked away, ashamed and apologetic of what he just did. What broke the silence was Katsuki bending down to pick up the bracelet, the little red bracelet, and inspect the kanji inscribed on the side. Red-hot anger boiled Izuku's stomach. No quirked person had ever touched his bands without permission. Toshi had earned that right, and he knew that touching them was an assurance or a comfort, was an intimate action not generally done outside of relationships, or a mentor reminding their mentee that they weren't alone. Izuku marched over and snatched the red metal bracelet from Katsuki's hand. Before he could do so much as glance at it. That's not for thorns to touch, Izuku snapped. Izuku, Shota put himself between them. What did I say earlier? Zero tolerance. Detention. Izuku glared at the ground, still clutching the band against his chest. Even if Shota and Hitoshi were the only two people who would know what he'd said was a slur, he shouldn't have used it. He just wasn't in the right state of mind. He feared losing Emmy's band had The fear of losing Emmy's band had burned him worse than Katsuki's quirk. He slipped the band back over his wrist and bowed his head. He needed a shower, right now, or he was going to shatter on the floor in front of everyone. I apologize, Kachan. Please don't touch them without asking. Chapter 8. Shota put his hand out to stop Izuku from running away, but decided against it. The kid had apologized and it sounded sincere, and Bakugo had kept his word and remained silent. Shota looked back to the blonde. He was staring at his empty hands as if the metal bracelet was still there. "Who's Emi Osaka?" Bakugo asked. I'm afraid that, Hitoshi?" The other boy flew past him and ran towards the dorm rooms. "I'll check on him. Sorry, I'll come see you later, Shota." Shota sighed. It was probably better if Hitoshi went after Izuku anyways. Shota wasn't sure if he felt like he was the right person to do that after he just gave the kid detention. It was a fair call. He wasn't going to make Izuku exempt to the rules. If he was going to hold their worst students accountable to those rules, he would hold the best students to them too. "Sensei?" Shota shook his head. When you're ready, you will have to speak to Izuku and Emi." "About Emi. It's not my place to tell her story." Why was he wearing those bands? No, hang on. Why was he wearing those bands? He always had them since we were kids, but there's more now. "Bakugo, it's not my place. I can tell you it has something to do with the Quirkless community, but you'll have to ask him." "Sensei?" Shota looked over to Uraraka. She was leaning around the corner. "What's a thorn?" he said, like you're saying Bakugo is a thorn. Shota sighed again and looked back at Bakugo. The kid had finally looked out from his hands and wore the same curious look that Uraraka was giving him. "You heard the slurs for Quirkless people. Bakugo used one earlier. Null. The word thorn is like that, but for quirk people. He was telling you that those bands around his wrists were not meant to be touched without permission. I think he just went a step too far." "I deserve it. I shouldn't have. Fuck." Bakugo left the common room, heading up towards back up the stairs towards his dorm room, with his hands stuffed inside his pockets aggressively. This was going to be a tough year. Shota couldn't do much more than hope things would get easier. Bakugo appeared to be grasping his fuck-ups, and he likely didn't fully understand the ramifications of his actions as a child yet. But this was a start. Shota threw a damn wrench in the gears with the news about All Might. It would have come out eventually, but he really wished it happened differently. He was going to apologize later. He would have handled it better. He could have handled it better, but this whole damn situation was new to all of them. They never had a Quirkless student before. Throwing the kid's ex-bully into the mix, and a whole class of kids who are too privileged to have ever known the cruelty the Quirkless community encountered. This was going to be an experiment of some kind, and Shota wasn't sure if they were prepared for any of it. "Are they going to be okay?" Shota snapped out of his worried thoughts and found his husband standing in front of him. Shota had been standing in the common room for how long? Yeah, I think so. Hazashi pulled him into a hug and kissed his temple. "You got this, Sho. I know this is new to all of us, but things will work out. Come on, let's get you some coffee and maybe dinner." "Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll order pizza for the Hellspawn." The shower stall was filled with steam. Izuku couldn't see his own feet in front of him. He was sitting with his knees to the chest on the shower floor. The water was running so hot that it was turning his skin red, but he refused to change it. Despite the heat, he was shivering. His thoughts were coming in snippets, floating around in a whirlwind. All Might was going to be their class mentor. His once favourite hero was going to find a way to ostracize him. His classmates would likely go along with the authority figure they adored. He was going to fail out of high school. He was alone. Izuku was utterly alone. The bathroom door clattered open, shocking Izuku out of his spiraling thoughts and made him jump. "Izuku?" Hitoshi called out. "Hitoshi, he was here. He came after Izuku." "Toshi?" His voice cracked. "Hey, I'm right here. I'm right here." Izuku heard the first curtain slide open and closed, putting Hitoshi in the changing area before the shower stall. "I'm right here, Zu. What can I do?" "Hold me?" The purple teen didn't do much more than kick off his shoes and rip off his shirt before he was in the shower and wrapped himself around Izuku like a blanket fresh out of the dryer. He was warmer than the boiling hot water is in Izuku's mind. The shivering finally came to a stop and his breathing got easier. "I'm sorry," he gasped. "Shh, no, none of that." Hitoshi kissed the back of his head and started to rock them side to side. "You have nothing to apologize for. You're alright. That joke of a hero shouldn't be teaching us." "But he's the number one hero. I shouldn't have just..." Izuku's breath hitched in his chest as he shook his head. He couldn't see the image of his hero's face. He couldn't get the image of his hero's face falling to the ground, falling into that gross disappointment when he realized Izuku was quirkless. He couldn't stop thinking about those words or his inability to stand up for hours after it happened. "It doesn't matter who he is, he hurt you, and you have a right to be angry about that. Same goes for Bakugo. He hurt you. It's okay to be mad." Hitoshi nuzzled Izuku's wet curls. But maybe ease up on the name calling. Izuku laughed half-heartedly. "Yeah, I actually didn't mean to snap like that. I just saw red when he touched Emmy's band. You're the only quirk person who has ever touched my bands, who's ever been allowed to touch them." His mother had, when he was allowed, His mother had, when grabbing him, but she didn't care to know what they meant, nor did she ask permission to touch them. Hitoshi slid his fingers down Izuku's arms and brushed his fingers over the slippery metal bands around Izuku's wrist. Izuku closed his eyes and clutched his boyfriend's hand atop of them. The touch was comforting and a reminder that Izuku wasn't alone. He had support, even if he continuously forgot. Hitoshi reminded him every time. "I'll always be here for you, Izuku. Even when it's hard? Especially when it's hard." Izuku shifted, pushing himself back so he could spin himself around. Hitoshi opened his arms and let him move. He tucked his legs over Hitoshi's legs and wrapped his arms around his boyfriend's back. Izuku tucked his head right under Hitoshi's chin as the taller teen once more enveloped him in a hug. "I'm so tired, Toshi," Izuku whispered. "I'm so tired of the funerals, the vigils and death, the humiliation and the abuse and hate. I just want to live. I want to live like everyone else in the world. Why won't they let me?" "I don't know." Hitoshi cupped the back of his head and kissed the crown of Izuku's head again. "I wish I knew." The shower pelted their shoulders, making their words sort of melt together and wash away in the drain. "But we'll prove them wrong, together, I promise." They sat in silence after the shower ran cold. Izuku had finally felt cleared-headed, and the panic had washed away from his muscles. They were both soaked and pruning by the time they got out, but Izuku was thankful that Hitoshi had been there for him. It was just so hard to believe that in that support some days, that love. It was hard to believe that he wasn't alone, but every time Toshi was there for him in simple ways, it renewed Izuku's faith that maybe one day he would be accepted in society. But getting to that day would take a long time. Still, Hitoshi would be there, holding his hand the whole time, even when it was hard. Getting ready for the next day class was exciting, and also an anxiety-ridden experience. Izuku was fully prepared to just curl up on his bed all day and forget the last 6 months had even happened. But he was here, he was a hero student, and he would not be letting this one last chance slip out from his grasp. If he didn't succeed at being a hero, his only option was not only morally reprehensible, but also illegal. Even with the Quirk Compassion Act in place, and most laws being designed for quirked people, Izuku knew vigilante and villainy were illegal. It didn't matter if he didn't technically fall under either, as they were stated the use of a quirk too. He knew society would only look at him for the monster they already assumed he was. Some dark part of him wanted to show them that monster. He wanted to rip apart the heroes who had put boots in his face. He wanted to destroy them, but he didn't want to lose himself in the process. He didn't allow himself to dwell on those locked up notebooks from Nezu's office. He poorly tied his uniform tie and grabbed his backpack. Today he would be the first Quirkless person, the first Lily, to be a UA student in the hero course. Today he would wear his pin proudly on his collar and hold his head high. You all have pitiful situational awareness seats now. Shota had pulled himself out of a yellow sleeping bag at the front of the classroom. Izuku had noticed the slug-like creature on the floor when he walked in, but it had taken him a moment to realize that it was their teacher. Shota did tell them that if they didn't see him, even if they didn't see him, if he was sleeping in public, he'd be watching and listening. The whole room scrambled to their desks and sat at attention in 5 seconds flat. As promised, today you'll be doing a quirk and fitness assessment test. I've decided that you'll be doing that. That's all we'll be doing today. I'll be assigning homework for tomorrow. Half the room groaned audibly. Shota held up his hand. Remember, the last place gets expelled. Do your best and remember the rules I laid out yesterday. 20 pairs of eyes followed him to the door where he stopped. Be on the track in 10 minutes. You'll find your gym gear in the universal locker system. You'll find access panel to each one of your lockers on campus. "10 minutes was not a lot of time. The whole room burst into action. Ida used his natural speed and a dash of his quirk to burst out of the room with Katsuki and Kirishima hot on his tail. Sue hopped after them with Momo and Uraraka shortly after her. Izuku and Hitoshi waited for the last of their classmates to leave. Koda and Tokoyami were also walking slowly and politely waved. Izuku smiled back and wrapped his arm in Hitoshi's as they walked. "May I ask an invasive question, Midoriya?" Sure, I guess. What's on your mind, Tokoyami?" The bird-headed student nodded. Dark Shadow, his sentient quirk, also nodded. "I was wondering how Aizawa-sensei will evaluate you two." Hitoshi snickers. "He'll probably make Izuku and I do different tests." "Why's that?" Koda whispered. Peeking shyly around Dark Shadow. Shoda trained Toshi and I over the summer, hence the first name basis. I was sort of homeless for a few months. Anyway, he wanted me to catch up with the class physically since I didn't have a quirk. Ah, that makes sense. Well, it'll be interesting to see. Izuku decided he liked Tokoyami. The student was honest, and though blunt like Todoroki, he wasn't rude or cruel. Dark Shadow seemed shy, but she was very sweet and seemed ready to help. When they walked in that morning, Uraraka had missed her desk and dropped her backpack. Dark Shadow caught it before it could spill on the floor. The outdoor locker rooms were familiar, a separate building to the changing rooms, lockers and bathrooms. A separate building with changing rooms, lockers and bathrooms and showers for the students. At the front of the building, there were 2 panels on each side of the cylinder. I don't know that word, but it's a cylinder. Each student would press their hand to the panel, and once it confirmed their identity, they would be summoned a locker with their name and class on the front of it. Once opened, there were 4 cases, 1 for their gym gear, a second for their hero suit, the third was an extra school uniform in case of emergencies, and the 4th was for any accessories or additional items they wanted to keep in their universal locker. Izuku grabbed his gym gear and quickly changed, meeting Shoda on the field first, with Hitoshi not far behind him. You and Toshi are going to sit out on this. What are we going to do instead? And speaking of Hitoshi, the taller teen walked up and placed an arm on his shoulders as he asked Shoda what they'll be doing. Oh, let's see. The tired hero rubbed his stubbled chin. Izuku rolled his eyes. Hitoshi is getting 40 scarf pull-ups, 20 forward flips, 20 backwards flips, plus a 5-minute support hang. Shoda dropped his head back and groaned. Izuku chuckled. Support hangs were basically like half bar hangs, but with a capture scarf used instead of as an extension. It was nigh impossible for Izuku, but Hitoshi had picked them up pretty quick. Still, 5 minutes was brutal, even for their regimen training over the last couple of months. Izuku, 2 laps, 500 one-handed push-ups, left and right, so 100, then, let's do a 5-minute pole balance. Izuku slumped. Oh, come on, Shoda, really? Would you rather be doing the boring test your classmates are doing? Yes, both Hitoshi and Izuku answered. The class started to gather as they were speaking. Shoda ruffled hair on both of their heads with a devious grin. A couple of their classmates looked curious. That wouldn't be fair to your fellow students. Go on, get to work. It doesn't matter what order you do your tasks in. Sensei? Kirishima raised his hand. He went on when Shoda pointed at him. Isn't it unfair to make them do different tasks, or is it because they don't have physical quirks? Izuku dropped and started with his left hand for the one-handed push-ups. It'll be unfair to all of you, actually. I've been training these 2 over the summer. They're quite a bit ahead of you in physical training. Unless you want to run laps or do one-handed push-ups with Izuku, or take a swing at those. He pointed to Hitoshi over at the pull-up bars. The teen was hanging his capture weapon scarf around the bar with one hand, using it to do one-handed pull-ups with his legs crossed. Never mind, Kirishima muttered. That's what I thought. Now then, listen up. Here are your tests. 50-meter dash, grip strength, standing long jump, 30-second repeated side steps, and lastly, simple ball throw. There will also be the basics like sit-ups, push-ups, and seated toe touches. You can use your quirks however you deem necessary but to accomplish the test. Let's begin. Izuku watched his classmates do their assessments with Hitoshi. He was more focused on their quirks and how they decided to utilize them in order to get better scores. Okay, it's obvious that Ida has speed, But I think he'll have the same turning problem as his brother Ingenium. Turning? Hitoshi asked. Yep. Uraraka has a wild quirk. Hitoshi was staring at the sky where the ball she flew through had vanished into the atmosphere. Right, but how much can she lift weight-wise, and how many objects at once? It would also be effective. It would be effective for teamwork, or she would risk injury to her teammates. Basically, can she control the descent or not? Why do you have to ruin a cool quirk? Izuku shrugged. Holy shit, I did not think of compound strength. Did you see Shoji's score on the grip test? Izuku was just finishing up his laps as he passed the class doing their grip strengths and flexibility tests. What? His Zupo arms? Izuku nodded. That's a good point. Do you think if I brainwash him, I could unlock even more like I do with you? It's probable. We should test it. Shredder would be really mad if we broke the gym walls again. They both grinned. Hitoshi and Izuku were lying on the ground, exhausted from their tests. Izuku's legs were jelly from his pole balance on his bow staff, and Hitoshi's arms were bruised from his 5-minute support hang. They had their hands tipped back watching the other students. Okay, that's pretty smart. Naval laser to blast himself backwards. I didn't think a laser would have amnesia. Me either. Izuku put a finger to his lips and thought. But look. Hitoshi nodded his head, unable to use his arms. Hitoshi nodded his head, unable to use his arms. Oh, that's not good. After Aoyama used his quirk, he got an upset stomach. It was a really harsh drawback for just a small application of his quirk. Was Aoyama perhaps not suited to his quirk? It wasn't super uncommon for someone to be born with a quirk either too powerful or not suited to their body, but it wasn't usually that bad. More often than not, one had to seriously use a quirk to see such drawbacks. I wonder if you can find a way to help him. Izuku sat up, hugging his knees. I don't know. My first thought would be use anti-nausea whenever using his quirk, but that's just a band-aid, not a cure. I'd need to think about it for a while, but ultimately I think the best route would be to train his stomach. Like what? Eat a ton of spicy food to gain intolerance to indigestion? Yeah, kind of. Do you think that would work, Sue? Maybe, but it's hard to tell. The theories that quirks can evolve under extreme stress. There are quirks that, thanks. Maybe it's hard to tell, but there are theories that quirks can evolve under extreme stress. And while I'm not opposed to the idea, I've never seen it in action or read any studies that actually have any proof to the effect. Hitoshi clicked his tongue while squinting at the sky. He grumbled. So if you can create a fake stress scenario, you could get his quirk to evolve. It's a huge maybe. The goal would be to get his quirk to change just enough for his body to tolerate it better. How hard would that be? Hitoshi asked. It sure wouldn't be fun. Izuku rolled his bow staff between his hands as they watched the whole class finish up the tests with a few laps around the track. They were all in decent shape, physical condition, which was good. They also appeared to have a good grasp on their quirks, but Izuku could tell they hadn't had no formal training in combat or defense, minus Todoroki, who Izuku assumed had been brutally trained by Endeavor his whole life. Their teacher would change that pretty fast, though. What do you think? Hitoshi Schroeder crossed his arms as he walked over, a singular spark of pride on his features. It was gone as quick as they'd seen it. They're not entirely unsalvageable. They need work, but I think they have a good foundation. I would It suggests focusing on more unconventional quirk use for most of them. Either needs to practice his turns to avoid becoming his brother, or Araka should be focused on quirk control and weightlifting. Shoji should do some training with Hitoshi on strength. Aoyama could really use some resistance training for his indigestion and stomach crampings. The tired hero nodded. The tired hero thought that over for a few minutes before nodding. I expect full reports on each of your classmates by next Friday. Is that enough time? Izuku thought it over by tipping his head to the side. It seemed Shota was actually coming around to the idea of Izuku tearing apart quirks for fun. Yeah, that should be enough time to get 19 quirk assessments. If you just want initial findings, full reports in singular notebooks can take a few weeks. Sounds good. Make sure they're coded and send me the copy. Nezu gets the originals. Aye, Shota. Hitoshi chuckled. You're really giving him that much homework on the first day, Sensei? He can handle it. Problem child has the best brain in the whole school. Shota leaned forward with a smirk. Tell Nezu I said that and you're beginning a 5-minute mile in training. Shota knew how to threaten them properly. Neither of them wanted to run a 5-minute mile. Could they? Sure. But Izuku and Hitoshi had been running from both Izuku and Hitoshi had been running from bullies since they were kids. They could run, but it didn't mean they wanted to. Izuku and Hitoshi shared a look, and Shota turned back to his class, which were all exhaustedly limping to the finish line of their laps. Alright, Hellspawn, let's get the scores. The nearby sports screen flipped over to reveal their individual scores. Hitoshi and Izuku were both on the bottom because they hadn't participated, but so their scores were 0. They both shared a knowing glance and bumped shoulders. Wait, I thought you said Midori and Shinto were exempt, Uraraka pointed out. I never said they were exempt. They didn't participate, so they got 0s. That's no fair. Life isn't fair. I made a fair fight for all of you, so they get 0s. That means they get expelled. Izuku was trying hard to hide his laughter. Hitoshi was doing a much better job. What? But they did harder tests. What bullshit is this? You can't do that, Sensei. The whole class was in uproar. Izuku tossed an arm around Hitoshi's shoulder. Izuku had kept the truth pretty close to heart, but he knew that this was a test. The first rule Shota had gave them, be a class, be a team. But this was an individual test, a comprehension, which was putting them under stress. They had to work through it to see through it. Alright, enough. The class quieted down after a few more explicitives from Katsuki and several other students grumbling. You all pass. Under the circumstances of this being a competition, you all did what you had to do, your best. When it comes down to it, you stood up for your classmates when you were a team. You did well. What do you mean? Suya asked. You've lied to us, Ribbit? He didn't lie, just didn't tell you the whole truth, Izuku explained. As heroes, you won't have every piece of information, but you will have each other. Don't ever discount what you can do with just a little help. Your quirk may not work with every villain or in every situation, but if you have others around you who can help, you'll be far better off, Shota went on. From here on out, you'll train and learn as a team, understood? Understood, Sensei? The class exclaimed. Good, plus ultra, or whatever. Shota sighed. You're all dismissed for the day. You've all got one page paper due tomorrow. Write about why you're here. Why do you want to be a hero? What does being a hero mean to you? Before you ask, no, you're not allowed to say you want to be the number one hero or that you want to be rich. No simple answers. Give me 500 words on what the hell inspired you to work your asses off to get here. Got it? With the sounding of yes sir and yes sensei, the class called out their understanding. Izuku could tell they weren't happy about having to write a 500-word long essay on the first day, but they weren't complaining. Schroeder left them to their own devices and split the class up, and the class split up into a few groups. Most went back to the locker rooms to change, but some decided to search of food and a shower. Izuku and Hitoshi had yet to move from their spot on the grass. Do you think they'll make good heroes? Hitoshi kissed Izuku's temple. So much for less PDA. Oh well. Izuku snuggled up to his boyfriend. Yeah, I do. Do you think we'll make good heroes? Izuku chuckled. Obviously. A throat clearing pulled Izuku's attention away. Katsuki was standing nearby and waving his hand awkwardly. Kachan? Hitoshi looked up with concerned eyes. Izuku was quick to wave his worries away. Can we... The blonde stumbled over his words. Can we talk? Yeah. Hitoshi groaned when he stood up, not wanting to release him. It's fine, Toshi. I'll be back in a few minutes. I'll meet you back at the dorms. Just text me if you need me. Hitoshi kissed Izuku's cheek and bobbed his nose. Come on, Kachan, let's walk. Izuku took his former friend back towards the school building. The grounds were on the building itself, around the building itself, and The grounds around the building itself had tons of sidewalks and garden design. It was made for calm walks like this, and Izuku thought that maybe the quiet atmosphere and the nice garden and only a few students passing would keep their conversation at a low tone. Both of their hands tucked into their pants pockets, still in their gym uniforms. Katsuki had his boots half untied and thumping as they walked. Izuku was more focused on how his tongue felt rolling around his mouth. Katsuki has asked to talk, so Izuku gave him all the time he needed to come up with the words he needed or wanted to say. There were 100 possible things Katsuki might want to say, and Izuku wasn't going to assume which of those possibilities it might be. He knew which one he had hoped for, but he didn't want to give himself false optimism. I did research last night. Izuku looked up, an O expression offered, but no words. I found an old online forum talking about... fuck. I'm not good at this shit. The blonde rubbed at the side of his head. It didn't say much, but I get it now, kind of. What do you get? I'm so for touching your bands. They represent things, right? The forums didn't say much about the one with names on it. But that's someone who... Izuku sucked in a breath. Yeah, the red bands present a Quirkless person, usually a friend or family member, who committed suicide. The band you picked up was Emi Osaki. She was an elder in the community. She took her life some weeks ago. An elder? She was in her early 30s, not accounting for the actual elderly Quirkless population in the country. 20s or 30s are the oldest among us. 60 years ago, it wasn't uncommon to find Quirkless people, but once the birth rate of Quirkless people plateaued, well, there was a huge gap between 90-year-old Quirkless people and the rest of us are under 30. Damn, I didn't know it was that bad. It gets worse. In the last 15 years, the number of living Quirkless people has dropped from 15% to only 9% in the country. What? Yeah, only 1% of the 6% we lost were due to natural deaths. The other 5%? Hate crimes and suicide. Izuku. No, just don't. I don't want pity. We don't want your pity. I just want you to understand why this matters to me. Why it's so hard for me to be here. That I can be a hero and change the damn world. You know, when we were kids, the perpetual scowl on Katsuki's face wore Katsuki wore softened into a genuine smile for the first time in years. It actually helped to release some of the tension in Izuku's neck. I think that if anyone in the whole world can change it to be better, it would be you. Yeah? Izuku brushed some of his curls from his face. Katsuki cleared his throat, the smile was gone, but his face wasn't as tight as it usually was. Yeah, you deserve an apology for everything in the past. Kachan, I get it. You're not ready. I don't know if I'm ready for that either. No, it's not that. It's more that I don't know if I... They stopped walking for a moment when while he fumbled over his words. Aizawa said a lot of shit that my mind's all jumbled up. I know what I did is wrong. I sort of always have known that. But I didn't know it had left scars. He cleared his throat again. I didn't know I left scars on your body. Oh, well, yeah. You weren't the only one. Izuku rubbed an old scar from where his mother threw a bottle at his head and cracked his skull open. Mum liked to throw things at me. Me included. She, got arrested before summer break. What? Katsuki stopped walking again. What did she do? Well, she sort of almost killed me. Izuku, what the fuck? Hey, it's fine. It really doesn't matter. It does matter. You can't just tell me your mum almost killed you and that means nothing. Kachan, please, take a breath. I'm fine now. Yeah, now, what the hell does that mean? Izuku put a hand on Katsuki's chest. The blonde took a deep breath and put his hands up, surrendering the argument. It was on the day of the entrance exams. I passed. Shoda handed me the acceptance letter himself. When I got home, Inko thought I forged it. Thought it was a joke. She got mad. Then I tried to explain, but she never did like when I talked back. Izuku snorted. She muzzled me, threw me against my desk with her quirk. I smacked my rib cage, punctured my lung. I would have died if Osama didn't come get me. Osama was the guy that was with you yesterday, right? He is my mentor, an elder in the community. The elders mentor the younger ones and try to protect them. It doesn't always work. Emmy, back in February, her mentee, a 6-year-old named Masami, killed herself. The night my mother almost killed me. One of our other elders, Nami, she came with Osama to find me. That was the night Emmy killed herself. Well, Nami was with me instead of watching over her. Izuku. If you're gonna say don't blame yourself, you can save your breath. I do blame myself. Nothing you can say will change that. Izuku shrugged. There was really nothing Katsuki could say that would change how Izuku had felt that night. How part of him had broken, and he was sure that it wouldn't, and he wasn't sure if it would ever heal. He was slowly coming to terms with it, and it didn't mean he'd forgiven himself. The point that I was trying to make is that it doesn't always work, the mentor program. It doesn't always work. Because of that, we need society to change. If quirkless people are going to be accepted in the world, then maybe we could stop... If quirkless people were accepted in the world, then maybe we could stop them from being abused, stop them from taking their own lives. They started walking again. For a while, they were quiet, lost in their own thoughts. Izuku didn't feel the need to say anything else. Katsuki didn't seem to be able to speak for a moment. So they walked. The sun was dripping down towards the horizon, not quite sunset. The campus had emptied out, leaving them alone in peaceful silence. Do you ever, Katsuki sighed, did you ever try to take your own life? Yes. There was no reason to lie. Telling Katsuki no wouldn't do anything but put another wall between them. Twice. Izuku held out his arms and pointed to the 2 white metal bands. That's what these stand for. So the red ones are for friends who have died. The white ones are your own attempts. What about the other 2? Izuku sighed. The blue is gifted. I stopped someone from taking their life, a friend. The orange? It means different things, depending on who wears it. Izuku tucked his sleeve down over his bands. If a quirked person wears it, it's to represent the survival of physical abuse or quirk discrimination. Toshi has one for that reason. I know I have no right to ask, but I'm curious. You want to know what that means to me? Katsuki nodded. I'm also an abuse survivor, the other kind. He sighed. My father might have left us when I was 6, but he was a pitiful excuse of a father long before that. You don't need an explanation. Izuku nodded. This was certainly not the talk he thought they'd be having, but it was a start. If Katsuki understood where he'd gone wrong, maybe he would see where he understood what he went through. Maybe he would see where he went wrong, or where the world had pushed him astray. They had almost arrived back in the dorms. He could see Hitoshi waiting for him on the front steps. They must have been gone a while. Hitoshi was probably worried about Izuku. If Shota had been around, or even Osamu, there was no way he would just let them walk off with Katsuki. But maybe it was better this way. Do you ever think it's possible to redeem for the things I did to you? Again, they stopped. This time, Katsuki put a hand on his arm, and Izuku turned to face him. A soft smile reached up and cupped his former friend's face. I don't see much point in redemption, Katsu-chan. Redemption won't erase the past, forgiveness won't wash away the blood or mend the scars. Izuku, aren't you afraid of becoming a hero without a quirk? No. He patted Katsuki's hand and turned to walk away. I'm not scared to bite and crawl my way through the heroism, but I'm still scared of you. Izuku didn't wait for Katsuki's reaction or his reply. He left the explosive blonde standing on the sidewalk with a field of fallout in his chest, a bombshell for a heart. The truth would sting and burn, but he had to hear it, and Izuku had to say it. Chapter 9. Shota rubbed at the forming bruise on his chin. He wasn't expecting his number one problem child to punch him straight in the face. He had to admit it worked. He was currently laying on his back, staring at the gym ceiling with a sore ass and a bruised chin. You okay? Izuku appeared in his field of vision, looking concerned. Yeah, the teen helped him up. I was not expecting you to deck me in the jaw. Well, that was the point of your lesson, wasn't it? Catching your opponent off guard? Right, you did good. But damn, you have a powerful right hook. Where did you learn to hit like that? Kachan? Shota blinked. Sorry, what? Oh, I spent 10 years getting a close-up of his punching form. Izuku. Yeah, bad joke, sorry. Shota rolled his eyes. This kid was going to be the death of him. School had only been in session for a few days, and his kids were already making astounding progress. They only just started doing physical training, and Shota was starting them slow. They spent the first day on books alone, going over safety procedures and protocols. All Might had made a fuss with Nezu, but Shota refused to back down, and Nezu agreed. The third day they were all focused on the basics of their quirk. He wanted to see how each functioned and then have Izuku rip them to hell and back. The kid would be spending the second half of the week working on each of his classmates and their problems and weaknesses. So far, the reports he'd seen were brutal but effective. He had high hopes for his Hellspawn students. Here, Izuku tossed him a water bottle. Thanks. Izuku and Hitoshi were getting better, faster, and more aggressive in their fighting styles. Izuku was taking well to his newfound freedom in offensive skills. He did not hold back when training with Shota. The kid had a long way to go, but this was a good start. Have you had a chance to review the brats on the hero suits? Oh! Izuku chugged the bottle of water and waved a hand. Yeah, about that. We really need to talk about a few of them. Firstly, Momo's suit. She's half naked, and Hagakure is actually naked. Wait, what? Shota nearly choked. Yeah, Hakukure's suit is literally a set of gloves and boots. Momo barely has even a strap of fabric covering her privates, and Kirishima is literally shirtless. Granted, he can turn himself into stone, but there's a debate. So there's a debate on the difficulty of finding fabric that could withstand it. I'm rambling, aren't I? But it's good information. What else? Shota mentioned for him to go on. Oh, yeah, Aoyama and Ida both need to go way lighter on their armor. It's bulky and in the way. I know Ida's trying to imitate his brother, but he needs to be more maneuverable than his brother. Valid points. He let the kid ramble and relax against the wall. Okay, so Uraraka needs to nix the heels, and Sarah's helmet is a hazard waiting to happen, unless it's made out of shatterproof plastics. I assume you've already written the reports? Oh, I already sent a scathing letter to Nezu and the support and costume department teachers. All of that is currently being worked on. The students should receive their adjusted suits next week. After they've had a chance to review them and give input on the designs. The only hold-up was Hagakure's suit. They had to sequence her DNA to make a suit to turn her invisible with her. Shota chuckled. Good work, kid. Come on, let's get back. You have a lot of homework to do. Izuku groaned. I'd rather do capture scarf pull-up hangs. No, you wouldn't. Shota rubbed his knuckles on the kid's head. You know, I really wouldn't. Fine. Shota grabbed his bag and they were off towards the dorms. Shota had checked his phone and told Hisashi he'd be back shortly. The teen jogged off ahead to him and turned to walk backwards. Hey, so what are we going to do on Friday? The master's schedule was cleared and Nezu was being cryptic as fuck. It's a surprise. Shota arched his eyebrow and as he tried to hide a grin. I hate surprises, Izuku grumbled. Izuku, you can't tell me I've ever had a good surprise in my life. You were there for like 3 of the worst ones. Shota sighed. You have a point. Morbidly, but he did. Shota wasn't sure if he wanted to reveal the truth to Izuku, because he knew the teen would tell Hitoshi. Still, surprises never did Izuku any justice. Shota sighed. We're going on a field trip, that's all I'm going to say. It's on campus, but it's at the far end, so we'll be taking a short bus ride. Oh, is that all? Okay. The kid went back to jogging ahead of him, but something struck Shota enough to make him stumble to a stop. Hey, wait a second. How did you get access of the master schedule? I have no idea what you're talking about. See you in class, Mo. Izuku. But the kid was gone. Shota really could have chased him down, but there was really no point. He knew Izuku had access to the schedule. If Izuku had access to the schedule, Nezu had given it to him. Or, scary theory, he hacked into the school system. Nah, that didn't seem likely, right? May hadn't taught him how to do that, right? So, you sure this will work? Yo, do you know the scientific method? You know what the scientific method is, right? Kaminari gave Izuku the most... Oh, wait, that's Kaminari. Fuck. Kaminari gave Izuku the most confused look as he'd ever seen. The electric blonde was currently standing barefoot in a kiddie pool of water with spark plugs in each hand. The plugs were hooked up to a chain of about 6 car batteries. It was important to note that the voltage on these were far less than what Kaminari could output himself, meaning it shouldn't hurt him. Izuku had a theory, a very good theory, but it wasn't tested yet. Yeah, we learned in elementary school. Excellent. Izuku took about 10 steps back to where he placed a switch to the chain batteries. My hypothesis is that because your binge-like exposure to electrical currents and a large output of voltages, your brain is basically getting hangovers. Hangovers? Kaminari shifted in the pool. He looked uncomfortable. Let's not focus on the hangover part. My idea is that you need long-term exposure to electrical currents. So, if we were to start off with half your output and give you like 15 minutes on a whole charge just to see what happens, if it all goes well, you'll likely have a much better connection to the electrical output of your own quirk. We have non-conductive flooring in this gym, so we can test your quirk afterwards. I might not be scared, dude, but do you know how crazy you sound when you're talking about quirks? Izuku grinned. Yeah, I do. He flipped the switch. Electricity crackled across the gym, leaving little sparks to fly all over the fireproof flooring. Izuku was incredibly thankful for these gyms being basically everything-proof. That's how Nezu described them. He could stand about 10 feet away from Kaminari, and the sparks flying around him would be relatively safe. He might not have told Schroeder the whole idea, but really it was Izuku's fault Was it Izuku's fault if their teacher didn't check the request for car batteries? Absolutely not. How are you feeling? Izuku called out over the crackling buzz of electricity. Kaminari gave him a double thumbs up and around the plugs in his hands. It feels like my bones are vibrating. Is that a good thing? Izuku asked. I have no idea. Huh, well, at least it wasn't painful. Izuku checked his phone. 5 minutes had passed. Another 10 and he would shut it off. Izuku had no way to tell if this would actually help Kaminari tolerate his quirk better, but his drawbacks for overusing was an incredible weakness. When the electric teen used his maximum output, or used his quirk too often, he ended up frazzled and brainless for a little while afterwards. In a battle for a villain, that could mean the difference in capturing the villain or the hero getting captured. Izuku wouldn't allow that kind of hazard. He counted down the last couple of minutes and shut off the switch. The silence made Izuku's ears ring. He opened his jaw to crack his ears and popped them back out so they would stop ringing. Whoa. Kaminari stumbled out of the kiddie pool onto a towel. I feel kinda like static. Is that a good thing? Izuku squinted at his classmate. It's different. I don't usually feel connected to my electricity until I use it, but it's like I can sense the buzz in those outlets and the lights above us. Awesome. Izuku tossed Kaminari another towel to dry off with. Next time, let's up the voltage and extend the time. I also want you to try focus on that connection to the electricity around you. In the gyms, at least, not the dorms. Can you try to pull the power from the lights above you? Kaminari frowned in thought as he stared at the hanging ceiling lights above them. The lights flickered, dimmed, and brightened. Then several popped and blew out. A second later, a crackle of electricity spurred across the room, and uncontrolled and random, Kaminari yelped, "Shit, are you okay?" Izuku trucked over to him. The blonde was flicking his hand like he had touched a hot pan. "I'm fine. That just stung a bit. I don't know if I can control that. I don't know if I can control that. I've never pulled energy from around me before. Only my own quirk which produces it." Izuku took his hand and flipped it over. There were little scorch marks on each pad of Kaminari's fingers. "I wonder if that's part of the problem." "What do you mean?" "You're focusing too much on using your quirk's output, instead of drawing from the energy around you. Natural made energy can be incredibly powerful, but if we put you near a power bank or a bank for transformers, you could basically pull from them perpetually without causing any brain damage, at least in theory." Whoa. Kaminari stood up once he had his shoes back on. "Thanks for your help, Izuku. I'd really like to not be stuck in my head like that again." "Wait, what?" Izuku did a double take, literally. "Oh, yeah. When I overcharge myself, I end up going, you know." He made double thumbs and an empty face like when he goes brainless, as Izuku called it. "I kind of get stuck in my head and speaking doesn't work. It comes out kind of jabbled." "Kaminari, that's a problem. Have you ever told anyone before?" "Well, yeah, my parents. They said it was normal. It happens to them too when they use their quirks." "That's a serious drawback. That's not healthy. I was half joking about the brain damage, but you might actually be causing harm to your brain cells when you overcharge. I think Recovery Girl should do some tests, and until then, please don't overcharge yourself. And no more charging phones either. I'm sick of everyone using you like a damn outlet." Thanks, Izuku. I don't really mind charging phones, but you have a point. It doesn't exactly feel good." You're not an outlet, Kaminari. You're also not a walking charging block. Tell Karchan you don't like it. He'll set the others straight, okay? "Yeah, thanks." Kaminari hugged him suddenly, which made Izuku chuckle. When he left, Izuku cleaned up and stored the batteries in one of the locked tool closets in the gym. The pool was emptied, cleaned, and put away in the closet as well. Izuku spent the whole time thinking about Kaminari's problems and how he could trying to figure out. Wow, thanks. Izuku spent the whole time thinking about Kaminari's problems and trying to figure out new ways he could push the limits safely so they could evolve his quirk, or at the very least make his brain make it easier to tolerate and be less harmful on the brain. Izuku was really worried he was inadvertently hurting himself. As he finished up, Izuku took out his phone and shot Katsuki a text. After their talk, Katsuki had become very clear on his stance of Izuku's new guardian, after Hitoshi, that is. Izuku hopped down to extend that to the rest. Izuku hoped he'd extend that to the rest of his class. "Hey, Izuku. Hey, Karchan, can you do me a favor?" Katsuki. "What is it, nerd?" Izuku. "I was working with Kaminari today and I was worried about him. I'm going to ask Recovery Girl to do some tests on his quirk. I think he might be damaging his brain when he overcharges." Katsuki. "What the fuck?" Izuku. "Yeah, can you make sure the class doesn't use him as a damn charging power bank? It's insulting and he doesn't deserve to be regarded as a wall outlet." Katsuki. "I'll blast anyone that tries. Tell Pikachu to come find me." "Yeah, Izuku, I did. Don't be so hard on him, yeah?" Katsuki. "Yeah, Hey, just so you know, with all the extras are glad you're helping them out with quirk training. Ponytail's really happy about her new hero suit. I overheard the girls talking when I was on my way to my room. Pink Cheeks is also glad to be rid of the heels. Izuku, colon D. That's great. I'm working with Hagakure tomorrow on her hero suit. It's supposed to be done. I want to test out a couple neat features I asked May to add in. Shit, I need to see May about that actually. Thanks again, Kai-chan. Katsuki, don't be late for dinner, dumbass. Izuku, red heart. Izuku grabbed his bag and burst out of the gym towards the support labs. May had been so swamped the first few days of school that she almost vanished. Izuku missed his lovable, crazy engineer like a sister. She spent the summer holidays with family, so they hadn't seen much of each other since before Izuku almost died at his mother's hands. He kept in contact through calls and texts, but May had been lost in her adventures and requisitions of from the hero course. He had thought he'd have to beg May for help, but the second she found out the hero department had left Hagakure literally naked, she flipped her lid and ripped half the suit acquisition from their hands to handle herself. It had taken a few days for Hagakure's DNA sequence so they could create a polyfabric out of it, which would actually work with her quirk. According to May, it would act like a sort of chameleon skin. The reflective skin reacting to the reflective skin underneath the fabric. Izuku ducked carefully and slowly opened the door towards to the support labs, where he knew May would be. He formed a bit of a habit of walking into the labs with his head ducked, because May had a habit of making shit explode, and throwing her wrenches was a stress relief for her. A wrench dunked into the wall a foot from his face as he walked into the room. Shit, sorry. I'm really glad you have a pitiful aim, May. Well, at least it wasn't a big wrench this time. Izuku rolled his eyes and tackled May from behind at her work table. She easily grabbed his legs and wrapped them around her waist, making Izuku a backpack while she continued working. Izuku was exhausted, so he put his head on her shoulder and closed his eyes. How's the invisible suit going? I need to test it out with Hagakure tomorrow. Oh, yeah, it's done. She pointed to a wall rack of hooks filled with coats and aprons. At the very end was a simple black leotard with short legs and arms. It would be about mid-calf, and it would fall about mid-calf and right just above the wrist. I added padding to the joints and soft spots for protection. I also added, as well as Kevlar as a Kevlar mix over the important organs, just in case. I can make a winter version, but I'll need more time for that since I'd prefer to add boots and gloves and a hood. The boots are going to be a challenge, so give me a couple of months. Sounds good. Thanks. What you working on now? Seriously, motorcycles? Fuck. Okay. Just a little something for your blasty boy. She held up a device that looks like his gauntlets, but really small. Wait, were that actually grenades? He can store sweat in those and use them like bombs, or just extra sweat in bad situations. You mentioned his weakness is coldness and water, right? Yeah, if the sweat is watered down by the rain, it's not as effective. And when it's cold, he doesn't sweat, obviously. Right, so that's what these are for. But they also have a blast radius of about 200 feet when maxed out. May, isn't Kai-chan explosive enough? Ha! May barked. I want to see him blow a gym sky high. I think I can make it big enough. Izuku smacked May at the back of the head gently. What? Stop trying to make bigger explosions. You're gonna get yourself expelled. Fine. May huffed. The grenade was tossed on the table haphazardly. Izuku winced, hiding behind May's shoulders in expectation of possible explosions. Oh, stop it. The thing isn't even charged with nitroglycerin, but this baby. She grabbed a handrail gun-looking device from the back of the work table. May, put that down. Majima came running across the room and snatched the gun away from May's hands. Oh, hey Midoriya. Sorry, this was here for repairs, not testing. Hey, Power Loader Sensei, he waved. Please don't encourage my resident unstable compound to be more unstable. I was doing the exact opposite. I came here to check on the suit I requested for Hagakure. Oh, he set his gun into one. Where was I? Oh, he set his gun to one of the lock cabinets along the wall. Hatsume worked hard on that one. I think your classmate will be quite happy with it. I was very upset to hear that she was being left without a hero suit. I wasn't going to blast a wall again. May turned around and dropped Izuku onto the work table. Izuku grabbed one of the proposed grenades and rolled it around in his hand. Yes, you were. May, Izuku and Majima said at the same time, causing the three of them to laugh. Okay, come on. Let me show you some of the cool tricks I put on the sleeve of the suit. Izuku hopped off of the table to follow May. They both said goodbye to Majima and went into the testing chamber so May could show off the suit's tricks. Izuku assumed that would be something that could function well with Hakukure's quirk. Also, he hoped Sumo was going to be fun. Izuku hummed to himself as he walked to the locker rooms outside of the gym. They had agreed to meet after class, but before dinner, so they could have a few hours to try Hakukure's new hero suit. He had the suit itself tucked under his shoulder in a small dress bag so it wouldn't get dirty. The spring rain had started. Thankfully, today wasn't a downpour, it was just a sprinkle. So he let it dribble on his head as he walked. Hey, Izuku. Ah, right. Hey, okay. Hello. Do you just enjoy sneaking up on people? Kind of. Hagakure laughed. Her floating clothes bounced a little as she moved side to side. They had a bit of a stare for a moment. Oh, sorry, I was holding my hands out. She didn't have her jacket on. It was hard to tell when she was wearing short sleeves. Can I have my suit? Oh, sure. Sure thing. Izuku inspected the girl's clothing as he handed the dress over. Hagakure was entirely invisible. That might seem like a dumb observation, but Izuku had differentiated between camouflage and invisible. Her skin wasn't just reflecting certain colours of light, her body was reflecting every colour of light. That had been a challenge in making Hagakure's new suit. It had to not just be built with her own DNA, but be able to reflect light when connected to her. The suit had to connect to her while the quirk was active, which was always. Hagakure scurried into the locker room but stopped just beyond the door. Oh, could you wait here? Can you hold the door? I want to be able to ask questions while I try it on. Oh, sure, I'll keep a foot in the door, but I won't be looking out. I'll be looking out at the field. It's okay, Izuku. I trust you. And also, I'm invisible. Invisibility doesn't negate your right to privacy. You know that, right? Yeah. I mean, right. Thanks. Her voice sounded bashful. Was she blushing? Izuku shook his head. That was not something he should be thinking about right now. He turned to face the empty sports field and waited for Hagakure to call him. He hoped that she understood that being invisible doesn't mean being unseen. This is really cool. Izuku smiled. Yeah? It turns me invisible as I put it on, like it's a part of me. That's good news. Izuku stumbled out of the way when something unseen rushed past him. Oh, sorry, Izuku. It's okay. How does it fit and feel? He couldn't tell, obviously. It fits great and it feels amazing. It's breathable and I feel protected. Is it armored? Sort of. Izuku gestured vaguely to where her stomach might be. Mate was able to guard vital organs just in case he took a hit. She was beyond pissed when she first heard that they were having you trot around with nothing on. So was I. To be honest, Izuku, I'm sort of used to it. Izuku scoffed. That's not the point. You shouldn't have to be. You're a human being. You deserve common decency. There's no reason anyone, let alone a teenage girl, should have to strut around naked just because their quirk makes them invisible. That doesn't make it okay. Izuku felt hands cup his. He let Hagakure take his hands and hug them into her chest. He could actually feel the fabric of the suit around her. Izuku wouldn't be ashamed to admit that he sighed in relief that his fellow student was covered. She had to feel more comfortable now. Thank you. Hagakure squeezed his hands. I feel much safer now. Good. Now, do you want to see what the new suit can really do? His hands jerked up and down. She was jumping excitedly. Izuku chuckled a little. Yes, come on, let's go. She practically dragged him along to Gym Alpha next door so they could test the suit. Izuku was excited to see how Hagakure would react to the cool new toys May had provided for her. It wasn't a grand arsenal. There was only so much she could pack into a leotard suit after all, but it should be fun to play around with. Okay, Hagakure left him in the middle and bounced in the position. Left him by the mats and bounced into position in the middle. Izuku could hear her bare feet on the plastic mat covers. How do I do this? Okay, so May put a row of buttons on your collar. Can you feel them? Don't push them yet. Yeah, I can feel them. Good. Izuku settled down onto one of the benches nearby and pointed at his neck. The one closest to your left shoulder will turn the suit into a light refractor, so it'll become partly visible, and it basically becomes a super powerful disco ball. That's for distraction and blinding the enemy. The middle button that activates a hidden set of scale fibers. You can use that in close combat to defend yourself. It's key to your DNA, so it should be relatively harmless for you, but it will harm someone else. The third button's just for that. The third button, that's the fun one. Out with it. Izuku chuckled. Take a breath. He could see the indentations of her feet hitting the mats over and over as she hopped from one foot to another. Okay, so the third button, the closest to the center of your throat, basically sends out miniature flares that can also reflect light. Basically, you can activate them. Basically, you activate it, that you light up the night fucking sky like it's a Bond festival. What? That's awesome. How do we test it? Izuku pointed up. He waited a second for her to look up. I picked Gym Alpha for the high ceilings, so have some fun. Play around with the suit. We can even spar if you want. If you want to try it out in combat. Okay, I've never fought someone before. Have you fought someone before that you haven't seen? Izuku shrugged. No, but it'll be pretty good practice. Shredder sometimes does blindfold us when we fight to better our awareness, but it's not exactly the same, is it? Not particularly. Izuku was suddenly on his ass against the mats. Hagakure had grabbed the front of his uniform and pulled him directly onto the ground. Well, he certainly wasn't expecting that. Yeah, fighting an invisible opponent would certainly be a new experience. Right, new challenge. Izuku peeled himself off of the mats and looked around. He was alone. The gym was silent. Hagakure was no longer speaking. Izuku pushed his focus onto the perception part of his brain. Analysis would be his savior this time. Every time. So he put it to good use. Instead of trying to listen for Hagakure, he focused on searching for her feet. The mats were soft enough that the weight of a human body would displace the mats. There. Izuku dodged just as the indent of her feet came darting towards him. Oh, you're good. Hagakure laughed, high and happy. Izuku was glad she was having fun, but this would be a whole new headache for him. I have a good teacher. They danced around each other. Izuku managed to kick his shoes off in a pass by the bench, and now they were both circling each other. Izuku could see the displacement of her weight. It was actually useful because he couldn't tell which direction she was walking. When she swapped directions, he followed suit and did the same. This lasted for a few more minutes before Hagakure ran directly at him. Shit. He was defending himself immediately. Hagakure was a good fighter. She went right for the soft spots, or the spots for her new suits guarded. Well, Izuku wasn't wearing armor or even padding. All he had on was his school uniform. Come on, you can hit me back. Yeah, but you're the one. You're the one with the Kevlar on. Kevlar. Is that the word? Kevlar. I'm going with Kevlar. She laughed and skipped to the left, throwing another punch to his gut, which he barely blocked in time just by guessing or maybe by sheer luck. Unfortunately, he missed the roundhouse kick she aimed right at his shoulders. It sent him flying sideways across the mats, and he rolled to a stop, breathless. Okay, he growled. I'm not ready for an invisible combat. Oh, come on, I didn't even get to try the suit's features yet. Yeah, well, I don't have mine on. Izuku rolled onto his back and sat up at the ceiling. Actually, he could feel the mats displaced beside his head. Hagakure must be right beside him. It was a weird realization that she could be leaning directly over his face, and he would have no idea. Sorry, I think I got excited. Are you okay? I'm fine. He held out his hand, and Hagakure pulled him back up to his feet. But why don't we test out those flares again, just for fun? But why don't you test out those flares, just for fun? Really? The mats were bouncing again. Izuku smirked with a short nod. Go ahead. Heck yeah! Izuku stepped off the mats and sat himself back on the bench so she could have the gym to herself. His shoulder was sore. Hagakure could throw a good kick, that's for sure. He wasn't expecting her to have such a foundation for combat training. But apparently the invisible girl had some tricks up her unseen sleeves. That thought made Izuku grin. Right, so make sure your hair is out the way. I'm not sure how flammable these flares are. Knowing May, probably a lot. But otherwise, just hit the button and they'll come out of your shoulders and upper arms. So you can sort of aim, but they primarily go upwards. Okay, got it. I'll count down. Maybe cover your eyes? Right, Izuku shaded his eyes and mainly focused on the mats. 3, 2, 1. The crackle pop of the flares snapping out of the miniature housing Across the shoulders and upper arms of Hagukure's suit filled the room and made Izuku's ears ring. The whole gym filled with sizzling sparkle of flare sparks flinging themselves everywhere. The light was incredible and practically blinded Izuku. Whoa! Hagukure mused. I love this. Thank you so much. Izuku was suddenly being crushed in a tight hug. His ribs ached from the girl's strength. I'm glad you like it. When you log it back to the universal locker system, just hit the service button and select what option you need. The support department will refill that item, he grunted out. I can't breathe. Sorry, she released him. But thank you so much. Tell me I said thank you and I absolutely adore the suit. You're most welcome. I'll let her know. If you're not back by 10:30, I'll activate the tracking on your cell phones. Understood? Shota did not appear happy to allow Izuku and Hitoshi off campus, but they begged for just one normal moment as a teenage couple. Besides, Izuku had been working overtime to help all the students. He just wanted one Friday night off so they could go out and have fun. I'll have him back by 10. Hitoshi mock saluted Shota with a stern posture. Izuku chuckled. We'll be safe, Shota, I promise. It's just a movie down the street. That didn't seem to reassure their teacher at all. Ironically, it didn't reassure any of their several classmates hanging around the common room as they got ready to leave. Katsuki had a tighter scowl than usual, probably because he was worried about the same thing Izuku was, being in public. UA was a safe place, the outside world was not. Izuku could not become a great quirkless hero without being a little brave every now and then. He had dealt with bullying his whole life anyway. He knew the risks. They were only about 5 blocks from school, where the movie theatre sat in the residential district of Musazafu. Izuku had been there only a couple of times when he managed to scrounge up enough money for modifying quirkless shoes for the community or stealing a couple of yen from his mother's purse to catch a movie and a few hours for himself. Let me put it this way, Shota called out as they headed towards the door. If you aren't back by 10:30, I'm sending Bakugo to beat after your asses. It was enough to get a few winces and hisses from a couple students milling about. Katsuki was grinning like a madman in the kitchen. A barking laugh followed them out the door from the explosive blonde. Jeez, you'll think we're going on some dangerous mission or some shit, Hitoshi grumbled. Yeah, well, just being around me in public is... I have to face it. I can't hide in my safe space forever. Izuku. Hitoshi stopped and scanned their badges at the gate, which opened them up with a loud whoosh. Izuku tucked his arm around Hitoshi's and as he waited for his boyfriend to speak. Fuck them. They can mock and belittle us all they want. We're gonna beat them. We're better than them, right? He pointed to the greater than symbol on his shoulder, pin on his shoulder. Izuku smiled faintly. Yeah, they were better, but Izuku wasn't worried about harsh words. There was much more than words. There was so much more than words to be scared of. The movie was one of the newest hero movies starring several of the top 10 heroes in the country. They purposefully got one that excluded All Might and Endeavor. Thankfully, those two didn't often feature in movies unless it was specifically about them, as they were A, too expensive, and B, too destructive to have on set. He really liked watching Mirako on screen. She had such a presence. He really wanted to meet her one day. Hitoshi ate more than half the damn popcorn, which they quietly thought about throughout the movie. The theater was mostly empty, so they didn't get anyone shushing or yelling at them about their last and quiet bickering. I bet Hawks make a terrifying villain. Yeah. Izuku tossed out their empty popcorn bucket on the way out of the movie. I can see it. I mean, he would get away with murder easily with his feathers. I wonder if he's ever considered it. Oh, wait, I got the voices wrong. Start again. I think Hawks would make a terrifying villain. Yeah? Izuku tossed out his empty popcorn bucket on the way out of the movie. I can see it. I mean, he could get away with murder easily with his feathers. I wonder if he's ever considered it. Why would he consider murder, Zoo? Izuku chuckled. I mean, I wonder if he's ever considered how he could make an easy villain. Doubtful. They practically brainwashed. The guy's practically brainwashed by the commission. Hitoshi slid them down the street as they chatted, arm in arm. The movie finished up at 9, so they were still about 45 minutes early. They decided to take a leisurely walk back to campus instead of walking straight back there. The stars were peeking out behind the clouds and the temperature was perfect. Izuku rested his head on Hitoshi's shoulder, hugging his arms around his boyfriend's waist while Hitoshi tucked his arm around Izuku's shoulder. Walking this way was a touch awkward, but Izuku wanted to be close to Hitoshi just for a while. Could you imagine training on Mirako? Izuku asked, looking up. I bet she punches harder than Kachan. Hitoshi barked aloud. A laugh. Yeah, I bet she does. Oh, also, do you think we can get Shredder to have Bakugo train with her? I think she'll knock some sense into him. Or kick it. Izuku giggled. It's not a bad idea. I should text him your suggestion. Oh, you're so gonna get your... Oh, so you're gonna get your ass beat... You're so gonna get your ass beat by Bakugo if you do. Worth it. Izuku stopped them and pulled his phone and sent a text. Shredder before the confidence passed. The phone was knocked from his hand before he even finished typing the message. What? What the hell are you doing here, null? I don't ask what that voice was. Just go with it. When Izuku looked up, he was staring straight at the face of Tsubasa, one of his childhood bullies and formerly one of Katsuki's groupies. Izuku stumbled backwards 2 steps in search of Hitoshi, only to find him already grappling with 2 strangers Izuku didn't recognize. They looked like Tsubasa, but older. Brothers? Did Tsubasa have brothers? Bright red leathery wings flared around Tsubasa. His anger evident even before Izuku could see his face again. Toj, where did you get this UA uniform? Izuku's bully grabbed him by the front of his uniform shirt, yanking him in. Get the fuck over him, you asshole, Hitoshi shouted back. For all his efforts, Hitoshi got shoved into a nearby brick wall hard enough to rattle his head and disorient him. Then, down the alley between buildings. Izuku was yanked down the alley after him by Tsubasa. Izuku's brain was stuttering, unable to track his thoughts in a straight line. You haven't met my old brothers, have you? Why did I just turn into a Yank? Why did I turn American? Okay. You haven't met my old brothers, have you? They're like your kind even less than I do. But we're not going to mess with you tonight. Oh no. So that's just my stomach growling. I'm not sure if you can hear it. Dinner's like 10 minutes away, so sorry. Brother number 1, the taller of the 2 with pointed black wings, grabbed Izuku by the back of the head, almost pulling his hair out by the roots. His other hand grabbed Izuku's wrist behind his back, locking him in place. Brother number 2, who had deep purple wings and an ugly sneer, grabbed Hitoshi by the back of his neck, forcing him to bend down. Hitoshi was still dizzy from the smack on the brick wall. His feet stumbled back and forth as he tried to regain his balance. See, the only thing worse than a null is a null fucker and null lover. Why does the voice keep changing for Tsubasa? I'm so sorry. I can't remember his voice in canon, so my brain's just working overtime. Anyway, Tsubasa growled the words in Izuku's face. Raw terror strangled Izuku's throat. He wanted to scream, kick the cruel human right in the face, but he was being held with his arms yanked back behind and his head bent down just enough that he couldn't see anything, that he couldn't do anything. If he did, he'd end up on his face on the concrete. He hadn't acted fast enough. He could have gotten out of the hold before they pulled his arms up behind him. Schroeder was right. He wasn't ready to be a hero. It's like, what's it like, Brother 2 asked, pulling Hitoshi's head back up. That it has to be disgusting, fucking something like that. Tsubasa punched Hitoshi's center mass right below the ribs. Hitoshi doubled over, immediately coughing. "Stop it!" Izuku screamed. Brother 1 yanked his arms up harder, making him cry out in pain from his shoulders, refusing to move out that way. "Shut the fuck up, you geneless freak." Tsubasa punched Izuku in the gut and turned back to Hitoshi. Izuku gasped for breath, his body listing dangerously to the side. He'd taken several gut punches over the years, but this felt different. Tsubasa wasn't holding back because they were on the school playground and Tsubasa wasn't holding back because they were on the school playground anymore. Izuku tried to search for Hitoshi's eyes, only to find raging oceans of purple anger. Hitoshi had a quirk, one that would take only the tiniest reply from any of the assholes. Why wasn't he using it? "You're just as bad as that freak. Corrupted and defiled by that thing." Tsubasa punched Hitoshi again. "How did either of you even get into your way? Jet probably, right?" He punched. Hitoshi did nothing. "Jesus." Izuku tried to scream, but Brother 1 grabbed the front of Izuku's face, cupping his hand over Izuku's mouth and silencing him violently. This left him half bent forward from his arms, with fingernails digging into his already scarred face. Hitoshi was being held in almost the same position, but with Brother Number 2's fist tangled in these long lavender waves. Izuku wanted to rip that man's hand off with his bare teeth. Why wasn't he using his quirk? Why wasn't he defending himself? Izuku screamed into the hand, covering his face, hot tears pouring down his face as he watched his boyfriend take the beating Izuku knew should have been his. The punches kept coming to his face, his chest, his stomach. Kicks to the ribs, animal-like claws across his chest. They wouldn't stop. They didn't stop screaming obscenities and cruel slurs at Hitoshi and Izuku until Hitoshi was gasping on the ground, covered in blood. Izuku was a sobbing mess by the time Brother Number 1 released him, his arms numb from being held far beyond their normal rotation behind his back. He cracked his knees when he fell to the ground, trying to search for his boyfriend, only to land on his own face instead. What a fucking disgusting mess. Brother 1 kicked Izuku in the back, spiraling pain up into his very recently healed ribcage. "Let's go." Izuku rolled himself sideways so he could try to cup Hitoshi's bloody face off the ground. The taller teen was gasping, clutching his stomach. He winced when Izuku took his face. "Why didn't you use your quirk?" Izuku begged, his face already seeing the mess of tears and blood he could barely see. "Why, Toshi?" "'Cause..." His words were slurred, cut off, and weak. No, not like them. Defending yourself. Izuku choked on his own words. It's protected. Izuku knew that what Hitoshi was referring to. Of course he did. He was using one's quirk in public without a license or exemption was against the law. You could risk your chance of being a pro hero if you broke that law. But defending oneself was protected under the Quirk Compassion Act. Protecting yourself or someone else in the absence of a pro or a police officer was allowed. Hitoshi shrugged and struggled to choke on a laugh, his head shaking just an inch with Izuku in his hands. "'Tis not what I meant," he gabbled. What the hell did he mean? Oh. Izuku was so fucking stupid. Hitoshi had been bullied as a child for his villainous quirk. If he had used his quirk against Tsubasa and his brothers, he'd been proving them right. He'd be proving everyone right whoever called him a villain, who would control people's minds at will, just to win a fight or to get ahead in life. If he used it to get out of a fight before becoming a pro, he'd be accepting all the accusations, and Izuku knew Hitoshi would never allow that to happen, even if that meant taking a brutal beating to prove them wrong, even if he had to take Izuku's beatings. Izuku pulled himself upright when he got the feeling back in his arms, and pulled Hitoshi up so they were sitting against the alley wall, the larger team leaning on Izuku's chest and shaking profusely. Groping around, he managed to find Hitoshi's phone in his pocket and took it out to dial Schroeder's number. I was wondering if you'd call before I send Bakugo after you. It's almost late. Schroeder? Izuku coughed. The tired hero's voice went cold immediately. Where are you? I don't know. Please, recovery girl. Toshi is... God, it's all my fault. Izuku's arms were going numb again. Dimly, he realized he had probably dislocated his shoulders, probably causing nerve damage. He hated the logical side of his mind fed him information at the worst times. The phone fell out of his hand and he slumped back against the wall, one half-limp arm hugging Hitoshi, who was still grasping in his arms. Hitoshi, Izuku, I'm on my way. Izuku leaned down to kiss Hitoshi's forehead, one of the few places not being covered in bruises or broken skin. He whispered apologies over and over into his boyfriend's hair, carefully untangling it with what little dexterity he had left in his hand. He tried to wipe away the feeling of that bastard's fist caught in it. Hitoshi did not speak again. At some point he'd fallen unconscious and his breathing even out. It wasn't wet or crackly, no punctured lungs. Izuku brushed his shirt up with the back of his hand, bruised to hell and back. There was internal damage, broken ribs, maybe a few bruised organs. Hitoshi was a mess. Izuku sobbed into his boyfriend's chest until the slap of feet struck fear into his heart. He wrapped his arms around Hitoshi, trying to shield the wounded teen with his own body. Izuku. Shoda. Izuku groaned in response. Oh, fuck. The teacher came to a skidding stop a few feet from him and clambered down to his knees beside the brutalized students. It's my fault, Izuku wailed. It's my fault. Listen to me, Izuku. Shoda grabbed his face firm in his hands and stared him into his eyes. None of this is your fault. Do not ever think this was your fault. The bastards who hurt you, it's their fault. God's above. This is what I'm scared of. Me too, Izuku mumbled. First Emi, now Hitoshi. When would Izuku's existence stop causing pain? It wasn't fucking fair. He just wanted a normal life like everyone else. Why did a fucking toe joint make him so different? A car screeched to a halt outside the alley. A few seconds later, footsteps rounded the corner. Shota? It was President Mike. I'm here. They're here. Fuck. Hitoshi needs medical. I can't tell how bad. I'm here, Zashi. I'm here, Zashi. I'm here, Shota. Move, Hizashi. Was that Chio? Izuku was getting loopy. The voices were all blending together. He felt like he was drifting on a fluttering leaf, like he had been in Shusensi's apartment. Dear Lord, what happened? It looks like they got mugged. Shota was touching Izuku's face, checking his eyes with her flashlight. Izuku barely moved, his eyes unfocused and blurry. Izuku's got some marks on his face, but I think they did something to his arms. I'm not sure otherwise. Hitoshi, he's unconscious but breathing steadily. He took a beating, but I don't see any signs of internal bleeding. Alright, let me give them a small dose just to get them back ready to transport. We'll take them back to the school. I have my doubts that the hospital system would take care of Izuku. Is it that bad? President Mike asked. Unfortunately, Chio agreed. Izuku, can you hear me? That was Shota again. Izuku managed to nod. I'm gonna carry Hitoshi. Hizashi's gonna help you to the car, okay? Again, a dull nod. Shota's limp body was gently pulled from his arms, and Izuku couldn't stop it. He knew Shota was safe and would take care of Hitoshi, but that didn't reassure him that his boyfriend was going to be okay. That tingly sensation in his forearm sent a wave of relief down his limbs. A tingly sense on his forehead sent a wave of relief down his limbs, making his arms a little less numb. Oh, right. Chio's quirk. Hey, little listener, I got you. Hitoshi wrapped an arm around his waist and hauled him onto his feet. They were both set in the back of a big black SUV. This must be Shota's car, right? It looked like him. Hitoshi was lying across Chio's lap while she was checking his vitals and wounds. Izuku kept repeating nonsensical knowledge about Hitoshi's wounds in his mind to keep him from going insane. President Mike held onto Izuku as they drove back, still holding him still each time he tried to reach out for Hitoshi. Izuku knew that this was to keep them both still, but he really wanted to hold his boyfriend. Their arrival was a blur. He was put on an infirmary bed and left in the room with a pleasant nurse who patched him up. It didn't take long. They wrapped his ribs after taking a few scans to make sure he hadn't broken any bones again, and put a few bandages over his face from the claw marks of number one put on him. His right arm was in a sling and his left was almost back to normal. The nurse gave him some medication to swallow, and he did so without argument or even knowing what it was. Then he was left to wait. Izuku stared at the clock, unmoving. It wasn't until 11:34, and Shota came back into the room with an exasperated sigh, and blood covering his clothes and capture scarf. He's going to be fine. Izuku gasped for air. He didn't realize how long he'd been holding his breath for God knows how long. His good hand clutched at his shirt, his body already breaking down and crying before Shota even made it across the room to hug him. Shh, it's okay. I got you. Let it out. Hey, he's okay. Hitoshi's gonna be okay. It's my fault, Izuku hollered. He took it from me. He wouldn't use his quirk. I couldn't fight back. My arms were numb. I couldn't kick or claw or bite. I was trapped and he wouldn't use his quirk. Shota pulled them onto the bed and wrapped an arm around Izuku's arms. The smaller teen coiled himself into a ball in his teacher's lap, letting everything out. They wouldn't stop. They did this because of me. Because he loves me. He wouldn't use his quirk. He wouldn't stop. He could have stopped it, and he didn't. Why? Shota asked when Izuku took a moment to breathe. Why didn't he defend himself? It's protected. It would prove them right. It would prove that he was a villain. Everything he's done to get there, it would prove it would be wasted. Izuku coughed. He is terrified of using his powers to hurt others or defend himself. He is horrified it will make him a villain. God damn it. Shota hugged Izuku tighter. It hurt, but Izuku didn't complain. The hero rocked him back and forth on his bed. Izuku's hair was wet. Shota was crying. I'm so sorry. I'm so fucking sorry, Izuku. I shouldn't have let you leave. It's not your fault. It's mine. But what would that have done? If they never left the school, they'd never learn to face the real world. They'd never learn to overcome odds to be heroes. What a horrible stumbling block. But Izuku knew he couldn't stay hiding the rest of his life. He'd likely face worse than this when he became a pro-hero. Izuku? The teen pulled himself up just enough to put his good arm out when Asami came running around the hall. Oh god, I was so scared. The older mentor pulled Izuku and Shota into a hug, kissing Izuku's head gently. Where's Toshi? He is still in treatment. Chio needs to set a few more bones, but he should be out soon. He'll be okay. He just needs a few applications of her quirk, but he should be okay in a few days. Asami sighed, relief washing over both Izuku and him. Shota wiped some of the tears and blood from Izuku's face with his capture scarf and tried to smile. It's not your fault, do you hear me? Izuku nodded. This is not your fault. This was not your fault. Izuku just kept nodding because he didn't know what else he could do. Shota was right, he knew that, but he wasn't sure he accepted it. How could he? The things that they shouted at Hitoshi and Izuku in the alleyway, the reasons for doing this, it all tied back to Izuku being quirkless. Exhaustion eventually took over, leaving Izuku to pass out in his teacher's arms. His dreams were full of nasty words and terrible visions, blood and broken bones. He woke up screaming. Breathe. Izuku's head snapped around to the left, finding Hitoshi on the bed next to him. Breathe, Zu. It was just a nightmare. Toshi? Izuku gasped, scrambling out of bed with his good arm and collapsed next to Hitoshi's bed, hugging the offered hand his boyfriend held out to his face. You okay? I feel like running garbage, but yeah, I'm okay. Cleaned up, he looked a lot better. His face was only slightly swollen and bruised. Most of that was likely taken care of by Chio's quirk. His insides were more worrisome. Izuku could see the bandages peeking out from under his scrubs. Hitoshi pulled up his blanket and when he caught Izuku looking. I'm fine. Izuku smacked his boyfriend's head. You're not fine. Don't you even give me that bullshit. Izuku stood up. I swear to God, Hitoshi Shinzo, if you ever do something so stupid again, I'll kill you myself. After 5 seconds of silence, Hitoshi burst into laughter, then immediately winced at the pain it caused him. I won't let them make me a villain, Izuku. Defending yourself is not villainous, you idiot. Protecting your own life and that of others when no hero is available falls under the Quirk Compassion Act, I know. Hitoshi cut him off. Grabbed Izuku's hand and pulled the shorter teen in. I know, we both know if I used my quirk, I wouldn't have stopped at just making them walk away. Hitoshi's eyes were rolling storms of purple and black. Not until they walked right off a bridge. Izuku's shoulders slumped. He collapsed into the chair next to Hitoshi's bed and sighed. Izuku didn't know how to respond to that. Hitoshi wasn't a violent person, of course not, but Izuku knew exactly where was I? What he was feeling, what he was thinking. That kind of bully didn't stop until they wanted to do so, or their plaything was limp and dead. There was no reasoning with that kind of monster, and if reason wouldn't handle it, then violence would. Sometimes the only way to light fire was with fire. Yeah, Izuku agreed. I know. Are you okay? I'm sorry I scared you. It's not your fault, Toshi. What happened to your arm? Oh, they said it was residual nerve trauma in my right shoulder, from the way they held me. It should heal up fine. A bruised ribs, a cut-up face is nothing compared to what they did to you. He knew you. Izuku looked up when Hitoshi's hand squeezed his. He knew you, didn't he? Izuku nodded. He was one of my middle school bullies, Kachan's right-hand fist. Bakugo's gonna get a right hook in the face after this. I'm blaming him. Izuku sniffled and laughed. Yeah, I think he can take that. What the hell are you blaming me for? Izuku's attention was snapped to the door. Katsuki stood in the doorway, arms crossed with a worried expression, a crease in his eyebrows. Hobo-sensei wasn't exactly happy with me coming to see you two, but I threatened to call Nezu, and I threatened to call Nezu you wanted world domination that he craved. And he caved. Come here, you bastard. I deserve to get one free punch in for this bullshit. Hitoshi grumbled, putting his free hand up into a loose fist. Again, what did I do? Still, he came over to the bed and puffed his chest out. Hitoshi punched the blonde with all his force, which was only enough to make Katsuki feign stumbling back and wincing in pain. That fucking knew Izuku. Wait, what? It was Tsubasa and his two older brothers. What the fuck? Katsuki turned on his heel and marched right back out the door he came through. Izuku would have stopped him, but the look in his face made Izuku think better of it. Oh, he's on the warpath, Hitoshi mumbled. Izuku rubbed the side of his head. He was getting a headache. Cuddle me? Come here. Hitoshi moved over to make room for on the bed for Izuku. The smaller teen promptly stood up and curled himself around his boyfriend in the bed, careful, trying not to pull any wires or IVs in the process. This is what you're scared of, Hitoshi said. Not a question at all. Izuku nodded. I didn't understand. Not entirely. I thought you were overestimating their cruelty. Not in the least. Izuku ran his fingers through Hitoshi's hair and kissed his forehead. Not at all. I'm still not running. Izuku bumped their foreheads together. This is one of the hardest things I've ever had to endure, and I'm still not running. Izuku nodded, over and over, whilst holding back his tears. He snuggled up against Hitoshi and went silent. Izuku's chest was too tight, too painful. No one had ever stood by him through the pain, hate and violence until today. Hitoshi wasn't running, and Izuku damn sure wasn't sure, and Izuku damn sure wasn't either. They finally got some decent sleep after that, cuddled together in each other's arms on an infirmary bed together. Chapter 10. The weekend passed eventually. Izuku and Hitoshi spent Saturday and most of Sunday in the infirmary. Several of their classmates came to visit. Katsuki visited on Saturday morning and gave them both a hug to tell them, "Don't worry about anything, I took care of it." Izuku and Hitoshi shared a worried look, but when Katsuki bumped his hand up Izuku's chin, they both caught the sight of blood under his sleeve. Honestly, Izuku should have expected Katsuki would confront Tsubasa, but he sure as hell didn't expect him to beat the guy to a bloody pulp. Honestly, he kind of hoped Katsuki did. Hitoshi agreed. When they were both released Sunday afternoon, Hitoshi was only nursing some sore ribs and a couple of internal bruises, and Izuku was finally out of his sling. They had slept a lot that weekend from Chiyo's quirk, but it meant they healed up faster. Even if they wasted a whole weekend in bed laying around. Nezu wants to see you. They only just walked through the doors of the dorm when Shota pointed to the door. They both turned and groaned loudly. Just Izuku, Hitoshi, you're on bed rest until tomorrow. If you aren't up for class, text me in the morning and you'll be excused. I'm crashing for the rest of the day, Hitoshi grumbled. Izuku kissed Hitoshi on the cheek and promised to join him later, which Hitoshi mumbled in agreement. Bakugo has detention for a month. Huh? Izuku turned to Shota with a confused look. Oh, yeah. I can't prove that he did beat the guys up who beat you and Hitoshi up, but I know he did. They ended up in hospital covered in burns and starburst marks. Oh, yeah, that was Katsuki. On top of that fuck used your pre-chant for world domination against me, and Nezu heard him. Go, the rat wants to talk villainy with you. Izuku chuckled as he scurried out of the dorms before Shota changed his mind. Oh, this was going to be fun, or horrifying, only time would tell. Izuku anxiously tugged on his curls. One long strand tangled around his finger as he continuously twisted and pulled it. He was currently curled up in one of the couches in Nezu's office, with about 8 or 10 of his notebooks spread across his lap and the coffee table in front of him. They were trying to sort through which of his notebooks was most dangerous, and which could be recoded so they could be given back to Izuku without any concern. Nezu spent the first half hours asking him questions about the notebooks. They had yet to review them more than a couple of glances, where Shota and Nezu both agreed they needed to be locked away. After Nezu heard Katsuki in the hall with Shota, the Chimera principal had taken a deeper look and realized some of them were. This book about Endeavor is scathing. Nezu sounded gleeful about that. Izuku tried to hide the grin that brought to his lips. It was honest. That's all I admit to. Oh, without no doubt. Unfortunately, the Chimera tossed Endeavor's notebook onto the coffee table and picked up another one, Death Arms. That one is too dangerous to let loose. Izuku flipped the page of the book he was reading and clicked his tongue. Shame. I have the first memorized. He was going to be my first hit if I ever was denied into UA. Is that so? Nezu was trying to hide his curiosity, but Izuku knew better. Easy target. His wife's in a mental facility. Did you know that? Doesn't say what for, but I have a few guesses. Some kind of breakdown, clearly, likely caused by Endeavor himself. One dead son, one abused in training. Izuku used air quotes. Todoroki, and I spoke of that, sort of. What did he say? Not much. Izuku tossed the notebook he'd been looking through, Midnights, onto the safe pile when he picked up another one, Hawks. He asked what it was like to be quirkless. I asked what it was like being the son of the top 5 hero. All he said was, "It burns." Nezu hummed in the back of his throat. There wasn't enough to legally act on, not enough that they could prove to actually help Todoroki, but Izuku could take Endeavor down several pegs if he really wanted to. He could burn that man from the history books and send his legacy into the darkness of the Commission vaults. What a pleasure that would be. Maybe he'd ask Todoroki about it. This notebook is short. And Nezu was asking if there was a reason behind it. For it, Izuku shrugged. Death Arms is private. I could have gotten the information otherwise, but I tried to make my notebooks from observations on surface level data, news articles, OPD'd, public commission reports, and anything I can personally see or assume based on seeing them in action. Still, I was up to 3 a.m. writing that one, I think. Hitoshi remembers it better than I do. It feels more like a fever dream to me. That's what makes you so dangerous, Izuku. How do you figure, Nezu? Izuku paged through Hawks' notebook. Once he found the information he knew would be hazardous if released, he tossed the book into the encrypt pile and turned to the principal. They were almost done with the stockpile of notebooks, and thus far, 2/3 had to be encrypted. Nezu's smile went dark, as if remembering something. If anyone can learn to hack and pry for information, or pry for information to dig up the level into the dark in order to gain the upper hand. But you don't need that. You can pick apart a person's weaknesses with only your mind and your eyes. But you don't lash out. You don't use this power against those who hurt you. You are the dangerous kind. You are dangerous because you choose to be kind. Izuku turned to the window. Despite Nezu's words, he never felt like he had power over anyone or anything. He'd always been the one with his face in the dirt. He'd always been the one with face in the dirt. He'd always been the one with a busted up lip and black eyes. I came very close to making a different choice, Nezu. Sometimes I still... He took a deep breath, his whole body shaking as he exhaled. Promise me something, Nezu? What's that? If I ever lose myself... He couldn't finish the thought. Nezu reached across the table and placed a paw on his knee. He seemed to understand in some way. I understand, Nezu. I understand, Izuku. I won't let you fall into darkness. Izuku rubbed a hand over his mouth, nodding. Thank you. He was terrified of what his own mind could do. The things he had spent hours debating in his mind. The best ways to destroy a hero's career, the easiest heroes to target, the way he could simply put a knife to their throats without so much of a single drop of blood slipping out, being spilt. The anger he felt for those assholes who beat up Hitoshi would not fade for a while. But Izuku knew if he let it eat him alive, he would never truly become a hero. He'd never find his way out of that kind of darkness. He rubbed the bands along his left wrist. These only served as a reminder to grief and pain, of survival over it. Maybe one day they could mean hope, but that day was still a long way away. There was still many obstacles to overcome before then. Sleep had, for once, been easily found. But the universe was once again refusing Izuku to allow Izuku any true rest. The ring of his phone startled him out of an empty sleep. It was Osamu's ringtone, a shrill cry that would wake him up out of a dead sleep. Izuku scrambled out of bed, his heels cracked onto the bed frame as he fought his damn sheets to get across the room. He was barely awake when he grabbed the phone from its charging port to answer it. Osamu? His voice sounded drunk to his own ears. So, this is Dr. Taita from Musutafu General Hospital. This number was listed as an emergency contact. Takahashi-san is in our care, but I need some information about him. What do you mean, in your care? What happened? Izuku was trying desperately to control his emotions, but it wasn't working. He gripped the desk with his free hand so hard that his knuckles turned white. His brain was instantly awake, and a rack of nerves. First Satoshi and not Osamu, and now Osamu. He had seen his mentor just a couple of days ago, and he was fine. There was a villain attack this evening in the main shopping district. Takahashi Izuku-san was a bystander. He's been wounded. We're treating him for several burns on his left side, from the neck down to his waist. What? Izuku flipped his computer open his data sheet on active villains in the area, and pulled up his data sheet of active villains in the area. He knew there weren't many villains with fire quirks. He didn't need to check, so he did anyway. There aren't any. Then realization struck him painfully. Endeavor. The word was gasped out of his lungs like it was almost too painful to say. As I said, he was a bystander during a villain attack. Endeavor was the responding hero. Takahashi-san was unfortunately in the line of fire. Izuku's body started to shake. Bystander. What a disgusting word. Osamu was not a bystander, he was a victim. Endeavor had burned him. This was no villain attack. It was friendly fire that the Commission would never take responsibility for. The boil pooling in Izuku's stomach was red hot like molten iron. Just a couple of hours ago, he asked Nezu to stop him if this day should come. Hours ago, he truly understood the gravity, the weight of his own abilities. Now, only hours after Nezu told him he'd chosen to be kind, some kind of switch flipped in his mind. Kindness, obedience, tolerance, those ideas melted away. There was nothing left. He wasn't sure anyone, even Nezu, could wash this kind of boiling rage out of his mind. Midoriya-kun, I need information about Takashima-san. His files are empty. That was purposeful. Osamu paid good money to get most of his records erased. Their medical records are cleaned, so they wouldn't be judged in medical care. It didn't always work, but today it seemed effective. In an instant, Izuku shut down his rage and calmness took over. His body relaxed into the desk. Osamu Takahashi is in his 30s. He has a minor IQ quirk that boosts his calculation speed. He works in the engineering field, no hard labor. He doesn't have any sort of medical conditions or known genetic abnormalities. Izuku listed out the man's cover story from memory with little effort. Where is he? I'll be there in 30 minutes. He's in the burn ward, room 603. The medical team will have more questions when you arrive. Thank you. It wasn't this doctor's fault that Osamu was injured, so he didn't allow himself to take his rage on someone only trying to help. They might have overlooked the fact that Endeavor was the problem, but he could swallow that small grievance back for the time being. Right now, he needed to see Osamu, and moreover plan his downfall of Endeavor. Izuku was dressed and out the door in record time. He didn't stop to tell anyone where he was going. He'd be back before they missed him, surely. There was no reason to disturb anyone's sleep. This was Izuku's mentor, which made it his fight alone. He didn't have a car, so he ran. He ran so hard that his lungs burned. He climbed UA's gates and pushed himself to his farthest limit, begging his body to move just that little bit faster every minute. He'd never run this fast in his life. If it weren't for the fear of losing Osamu, he might have felt free for the first time in his life, but freedom came at a cost. Izuku knew that all too well. Izuku would never be free, not until the defenseless would be protected in their society. He was almost gagging from breathlessness when he came to a skidding stop outside of the hospital. He checked his phone. 3 a.m. He was soaked to the bone in sweat, and his face was a mess of stinging hot tears. But he only allowed himself 30 seconds to recover before dashing into the entrance through the entrance doors. Burn ward, where? He barked at the nurse. She pointed down the hall. Sixth floor. You'll have to disinfect before entering. Check out the nurse's station outside the doors. Izuku nodded off and ran. Hey, don't run in here. His feet caught on the I don't know that word. His feet caught on something. Easy, Izuku. Breathe, he told himself. He half jogged to the elevators, bouncing from foot to foot before the elevator arrived. Anxiousness was a damp understatement. He needed to know that Osamu was okay. He needed to see that his mentor would recover. Izuku was almost convinced that he'd lose his mind if Osamu was taken from him. He couldn't stop twitching and bouncing from the balls of his feet as the elevator carried him up to the 6th floor at a snail's pace. Come on, you stupid thing! He kicked the metal doors, but it didn't help, or make the elevator move faster. But it made Izuku feel better for a second. When the doors opened, he forced his legs to walk at a fast clip. He wasn't running, but he was moving as fast as he could while respecting the hospital rules. I'm here to see Osamu Takahashi. I'm Izuku Midoriya, his emergency contact. The nurse looked at her desk, looked up, and blinked. You're a teenager, yes. Get over that. I need to see him. Dr. Taida said they'd have questions for me as well. Oh, right. Come with me. You'll need to be disinfected before you can enter the burn ward. She must have seen his fear and worry because she was moving just as fast as Izuku wanted her to. She took him to the double doors before the burn room. Inside the first set of doors was a clean room. He was stripped down, showered, sprayed with chemical disinfectant, and put into sanitized scrubs, a mask and gloves. The process took about 15 minutes, and Izuku was agonizing over how long Osamu had been there, alone. When they finally allowed him entry into the burn ward, Izuku was on the verge of sobbing again. He choked it back, if only to keep his mask from fogging up. They had given him one of those plain medical masks over his mouth and nose, and a clear plastic shield covering his whole face atop of that. The nurse from the front desk passed him off to another nurse who was dressed similarly to Izuku. Izuku Midoriya-kun? He nodded. Come this way. Takahashi-san is this way. Izuku bit the inside of his cheek hard enough to make it bleed. The ward itself was quiet and sterile. Izuku could smell the chemicals. They burnt the back of his throat the longer he stayed there. Each room had a large sliding glass door, and the patients themselves were in various amounts of bandages. Were all these people from just this incident? They all looked freshly wounded and bandaged. Just how far did Endeavour go? The nurse motioned for Izuku to go into Osamu's room, but Izuku didn't yet look at his mentor in his current state. The nurse was speaking again. You may touch him, but you may not disturb his bandages. He is awake and coherent. Takahashi-san is the least wounded of the patients who came in from the villain attack. Dr. Taida will soon speak to you when she finishes rounds. Thank you. When the nurse walked away, he finally turned to look into Osamu's room. Izuku's mentor was staring right at him with a placid smile on his face. Izuku nearly broke right there. The left side of his body was bandaged from neck down into the blankets. His left arm was laying on a pillow in his lap, wrapped up. The burns must not have been bad enough to need grafts, but they were bandaged. But if they were bandaged up this tightly, hopefully it wouldn't leave a horrible scar. Izuku slid the door open and shut and jogged to Osamu's side. Izuku? I was so scared, he gasped. I was so scared I was going to lose you. No, none of that. I'm too stubborn to die, remember? Izuku laughed wetly, still trying to hold back his tears. Yeah, he sniffled. No waterworks. I promise I'm okay. Osamu reached out his good hand and Izuku clutched it to his chest. You ran here, didn't you? It's late. What time? Past 3 in the morning. Izuku, he sighed. Tell me you told someone. Izuku shook his head. You're my mentor, my responsibility. I didn't want to wake anyone up. Izuku, you can't do that. You're not. You have a whole school that worries about you now. It doesn't matter, Osamu. I had to know you were okay. I had to. He started choking on his tears. He finally started choking on his tears as they streamed down his face. Look what Endeavor did to you. Shh, I'm okay. The doctors said I got the least of it. I should be fine with a few rounds of quirk healing. They're just worried about the infection while the first round of treatment settles in. That's not the point. A hero did this. All those patients out there. This is horrible. You were just all bystanders. God, he hated that word. But they had been before Endeavor burnt them all to get some villain. What a miserable mess this had become. Izuku, take a breath. I know you're angry, but right now you need to focus on your education, not this. How can I focus on becoming a hero when a hero did this to you? I don't want to be a part of an organization that has no regard for civilian lives. Osamu's hand squeezed him, almost painfully. He pulled Izuku closer to where they were almost face to face, or well, mask to mask. Listen to me, Izuku. You will not ruin your chance at becoming a hero, the first of your kind, just because you're angry at what one hero did. The whole system is corrupt, Osamu. It needs to be torn down from the inside out. Then tear it down. But don't you dare give up on this one chance. This is the first time anyone like us has been given a shot at changing the world. Don't throw that away from me or anyone. Do you hear me? Izuku sighed, his whole body deflating. Seriously? Fuck the cops. No, not literally, but like, we live right next to a main road, so it's pretty much always cars going by. Anyway, Izuku sighed, his whole body deflating with his mentor's words. Osamu was right. If he let this eat him alive, he'd never get the chance to be a better hero. His chance to be a better hero. He'd waste his chance as the first quirkless person to make it this far. Izuku may not change the world like Osamu suggested, but he certainly made a huge impact. By just graduating high school. There was no way to tell if the commission would actually let him get a hero license, but letting his anger get the best of him, it was only going to make things worse in the long run. Izuku wanted to be a hero. He wanted to see that the world was capable of being, that quirkless people were just as capable as being strong as everyone else. Destroying Endeavor's legacy would only prove to the opposite point if he did it illegally or ruin his own career in the process. Fine, he grunted out. But I'm still going to take him down a few pegs, with his son's permission. Osamu sighed into the bed. I can live with that. Izuku squeezed his mentor's hand and settled into the chair beside the bed. The tension finally eased in his shoulders, which stopped some of the trembling. Shizenshi-san's going to be mad at you if you don't come to her. It's going to be mad you didn't come to her. Asami coughed out a half laugh as he nodded. Yeah, she'll give me hell for this one. He paused to look at the hallway where the nurses were wandering past every so often. Then back to Izuku with a stern glare. Izuku, I need you to do something for me. Of course, Sammy. What's wrong? I need you to ask Nezu to watch over my mentees for me. What? Why Nezu? Nami usually takes care of your duties when you're sick. I know, Izuku, but Nami's got her own problems to handle right now. She's okay, she's safe, but one of her mentees is struggling. She needs to focus on that. He's sort of a reserve member of the community. Izuku leaned back a little confused. What? It's been a secret to keep him safe from persecution, but Nezu is a gold band. Izuku dropped Osama's hand, his body standing up in shock. Gold band? Those were the ones who done great service to the Quirkless those who had done great service to the Quirkless community were given a golden band in recognition for their efforts. Izuku had never met anyone with a gold band, nor had seen anyone mention a gold band existed out there. Shuzenzu-san had a grey band to denote her as a safe person. Izuku was planning to give Shoda one of those fairly soon, but he had never seen a gold band. How long has he? Since before you were born. He helped save dozens of us about 20 years ago from a stake of hate crimes. Since then, he's been working in the background to try to push legislation through that would benefit us. It hasn't been easy, but we're close. Izuku flipped up the bed rail and leaned his arms on it so he could try to relax a little. This was news to him, though the elders in the community didn't speak much about their history, not in so much detail. It was often too painful to revisit, but Izuku had questions now. So, if he's a reserve member of the community, does that mean he let him into UA to help us? Yes and no, Osamu sighed. He couldn't just let you in because he wanted us to progress. You had to earn it. He handled the board when you did. So no, he didn't manipulate anything. You earned your path all on your own. He just dealt with the quirkless assholes who would have kept you out. Izuku smiled behind his mask. Okay, I'll let him know to check on your mentees. That includes you too, kiddo. Yeah, I've got Shoda and Hitoshi for that. It's not the same, and you know it. Again, his mentor was right. The relationship he held with Osamu wasn't the same as what he held with Hitoshi or Shoda. He confided in Osamu. This man was the line between life and death on several occasions for Izuku. He had been there through just about everything in the past 10 years. Hitoshi was his boyfriend, sure, and Izuku could rely on him, but he wasn't quirkless, and that would always be a wall between them. I know. I'm tired. You should call Isaiah for a ride back to campus. He's not going to be happy. No kidding, Izuku groaned. I'll call him in a bit. I just want to stay a little while longer, just until you fall asleep, okay? Okay, kid. Asami closed his eyes. Izuku was still holding his hand over the rail, but his grip was getting weaker by the second as he fell asleep. Izuku might have lied just a little bit. He didn't want to go back to school just yet. He didn't want to see the realities that he'd been told. He didn't want to face the realities he'd just been told. Nezu was a reserve mentor. He was a gold band member for the community. Izuku needed some time to process, so he set an alarm on his phone and let himself drift off to sleep next to his mentor, just for a little while. Waking up to silence and peace was never a good thing in Shoda's mind. When things were too quiet, it meant something was happening and that he wasn't aware of, and that terrified him. The cats were in their hiding places, and Hisashi was in the kitchen making breakfast. Shoda could smell the bacon, but it was just too quiet. For now, he decided to let himself enjoy the peace he so rarely found in his life. The kids were going to the USJ this week. This trip was supposed to be a surprise, but Shoto was reconsidering it. Something just felt off today, and he couldn't shake that feeling. He took his time getting dressed and showered, and dressed, capture scarf and all, before heading out for breakfast. Hisashi was at the stove, humming softly to himself. What a beautiful sight he was. Shoto snuck behind him and wrapped his arms around his husband's waist. Hisashi jumped and they shared a laugh as Hisashi patted his hands. Did you sleep well, Sho? Same as usual. Well, would bacon and eggs make it better? Probably, Shoto grumbled. Hisashi plated their food so they could sit down and enjoy a relaxing breakfast. Again, the horrible pang of dread stuck in his gut, but he ignored it. This was just another day, that's what he kept telling himself. At least that he did, until someone started pounding at the door with their fist. Shota? He was up and running to the door before his name was even fully out of Hitoshi's mouth. There was no good reason for any of his students to be pounding at his door at 5 a.m. He flung the door open, nearly making Hitoshi fall onto him. Izuku's gone, the team gasped. What? Izuku, I can't find him. His phone's gone and his room's a mess. Show me. He turned back to his husband. Alert Nezu, and locked down the dorms. On it. Hitoshi pulled him forward so they were running back to the hall, and they were running back down towards Izuku's hall, back down the hall to Izuku's dorm. Thanks, English. Shoto grabbed the frame to stop his sprint and pull himself into the room. The place was a mess. Clothes, shoes, and notebooks. It wasn't quite like someone had thrashed it, more like Izuku himself had been in a rage while trying to get dressed. The edge of his desk is what caught Shota's attention. He ran his hand down that dented edge. What happened? Did he leave you a note or message? No, he's just gone. I thought maybe something happened in the community. Neither he nor Osamu are answering their messages, and Nami said she hasn't heard anything. She's been on suicide watch for one of her mentees. Okay, that doesn't mean something happened. Still, Izuku wouldn't walk unless it was serious. I know, Shota, I know. Why didn't he wake me? He doesn't usually run off without telling me things. I'm scared. Shota pulled Hitoshi into a tight hug, careful of his still bruised rib cage. He wanted to know the exact same thing. Why did Izuku wander off without telling anyone? Without at least waking Hitoshi? Without at least waking Hitoshi? The only thing he could think of was another suicide, but he would have told them, right? He would have asked Shota to take him somewhere, instead of, did he go by foot? Shota's phone rang, startling both of them out of their hug. Shit. He fumbled with the damn thing and answered with only a quick glance of the screen. Izuku? Hitoshi grabbed the front of his shirt, desperate for answers. Shota held up his hand. Hang on, I need to sneeze. Really, sneeze? You're not gonna happen? Fine. Hey, Shota, I'm sorry. I'm at the hospital. Wait, shit, no, not me. I'm fine. Shota sighed. What happened? Why did you run off? I got a call from Osamu's phone. It was a doctor telling me he was in the burn ward at Musasafi General. What? What happened? Osamu was trying to grab the phone. Stop it. I'm asking him. Is that Toshi? Tell him I'm sorry. I didn't want to wake either of you up. This is my mentor, my problems. Don't you dare try to take the world on by yourself, Izuku. Is Osamu okay? What happened to Osamu? Hitoshi, shush. Just give me a moment. He is okay, Shota. He wasn't as bad as I thought. There was a villain attack. Osamu got hit with crossfire. Crossfire? From who? Endeavor? Oh, God damn that bastard. Schroeder bit his tongue, angry at himself for having cursed at a fellow hero. But he knew the idiot deserved it regardless. Oh, of course. I always forget to mute my phone. God damn that bastard. Schroeder bit his tongue, angry at himself for having cursed out a fellow hero, but he knew the idiot deserved it regardless. But a sudden fear crept into the back of his mind. He knew this could go very badly if they weren't careful. Schroeder, give me the damn phone. Hitoshi snatched the phone out of his hand. Izuku, are you okay? Yeah, I know, but the kid sighed. Who the hell? Yeah. Okay, fine. He handed the phone back and stumbled onto Izuku's bed, slumped on Izuku's bed. Schroeder, can you come pick me up? Of course, kiddo. I'll meet you at the front in 30 minutes, okay? Thanks. Okay, thanks. Oh, and I called Nezu first. He knows where I am. Alright, I'll see you soon. Hang tight. Schroeder sat down next to Hitoshi and sighed deeply. He was relieved that Izuku was okay, but he was still worried about the kid's mentor. Izuku hadn't said it wasn't as bad as he thought, but that doesn't mean that it wasn't bad. Izuku said 6 people on the ward, Hitoshi mumbled. Osamu had the least wounds out of all of them. He'll be released in a few days. Endeavor did this. He burnt civilians in the path to a villain. How could he? Hitoshi, you and Izuku should know better than most that sometimes your heroes aren't what we make them out to be in our minds. You say that like you know. Hitoshi's voice was chipped, angry. About Endeavor? Yeah, I've known about his problems for a while. The Hero Commission keeps sweeping it under the rug. Hitoshi looked up at him with worried eyes and tight lips. Schroeder knew what he was thinking. The same thought had crossed his mind seconds after Izuku told him who'd done this. There was a growing fear in his chest, a fear that his own student, his own charge. A fear of his own student of his own charge. They were terrified that Izuku would destroy Endeavor. The fear wasn't that he would do anything to do with Endeavor himself. No, that asshole deserved whatever Izuku dished out to him. The fear was because if Izuku did this, if he gave in to the pain, there may not be a way to come back from that. Nezu had told him recently that he was terrified of Izuku's mind, not because of how smart he was, and he was certainly a genius, but because he chose to be kind instead of lashing out. Izuku's notebooks, if ever made public, could crumble hero society. Schroeder was more than aware that they had been incredibly close to seeing a nightmare come true. And every time his already burnt soul was smashed, they got closer and closer to seeing it fall apart. That pain was so evident after the alleyway attack, but losing Osamu would have broken Izuku beyond repair. That mentor was probably the only person in the world who could genuinely stop Izuku from unleashing hell on the corrupt heroes, deserving or not. I need to pick him up from the hospital. Can you just promise me you will keep him by your side? You'll keep him on this side of the line? What side is that? Hitoshi sighed. Schroeder stood up to stretch. The side that keeps him out of Tartarus prison. He didn't wait for Hitoshi to reply. He knew the teen would do his best to keep Izuku safe, on the safe side of sanity. The drive to the hospital left Schroeder riddled with anxiety. How was he going to convince Izuku on a damn field trip later this week? Should he even bother? Izuku would likely fall into one or two categories: too emotional to move, or in desperate need of an outlet. Depending on which category he fell into, he could still make the field trip. Honestly, Schroeder just didn't want him to miss out on the rescue training. The USJ was a campus tool, but they didn't have the ability to use it every day or even every month. He wanted his students to get all the chances they deserve to learn, and they deserve to learn everything they possibly could. Chapter 11. Izuku paced the sidewalk outside the hospital, waiting for Shoda to pick him up. The longer he stood there, the more his legs itched to run. He wanted to clear his mind and forget everything that was happening this morning. Osamu was resting peacefully, and Izuku had spent some time going over everything with the medical team before he headed down to meet his ride. For now, his mentor was safe. Where was I? They believed he had a small IQ quirk, which meant they hadn't kicked him out for being over his quirklessness. There was a small chance they wouldn't because of how serious his injuries were and the fact that they were caused by a hero, but Izuku wasn't taking that risk. Now, he had to stand around and wait and wallow in anger and grief. He would need to fill Nami in at some point, but he had already let Nezu know what Osamu requested, so step 1 was done. He'd give Nami a call when he got back to the dorms, and maybe she would be able to make a forum post to alert the community of his absence and Nezu's temporary help. Izuku brushed a hand through his curls and to try and soothe his mind, but nothing was working. He was angry, frustrated, and exhausted. Osamu, who was the closest thing to a loving father Izuku ever had, was laying in a hospital bed covered in burns because of Endeavor. A hero had burned 6 people just to get a villain who was running away from him. Running. The villain was running away. He wasn't fighting. He didn't even try to harm any bystanders or property. But Endeavor unleashed a torrent of flames in an enclosed space, leaving the store they were all in to catch fire and collapse. Izuku wanted to ruin him, but he made a promise to Osamu that he wouldn't walk down that path. He knew that if he let out this box up anger and generational hate out of the closet he locked it away in, there would be no going back. Don't throw that away from me, or for anyone. He had everything he wanted to right at his fingertips, but he couldn't think of anything but destroying Endeavor and burning down the Hero Commission with his bare hands for all the horrible things they'd done to him, done to not only the Quirkless, but everyone weaker than them. This world is cruel to anyone who lacked a powerful quirk and the ability to lay still and obey their beaters. Shoda's black SUV rolled up before he could think any longer about his desire to destroy the hero world. "Hey, problem child," Shoda called out through the open window. "Hey, Shoda." Izuku pulled the door open and practically collapsed into the car seat. "This is a dumb question to ask, but are you okay?" Izuku wasn't altogether sure what to say. Logically, he was fine. He was stable. He wasn't going to hurt himself or physically hurt someone else. But he was still somehow standing on the precipice of absolute success or absolute destruction. Izuku didn't have an answer that he wanted to give, nor one that Shoda wanted to hear. So he spoke about the only thing he could, his mentor. "Osamu is resting. He'll be sent home in a few days. I need to call Nami." "Izuku, that wasn't smooth. You know what I'm asking." "Yes, I know what you're asking, Shoda," Izuku snapped. "Fuck, sorry." He put his head between his legs and combed through his hair. He felt a hand on his shoulder, but he didn't fight it. Comfort was something he could use right now, so he leaned into Shoda's hand and tried to focus on just breathing. "It's been a rough night, kid. A rough few weeks. I don't think this is how any of us want to wake up today." "I just want 1 week where everything goes alright," Izuku groaned. "I think you're asking a lot from the universe, kiddo." "Can we go? I really need a nap." "Yeah." Shoda started the car again and pulled away from the hospital. "You're excused from classes for today. You're going to rest." For once, Izuku had no reason to argue. He really wanted to sleep off this horrible migraine forming behind his eyes. He wanted to curl up with Hitoshi and sleep for a solid 6 hours, and maybe drink a whole pot of coffee afterwards. That sounded phenomenal right about now. Can I still go on the field trip this week? Shota only looked slightly shocked. Sure, of course. I didn't think you'd be up for it. Sorry. I don't know, but if I don't get all this out somehow, I'm going to lose my mind. But I need to crash first. Then maybe jug a whole gallon of coffee. A whole gallon of caffeine, sorry. Always forget to turn that off. Fuck. Okay. Izuku sighed, leaning it back into the car seat. He was hit with a sudden wave of exhaustion that quite literally forced him back into the seat. He wanted to sleep. He really wanted to sleep. But he knew that Shota wasn't going to let the whole Asami was just attacked thing where it was without checking that Izuku wasn't going to unleash madness on the world. As if on cue, Shota finally spoke up when they were halfway back to UA. Should I be worried about you? Probably. Right. That doesn't help me assess how far on the scale from 1 to world domination we are. I think we're at a solid 6 point. My head's about to crack open. Okay, take a breather. Get some rest. I'll wake you when we're back. But this conversation isn't over. Got it. Thanks, Shota, for everything. The Tide Hero gave him a pat on the hand, and Izuku settled down into the seat a little further so he could shut his eyes and just take a few minutes to stop existing in a healthy way. When Izuku woke up, he was in his own bed, which was certainly not where he fell asleep. The sun was high in the sky, making his room an awful yellow hue. Was it noon? He must have crashed hard in Shota's car ride home. He rolled himself upright and leaned on his knees. Throwing off his sleep schedule wasn't exactly the best thing, but he would make do. His head was practically throbbing. Izuku assumed that was at least partly due to the rolling thunderstorm in his heart. He had to make a choice, a crossroad to turn out. If he did nothing, there was a good bet that Izuku's migraine would never go away. Of course, that was an overdramatization, but it was his best assumption of the situation. Grunting, he pulled himself off of the bed to greet the damn day for a second time. This time, he wasn't rudely awakened by a screeching cell phone. Actually, his phone was back on the charger. Shota must have done that when he carried Izuku to bed. Wait, did he carry Izuku to bed? That was an interesting thought. Shota was a good teacher and a great guardian. Maybe Izuku could have more than one father figure. He had a few texts and messages, and oh fuck, he needed to call Nami. Damn it. The call wasn't exactly fun. Nami had panicked at first, but once he explained everything, she calmed down. Of course, there was only so much calm they could feel while Osamu was in the hospital. Eventually, Nami had to go tend to her mentee, and Izuku really needed food, so they hung up, and Izuku didn't feel any better better for having the call. Nami wasn't frail by any means, but she was a shy little thing. Izuku worried for her mentees, but he trusted Nami to take care of them. A shower helped him feel slightly better. Thankfully, they provided each of the dorm rooms with a mini fridge, which Izuku had stocked a couple of days ago with some sodas, water, and a couple of snacks. He grabbed a bottle of water and a chilled granola bar. Toshi called him weird for keeping his granola bars in the fridge, but Izuku thought that it made the goo that held them together more gooey when chilled. Sue him, he thought it tasted better this way. When he finally checked the clock, he realized it was already 2. Classes would be out soon. He could go down and wait for them. He should really go down and wait for them, but he didn't want to face them all, not right now. Not while he was still debating if heroism was actually something he could accomplish, or if he was going to walk down another path in life like All Might had told him. Fuck. His textbooks and notebooks stuttered on the ground when he shoved everything off his desk. Why was this so difficult? Why did he have to be the first? Why did this rest on his wounded shoulders? All he wanted was to be accepted as he was, broken as that may be. None of it was easy. His desire to be a hero, none of this was easy. His desire to be a hero, getting into a hero school, surviving the next 3 years, and facing the world that may come after. Most of these were challenges yet to be faced. When Izuku finally looked away from the mess he made, he found Hitoshi at the door, watching him. The tired teen had his arms crossed, while leaning on the frame of the door, which was only cracked open slightly behind him. "Don't," Izuku groaned. "Don't give me that look." "What look?" "Don't," Izuku warned again. Hitoshi sighed. He pulled the door shut behind himself, and he walked over to Izuku. They stared off across the desk. Hitoshi was worried, but Izuku was glaring. He didn't want to hear some speech about being a fucking hero or changing the world. "You don't get to come in here and tell me to not take Endeavor down after what he did to Osamu. You do not get to come down here and convince me that if I just buckle down and graduate, I'll prove them all fucking wrong and change the fucking world," he gasped. "Are you done?" Hitoshi's voice was measured, not rude, but patient. "No." Izuku shoved his chair out of the way as he put a hand to Hitoshi's chest and forced his boyfriend back against the wall. Hitoshi didn't fight him. "I'm not fucking done." There was a look in Hitoshi's face, but the look in Hitoshi's face wasn't pity, disagreement, sadness, or even annoyance. It was acceptance. It was agreement. I'm not. Hitoshi's hand brushed across his cheek, pushing the damp curls from his face. Something silent and intimate passed between them. Izuku wasn't sure what it was. Maybe some sort of strange understanding across their shared universe, but it quelled the anger still boiling in his bones. Izuku clenched his jaw, still trying to be resolute in whatever choice he hadn't made yet. Hitoshi wrapped his hand around the back of Izuku's head and moved him closer until their foreheads were touching, his voice barely a whisper against Izuku's cheek. "Whatever you choose, I'll be there with you." How could Izuku ask him to do that much? How could Izuku ask that much of him? How could Hitoshi ever give that much of himself to Izuku? But here it was, laid out on a platter in front of him. Acceptance. That is what Izuku wanted. That's what he needed. His family and friends had never accepted him as he was, but Hitoshi had never once found fault in Izuku's existence. He took Izuku as he was, at his word, and for all his failings and weird habits, like putting his stupid granola bars in the damn fridge. They were kissing before Izuku made a conscious decision to do it. He shoved himself against Hitoshi, crushing his boyfriend into the wall. Hitoshi was taller than Izuku by a few inches, but right now, Izuku was standing over his partner. Hitoshi wrapped an arm around Izuku's chest, fingers clutched at the back of his shirt. Izuku wrapped one hand around Hitoshi's neck, sinking it down into his boyfriend's collar across his shoulder. When the kiss broke, Hitoshi was breathless. He smacked against the wall as Izuku's mouth made its way down Hitoshi's neck, sucking little red marks in a row until his boyfriend whimpered. "Zoo," he choked out. The sound shook something loose in Izuku's brain. "Shit," he pulled back. I'm sorry, I didn't... No, it's fine. I like it. Hitoshi cleared his throat. I didn't want you to get carried away and hurt yourself. Oh, he hadn't actually been thinking about that. No, He struggled to find the right words. I want to try with you. I realized something that I don't know. What do you mean? Hitoshi ran both hands across Izuku's face and pecked a few kisses along his jawline. You accept me? Hitoshi gave him a confused look. Of course I accept you. You're my boyfriend. No, that's that. Izuku sighed. Toshi, I've never been accepted by anyone. Not part of the Quirkless community until I met you and mate. No one in my life outside of the community has ever looked at me and loved me as I was. Hitoshi nodded. He was still busy kissing along Izuku's neck. Izuku craned his head to the side and his jaw dropped in a gasping exhale as the tingles vibrated down Izuku's spine. I love you. The words tickled his skin. Just as you are. Izuku stumbled backwards, but he wasn't pulling away from Hitoshi. He was pulling his boyfriend with him. Izuku? Hitoshi's voice sounded worried, a soft panic rising at his throat that would normally be Izuku's request to stop. Bed, Izuku mumbled. Now. Hitoshi's eyes widened, his tongue flicked across his lips as a fresh hunger shined in his eyes. The tired teen was quick to follow Izuku back to bed. Their fingers collapsed. Izuku backed himself up to the bed until his ankles thunked against the wood. He tripped, which landed them both on the bed. Izuku was on his back, and Hitoshi straddling his legs, hands beside Izuku's head. They'd never... Ha! Izuku gasped, his body arching straight off the bed. Toshi... Sorry, should I stop? No. He grabbed Hitoshi's face and tilted it so they were eye to eye. What were you... Oh, it was just... Your chest is really sensitive. Huh? Izuku didn't know that. Well, Hitoshi had kissed him before, but never like this. Don't stop, please. But Hitoshi did stop, only for a second. He ran a hand up along Izuku's chest and grabbed his shoulder. Izuku. He waited for attention, which Izuku gave him happily. Please tell me if you want to stop. I couldn't bear hurting you. Okay. Izuku pushed up on his elbows a little so he could get a better view at his boyfriend's face. Get a better look at his boyfriend. I'm okay. I feel safe with you, Toshi. Yeah? Izuku nodded. He did. He felt safe with Hitoshi near him, touching him. Okay, just tell me. Again, Izuku nodded. Hitoshi kissed along his chest again, making circles around each side as he got lower and lower, closer and closer to Izuku's waist. Slowly, Hitoshi started to unbutton his pants, which sent shivers along Izuku's spine. Thoughts of fears began spiraling through his head. He shook his head, trying to clear the memories he could feel creeping up his throat. Hands were all over him, fingers tickling and grazing his skin. Every part of his body was covered in goosebumps. His chest was rising and falling in hiccuped breaths. When he opened his eyes, he wasn't in his dorm room anymore. Izuku was back in his old room, and everything was too big and dark. Nausea sickened him. His hands were grabbing the bed sheet so tight he heard the shreds popping. The only sound he heard was the rushing of his own blood through his skull. Zuku. The sound rushed back to him. Izuku, breathe. Reality snapped back into place, with an almost skull-cracking migraine that roared back to life inside of his head. Izuku kicked himself away from what he was touching, just to get away and curl himself into a wall. Hey, look at me. It's okay. It's okay. Toshi? Yes, it's me. Just me. What? He looked around the room. Nothing had changed. It was still mid-afternoon. The sun was low in the sky, and Izuku was still mostly dressed. His clothes were disheveled, but he still had them on. That reassured him somehow. Happened. Panic attack. Fuck. Izuku dropped his head against the wall. But I was doing so good. I wanted it. I did. I promise. I didn't mean to. Stop. Hitoshi moved to a strand of hair. Moved to stand up, but he stopped when Izuku flinched. Breathe. Okay. Just breathe, okay? It's not your fault. This is not your fault. I shouldn't have. I'm sorry, Izuku. No. Toshi, I'm not mad. You didn't hurt me. I'm not scared of you. I love you. I want you to touch me. I really do. It's not you that I see when this happens. Hitoshi sighed. I know. They couldn't meet each other's eyes for a while after that. Izuku stayed curled up in the corner of the bed, while Hitoshi was rooted to his place, kneeling towards the bed. Beside the bed, Izuku watched the sun slowly sink towards the horizon. A lot of time passed. That much he could tell, but he couldn't find a voice for a while. It was trapped somewhere in his chest. Eventually, Izuku uncurled himself from the corner of the bed and slid over to Hitoshi. He nudged his boyfriend with his knees. Hitoshi leaned sideways and put his head on Izuku's thigh. What if I never get over this? Izuku rasped out. Then you don't. Hitoshi turned around. Izuku, I don't care if you can't tolerate intimacy like this. I don't need that to be happy. My love for you doesn't come with stipulations. But all normal couples have sex. That's what happens, right? I mean, sure. I've always viewed sex more as a bonus to a relationship. Not the purpose. But I want this. Izuku slid himself onto the floor with Hitoshi so he could rest his head on his boyfriend's shoulder. I want you. I want to be in control of my own fucking body for once. All my life, I've always had people controlling me. My dad and all he did. My mum abusing me. My friends beating me. Society making laws to oppress people like me. But this one thing, my love life, my choice to love you, to be with you, that's mine. No one can take that away from me. No one. Hitoshi wrapped his arm around Izuku's shoulders and pulled him closer, but Izuku flipped himself over so he could straddle Hitoshi's lap and tuck his arms under his boyfriend's body. This one thing I can control. I want to control it. Please. Hitoshi shook his head. You're going to hurt yourself if you keep pushing yourself like this, Izuku. I know you want control over your body, but I can't bear the thought of hurting you. He cupped Izuku's face with both hands as he pressed their lips together. It wasn't quite a kiss, more like a desperate plea. I'm so scared of hurting you, he mumbled against Izuku's lips. Izuku copied Hitoshi and cupped his boyfriend's face. They were nose to nose, breathing each other's air. Izuku wanted nothing more than to hold Hitoshi there forever. He wanted more than that, all of it. He wanted to control this one thing in his life because this belonged to him. This part of himself, this body belonged to him. I'm scared too, he admitted. His head slipped to the side and nuzzled the side of Hitoshi's face. But I want to try one more time, Izuku. I hate asking, but I know you don't want to hurt me. But I trust you. If I can see you, hold your face, I think I can stay focused in the present. Hitoshi sighed. If you even twitch wrong, we're never doing this again. Understood? Izuku nodded. Yes. Just to be clear, you're consenting to physical intimacy. Yes, I'm consenting. Are you? Yes. Hitoshi's bare hands were on him a second later, wrapped around his backside to grab his ass. Okay. I did not read ahead. I was fine with that first bit earlier, but I feel like this is going to lead into a sex scene. God damn it. Let's do it anyway. Izuku's head collided with Hitoshi's shoulder, simply enjoying the hands roaming his body for a moment, before being able to concentrate enough to start biting along Hitoshi's neck. The reaction was perfect. Hitoshi moaned in his ears quietly, his breath blowing green curls away from Izuku's face. They were both on the edge and tense after Izuku's panic earlier. This was an entirely bad decision. Izuku knew that. He knew it wasn't healthy to push himself so hard after just having a panic attack, but he desperately wanted to change the way his brain functioned. He was trying, because it was important to him. Perhaps therapy could help, but right now he wanted exposure. That there was no fear that Hitoshi would leave him to struggle with intimacy, but there was some kind of shame in being unable to overcome this fight. Can I take your shirt off? Izuku leaned back to provide room. Yeah, yours? Hitoshi nodded. They both took off each other's... Oh god, I just read ahead. Okay. They both took each other's shirts off at the same time. Izuku felt heat rush across his cheeks. With all his scars exposed, he felt vulnerable, but he still didn't feel unsafe. His mind was centered, grounded. He could see Hitoshi's face. His boyfriend was nervous, and continually checking Izuku's face and body for signs of distress, but there weren't any, yet. Hitoshi put his hands on Izuku's side, brushing over the scars across his ribcage. Shivers and goosebumps flashed across his skin, but not like before. The feeling was welcome, enjoyable. Can I take your pants off? Oh god, that's the part I read before. Oh god, I'm not good at this. Oh god, fuck. Okay, let's do it. I'm guessing just like a over 18 warning, but I'll put that in the intro. But yeah, still. Fuck, okay. Slowly, Izuku nodded. This was the farthest they've ever gotten. Izuku was counting that as amazing progress, even if it wasn't all that grand. Hitoshi's hands slid down his sides, his fingers tucked into the waistband of Izuku's pants. The buttons were still undone from earlier, so he didn't have to do much more than just pull them down. It would be hard given how Izuku was in Hitoshi's lap right now, but instead of taking them off right away, Hitoshi moved his hand towards the back and swept them down onto the backside of the pants. Izuku gasped, his hips bucking forward momentarily. You're so beautiful like this, Hitoshi mumbled. I could watch your eyes flutter like that for years and never get tired of it. Izuku tipped his head forward, hugging Hitoshi's face and looming over his boyfriend. Hitoshi nuzzled his cheek until he could grab Izuku's lips and kiss him. His hands pulled Izuku back down to his lap to grind their hips together. Izuku whimpered into Hitoshi's mouth, the sensation only a bit unfamiliar. Hitoshi bit Izuku's lips sweetly and pulled back. Lift up. Izuku lifted himself up to his knees to see what Hitoshi was going to do. His partner unzipped his own uniform pants and slipped them off down right under his legs, so he could kick them off, leaving Hitoshi in just his boxers. He went for Izuku's pants next. He checked Izuku's eyes first. When Izuku nodded, Hitoshi helped Izuku take his pants off, one leg at a time. Izuku sat back down, feeling much closer and more exposed to his boyfriend than ever before. You okay? Izuku nodded hard. Yeah. Oh god. Okay, thank god. Okay, I just went a little bit ahead, thank god. I was really worried this was gonna get into some real like R-rated stuff, thank god. Oh. Hitoshi slipped his hands up Izuku's thighs right into the bottom edge of his boxers. Luckily, Izuku bit back a moan that was about to slip from his mouth when a knock came from the door. Hitoshi grabbed him by the back of his head and tugged Izuku into his shoulder. Yeah. Hitoshi called, his voice far more confident than Izuku could have been in that moment. Dinner's ready. That was Ochako's voice. Bakugo made Katsudon. Thanks, Chago. We'll be there in a few minutes. Okay. Oh god. Okay, so no, it's gonna get worse. Okay. They remained motionless until her footsteps disappeared down the hall. Izuku covered his mouth with his hands and giggled like crazy. Hitoshi tried his best not to laugh, but his resolve cracked and they were both laughing hysterically a moment later. We should get dressed, Hitoshi suggested. He started to get up when Izuku pushed his shoulder back down onto the bed with a wicked grin. Oh, are we not moving? No, we are not. We're not, Hitoshi echoed, a smirk in his voice. Oh god, there's still half the chapter left. Oh god. Okay. Izuku tipped Hitoshi's chin upward, catching his lips in a hungry kiss. Hitoshi sprayed his hands right back to where they had been, tucked in Izuku's boxes. Izuku resettled himself into Hitoshi's lap, pressing himself over what he could feel was a growing erection beneath him. Just when Izuku was getting used to the feeling of Hitoshi's hands on his thighs, he pulled one back, but before Izuku could whine or complain, it wrapped around his waist and tucked back into his boxes and dove right over his ass. Izuku's body jerked upright so suddenly his teeth clipped Izuku's Hitoshi's lips. Blood dribbled down his chin, and the purple teen was struggling between concern and pleasure. His expression mixed and confused. Sorry, too much? No, Izuku gasped. I like it. His boyfriend's face melted back into that hazy pleasure daze as he went for Izuku's neck, leaving smears of blood across his chest. Izuku found it to be oddly fitting theme for their lives. One of the most powerful things they shared was their experience with abuse, and that intimacy, knowing every scar on each other's body, was nakedness Izuku had never once allowed anyone else to understand. Izuku nuzzled his head sideways across Hitoshi's hair, kissing along the lavender strands. Hitoshi leaned Izuku backwards and licked the strip down Izuku's scarred chest, touching each raised white patch along his ribs on the way down. You're beautiful, Hitoshi whispered. God, look at you. You're perfect. Not gonna lie, I kind of wish I get there someday with my girlfriend, but yeah, put that forward aside. Izuku blushed. He was not accustomed to this kind of attention. Attention was the wrong word. This was adoration, worship. Hitoshi was kissing him like he was some precious statue to bow at, something to look up at on his knees. This kind of love was foreign to Izuku, but it was so welcome that his bones were vibrating with anticipation. A shiver ran down his spine, and suddenly it was too much. Izuku pulled back, tapping his hand on Hitoshi's shoulder as they were sparring, as if they were sparring, and he was tapped out. Hitoshi stopped, moving his hand from Izuku, and leaned back. Zu? Sorry, I'm okay. I think I just need a breather. Maybe we should get dinner. Okay, can I help you up? Izuku nodded. Oh, thank God that's over. I still don't know what to... should I do this for, like, over 18s? Oh, God, I don't know. But that's a problem for future me to worry about. And it's still got quite a bit of the chapter left, so let's get right back into it. Okay, can I help you up? Izuku nodded. Hitoshi carefully got them both off the ground so he could grab a fresh pair of clothes for them. Izuku realized his boxes were just wet to the touch, were just a touch wet, so he should probably change. Hitoshi pulled his pants and shirt back on and helped Izuku get dressed while checking with him before everything he did. Izuku appreciated how much Hitoshi cared for him, and even if he didn't want to seem so gentleless, even if he didn't want to need such gentleness, it made a difference. The last thing they did was clean off the blood from Izuku's chest and make sure their hair was in order because Izuku had seriously messed it up. Where have you two idiots been? Katsuki grumbled as they walked into the kitchen. In seconds, they both had bowls of katsudan in hand and were ushered to the counter. Izuku blushed and looked away, and Katsuki scoffed. All the extras finish eating it before Hobo-sensei starts asking questions. They quickly stuffed their mouths with food because the real threat was their teacher/guardian coming out to ask why they were late to dinner. Why they were late to dinner was not a conversation either of them wanted to have. Izuku shot a concerned glance at Shoda's apartment door, half expecting him to appear just by being mentioned. Slow down, dumbass. Katsuki flicked his forehead. Ow, Kachan, that's not nice. Since when am I nice? Hitoshi nearly choked on a piece of pork when he laughed at their antics. Izuku rolled his eyes. Aren't you supposed to be in anger management? He grumbled. Yeah, work the program, shut the fuck up. Katsuki ruffled his curls and flipped Hitoshi off. He started to clean the kitchen without another word. Izuku looked around the common room. A few of their classmates were looking at them with smirks and hidden laughs. Obviously their lateness was noticed. Izuku couldn't stop yet another blush crossing his cheeks. Hitoshi nudged their elbows together. You know we gotta talk, right? For real? Izuku sighed. Yeah, I know. My point still stands. I'll be by your side, whatever you choose. All I want to say is that you should think about what means the most to you. Changing the world by heroism or revenge. In only a few sentences, Hitoshi summed up the root of the problem Izuku was facing. The root of the damn problem was so simple, and yet Izuku had been dancing back and forth for the last 12 hours. Did he want to change the world by heroism or with revenge? Yeah, I guess I should think about that. Promise you won't act on anything until you decide and tell me? Izuku reached over and squeezed Hitoshi's hand. Promise. He really shouldn't have asked for 1 week where everything went right, because everything kept going wrong. Tuesday was the outlier as a decent day. Nothing eventful happened. They had class and they trained, and Izuku managed to knock more than one student on their ass. More than 2, actually. Hitoshi got several to dance like monkeys, and the whole class roared with laughter. Wednesday, however, it started off perfectly normal. Izuku woke up in Hitoshi's bed and after sneaking into the room past curfew the night before. This week has been rough. Sue him. for needing comfort. He'd tell Shota the same if he got in trouble for it. Besides, after the weekend they had, Izuku, it seemed only fair that Izuku got to cope in whatever way he wanted. Breakfast, classes, and even lunch went by perfectly normal, and Izuku was feeling more comfortable with his classmates. He shared a couple funny stories about when he and Katsuki were little. Of course, that was before the bullying started, but he didn't mention that. The blonde even cracked a smile, which shocked the whole class into laughter, much to Katsuki's growing displeasure. Alright, Hellspawn, listen up. Shota's tone was tense, his shoulders tight like coiled springs. Arriving onto training ground Delta had been a relaxing walk while he talked to Hagakure about her suit. May had made a couple of minor adjustments to it as per Izuku's request after the testing he did last week. And the hero student was truly enjoying her suit. But the moment they arrived, Izuku was on edge from his guardian speaking. Today is your first day of your new teacher, your new mentor, All Might. Izuku's right eye twitched. Hitoshi put a hand on his shoulder and squeezed. This was a warning. If he had trying to be offered comfort, he would have grabbed Izuku's bracelets. Instead, he was holding Izuku back. Still, the shorter teen took a few deep breaths and nodded to his boyfriend. He didn't miss the look Shota shot them both. Wait, we get to train with number one hero? Kirishima threw his fist in the air. That's so manly. I'm sorry. Okay. What do you think he'll teach us? His smash moves? What about his flying leap across the country? Or strength training? We could all use that. I want to ask him about his speed. The class all chimed in, minus a few outliers who had heard the argument Izuku had with Shota when he first found out All Might would be teaching here. Teaching of all things. Izuku looked out for those outliers. Ochaku was conflicted, chewing her lip in thought. Katsuki had his hands stuffed in his pockets while staring out at the training ground. His face wasn't his usual scowl, but instead something more thoughtful, or maybe worrisome. Izuku couldn't place it. Hitoshi had slipped both his arms around Izuku's shoulders so he could rest his chin atop Izuku's head. They were all in hero gear, which made this hugging harder. Izuku was just in a gym uniform for the time being. May was working on his suit. Izuku was trying not to worry about its explosiveness once it was finished. Hitoshi's suit was simple enough: black cargo pants and a padded calvar shirt to protect him. He had gloves, boots, and a capture scarf like Shota. Just as the class was settling into conversation over their new mentor, a whining gust of wind struck the training ground. A few of them braced, knowing what was coming. The rest ended up stumbling or falling over. Worry not, for I am here. I twitch. If you kill him, I'll send you to prison. You'll end up in prison. Sorry. No, I'll send you to prison. You'll end up in prison. Hitoshi whispered, likely to remind Izuku that he had not chosen to murder anyone by default. But not murdering him didn't mean that he couldn't knock a couple of assholes off their platforms or pedestals. Izuku grumbled. Izuku and Hitoshi had stayed towards the back of the class, avoiding eye contact with Shota, and avoiding All Might's line of sight. It worked well enough for the time being. Most of the class was thrilled to meet the number one. Most of them. Who's ready for some battle training? What? Shota barked. These kids have barely made past chapter 3 in the Foundational Heroics textbook. And you've only had 1 week of safety training. You can't seriously expect them to hop into mock battle Hitoshi. No, not Toshinori. Wow, thanks English. Shota Aizawa. Aizawa, these kids have been practicing their quirks for 10 years. They know how to handle themselves. Izuku didn't believe that for a second, especially considering one of these students spent the past 10 years using his quirk to purposely harm Izuku. He wasn't ready to forgive Katsuki, and the blonde had yet to formally apologize. He would hold it over Katsuki's head for the rest of his life if it would help him make a point. We're ready, Sensei. Hoi. I don't know French. Hoi. Q? Yoi? No. Okay. Yoi, Oyama insisted. We can do this. We can do it. Kirishima, Mina, Kaminari, and even Shoji all spoke up in agreement. But Shota was paying more attention to the students who didn't speak up about their preparedness. When their teacher's eyes settled on Izuku, the teen hardened his face. Let him fail, is what he mouthed to Shota. He knew Shota could read lips. Of course he could. He was the best underground hero in the country, in Izuku's humble opinion. Lip reading was a skill Izuku had picked up as a survival skill. It had prevented him from getting caught in his bullies' traps several times after seeing them talk about their plans. It was useful, and Shota knew that too. The hero sighed. Fine, but I'm getting Recovery Girl to deck you for any dumb hellspawn. To check deck on you? Fine, I'm getting Recovery Girl to deck for your dumb hellspawn. He turned to All Might. If any of my students get seriously injured, I'll have your hero license. Do you understand? Please, Aizawa, these kids will be just fine. They're hero students. They have to be ready for anything. Take a rest. Maybe drink some coffee. Both Izuku and Hitoshi sat back in tandem when they caught a flash of Shota's quirk after All Might's words. Oh, he was a dead man. Or he would be soon. For the moment, the teacher did nothing more than wave a hand to dismiss the conversation and headed towards the viewing platform. Alright, students, pair up. We'll be doing mock battles between heroes and villains. There will be 2 heroes and 2 villains on each team. I'll pick which you play. Now, let's see. The class was quick to pair up, but no one came to Izuku and Hitoshi. They were already glued to the hip, and Hitoshi was more comfortable leaning on Izuku's head, so they weren't about to move. He waited for everyone to pair up before going around to the groups, and assign an alternating hero and villain to each team. At the end, when he got to Izuku and Hitoshi, the number 1 hero stopped. Looks like a one shot, Hitoshi Shinso-kun. You'll have to be put in as a third. Excuse me, I have a partner. Izuku was silent. Well, you can't be paired with the class observer now, can you? Come along, I'll put you a Bakugo on Kirishima. All Might Sensei? Momo raised her hand. Izuku is our classmate, not an observer. Impossible. Yurei doesn't have any students like him, and besides, he's quirkless. He'll only end up injured while the rest of you play hero. It's not fair to the rest of you. What did you just say? Katsuki's quirk and his jaw cracked at the same time. I know the number 1 hero did not just vomit quirkless bullshit in front of impressionable students. Because if he did, I'm gonna fucking take my quirk to the fucking face. He's going to take my fucking... Well, thanks. Because if he did, he is going to take my quirk to the fucking face. Again, Izuku was silent. Sometimes, silence was more powerful than arguing or fighting. Sometimes being silent would keep a person out of trouble. Silence would protect him. Not speaking up, not fighting back would protect him. That's enough, Bakugo. If you want to let out your anger, you have a perfectly good outlet right here. All Might motioned to Izuku, point fucking blank. Something about it inside Izuku just cracked, shattered. Perhaps it exploded instead. Maybe Mary put a bomb inside Izuku's chest to see how long it would take him to set it off. It was an experiment. Oh, what an experiment that would be. He could hear shoes slapping on the concrete behind the group, running towards them. The rest of the class was staring at All Might in shock. The number one hero busied himself looking over the class roster to make a few adjustments to his lesson plan for heroes and villains since they were one short. Izuku shrugged Hitoshi's arms off. His boyfriend finally grabbed his wrist, squeezing the metal bands around it. Don't, his boyfriend begged. Let go, Izuku growled. Hitoshi backed off. Izuku could see the fresh tears in Katsuki's eyes as he shouldered past the blonde. He was too shell-shocked to move when Izuku pushed through the class towards the so-called hero in front of him. All Might? What is it, boy? He didn't look up. Izuku slapped the clipboard out of his hands. How dare you? Listen to me. I will say this once, and like my teacher, I hate repeating myself. Izuku knew the look on his face was dead, cold, and his voice was cruel and unemotional. You are the worst type of human scum to inhabit this earth. You are poison, foxglove with thorns. You are vile, detestable, and unredeemable, Izuku scoffed. You think only those with power can be a hero and change the world? You think the only true hero is the one with the strongest quirk? How dare you speak to me like this? Shut up, Izuku barked. I'm speaking. It's rude to interrupt. All Might was glaring at him. Shoda had arrived by his side, but it didn't interfere yet, because this was all just words so far. Still, Izuku knew he would get in trouble for this later. Right now, he had to let all the words that had been choked in his throat after the Sludge villain assaulted him and All Might rescued him. You are the reason people like me are dying, killing themselves. You are at fault for a 6-year-old girl swallowing a bottle of pills after her mother told her she should have never been born. You are I don't know that word. You are full of hate and vigil. You are the reason of hate and vitriol against people born more human than you. You know you're right. You're right. Quirkless people are different. We're not monsters like you. We don't judge people based by their power or lack thereof. We don't hate them for being born different. We don't beat people after death for loving someone different. He watched Hitoshi cover his mouth in the corner of his vision, turning halfway in either shame or horror. It was hard to tell. Of course, Hitoshi would never be ashamed of Izuku. No, he was horrified that Izuku had all this to say. That it was happening at all. He had endured some horrible things simply because people would never accept Izuku like Hitoshi did. You're a villain. Izuku gasped, half choked by a sob buried in his chest. You were my hero when I was a little kid. I thought that, of course the number one hero would support my childhood dreams. His face fell again. Instead, you forced me you told me to find a more realistic dream. You are a villain. You are a villain in my story, like so many others. Izuku. Shoda put a hand on his shoulder, a warning. That's enough. But it wasn't. It wasn't enough. Not until he made a point. If my body ever hits a concrete, know that it will be your name, All Might, Yagi Toshinori, on my suicide note. Shoda physically recoiled, several students gasping. Katsuki's explosions were flickering and cracking between his fists. Hitoshi was practically screaming into his capture scarf. All Might was speechless, starstruck, struck dumb, and maybe maybe that was the only feasible reaction to what Izuku had just said. Maybe that was the only appropriate response. Izuku did not want to be dismissed. Izuku didn't wait to be dismissed. He went to the locker rooms on his own, leaving his class and boyfriend and his teachers back to marinate at his words. He went too far. Izuku most certainly went too far. He collapsed on the first bench he could find in the locker room and put his head in his hands between his knees. His stomach twisted in knots. His mouth watered profusely. A moment later, he stumbled to one of the bathroom stalls and emptied his lunch into the toilet. He had just stood up to the number one hero in the country and called him a fucking villain. Oh fuck. But his body betrayed him, forcing his head into the toilet for a second round of whatever bile remained in his gut. He collapsed into the stall, sitting sideways so he could put his back on one wall and his feet on the other. He hadn't even had the chance to close his door, but he could hardly care if someone watched him puking his guts out. It didn't matter. The locker room doors clattered open, followed by the sound of stomping boots. Hitoshi rounded the corner with pain in his eyes, tears streaming down his face. "If you ever," he gasped, "if you ever talk about killing yourself again, I swear to God, I'll..." Izuku pulled Hitoshi down by grabbing his shirt. Hitoshi wrapped himself around Izuku, hugging Izuku's head into his chest. He was scared. He was scared that if he let Izuku go, he'd vanish. Izuku shared that fear so terribly. He clutched the back of his boyfriend's suit and finally let himself break for the first time since the whole mess started with when Osamu was attacked. He screamed into Hitoshi's shoulder, all his fears, all his anger and sadness. He curled himself into the smallest ball he could and became nothing more than a lump of pain trying to exorcise its own demons. Hitoshi held him through it, not making a single sound. Izuku heard the door open once but shut a second later, leaving them in an empty locker room and the echoing cries of Izuku's soul cracking open against Hitoshi's shoulders. It must have been at least an hour before anyone disturbed them. Izuku was not surprised when Shota wandered slowly through the locker room and sat himself on a bench nearby. Hitoshi had only just got Izuku to calm down, but both of them were a mess of tears and snot. Shota did not seem to mind or even notice. Nezu was handling the blonde bastard. Izuku appreciated that he didn't use the hero's name. I can't be promised that he'll be removed, but he'll be severely reprimanded and he won't be leading any classes. Shota sighed. Don't tell... You told him to let him fail, and he did, spectacularly. Hitoshi combed Izuku's curls from his face and tried to smile softly. Izuku offered a small smile back. Shota went on. Kirishima and Ida had told Bakugo back from ripping him apart. I think he might have succeeded too. Ochako and Mino were ready to rip his balls off and say as much. Izuku snorted while Hitoshi bit his lip. Shota cackled with a grin when he got a rise out of them. You're not in trouble, by the way. He was being a Quirkless bastard. He deserves what you said, and more. But I think, you know, I can't let that last comment slide. Yeah, Izuku rasped out. I know. Hound Dog will see you tomorrow after class. I know you didn't mean it with intent, but I can't let something like that go. I'll be a poor teacher, a poor guardian if I did. It's okay, Shota. Izuku lifted his head up to smile at his teacher. You're a good hero, a good teacher. I'm sorry I lost my shit on him. When he told Kachan to, Izuku swallowed hard. I just snapped. I know, you may be a student now, but when you're a pro, you can't snap like that on anyone. Izuku nodded. He finally pulled himself out of Hitoshi's arms and leaned on the back on the bathroom stall to think over Shota's words. I'll think about it. That's all I ask. As he stood, Shota flicked Hitoshi's long hair. Come on, you two need to get some food and rest. Yes, Dad, Hitoshi grumbled. Shota rolled his eyes and Izuku chuckled. World domination wasn't tabled yet, but for now, they would focus on getting past their first year of high school. If Izuku knew once he was out in the world, he couldn't lose his shit like he did today. He would have to put up with the shit like he did as a kid. By taking the fists right to his face, he could do that, but he wasn't going to change the world if he didn't have to. But he was going to change the world so he wouldn't have to take those punches, so no one else would have to take punches after him. Chapter 12. The bus ride to their mini field trip Friday morning wasn't long, only 10 minutes at a slow pace. Izuku didn't realize the campus was somehow that large, though they did have mock cityscapes and a gym for every letter of the alphabet, which amazed Izuku. As they pulled up, Izuku leaned into the window to get a better look. A large dome covered what looked like some sort of arena. Oh, they were at the Unforeseen Simulation Drone, the USJ. This was one of the best tools that UA High had on hand. It could simulate almost any disaster. This was a treat. What's got you so excited? Hitoshi leaned over to get a look out the window as well. They had spent most of Thursday trying to unwind themselves from their tough week. Izuku had been forced to have a session with Hound Dog to make sure he wasn't losing his mind for real, and that had gone well, but he wasn't being released from therapy that easily, unfortunately. Izuku had needed to have a talk with Katsuki about all of it. They'd been avoiding each other since Wednesday's class. It's USJ. We're doing disaster training. Izuku was trying to focus on today's fun field trip instead of his shitty week. So soon? Izuku shrugged. Crash course? Alright, Hellspawn, listen up. Shota stood at the bus as the bus came to a stop. Today will be a special training day, which we don't get to do very often. We have disaster training. Welcome to disaster training. Sorry, I was just sneezing. 13 will be teaching. Behave. Now get your asses off the bus. Move. The whole class burst into movement, knowing better than to delay or disobey a direct order from their teacher. They had changed into their hero suits before leaving, and Izuku got to try his on for the first time. May had insisted on doing all his suit and gear all on her own, and as a result, it had a lot of moving parts and accessories. Izuku was well prepared for anything the world could throw at him, and then some. The suit itself was all black. Combat boots, cargo pants, and a mixed Kevlar tight-fitting t-shirt, and a thin variant of the flak vest with sleeves. May had truly outdone herself. There were pockets and everything. She had made him a custom bow staff that collapsed into thirds and hung by a special harness on his belt. His boots had cool knives, those cool knives you saw in spy movies, that came out to the front when he hit the heel in a certain way. May even included several goodies in the pockets of his cargo pants and jacket. Goodies that is, as in miniature explosives and tools that might come in handy while he's doing heroics. Did any of that get approved on his hero sheet? What the adults don't know won't hurt them, right? Right. Good morning, Class 1A. 13 greeted them with a cheerful voice. Izuku had always admired her as a hero. She had an incredibly powerful quirk, and it could be deadly if used incorrectly. But 13 has been a well-respected hero for her entire career thus far, and Izuku appreciated the long list of charity work that she's done too. There might not have been charity work specifically with Quirkless communities, but she did a lot of work for the disabled community in the city. The whole class greeted her back with a dozen different pleasantries. For the most part, a few outliers like Todoroki and Katsuki remained quiet. Hitoshi was still rubbing his face trying to wake up. This trip was instead of class today, so they had just finished breakfast when Shota came in and announced they were heading off and to get ready in hero gear. Izuku put his head on Hitoshi's shoulder and yawned. This week had exhausted him. He stayed well away from everyone else, trying to focus on things outside, just to try to focus things outside of his body, and not his crawling skin and aching heart. Welcome to the USJ. Universal Studios Japan? Kirishima asked with a raised hand. 13 deflated a little. No, the unforeseen simulation joint. This huge facility is for simulating almost any kind of disaster you could imagine. Now, let's go. We've got 4 scenarios set up: landslide, flood, mountain, and city ruins. You'll be split up into teams, and you'll get to try out 2 different zones today. Next time you visit, we'll swap, and you can do the other 2. Now, chat amongst yourself as Aizawa and I form the teams. They split into a few various groups. Izuku and Hitoshi stayed at the back, but Ochako, Ida, Momo, and Sue came to join them pretty quick. What do you think we should be prepared for? Ochako asked. Anything. Ida chopped his arm in the air. Hitoshi caught one as it was coming down. Not helpful. That's not helpful. The entire team groaned. Think about the zones 13 mentioned, what will be in them. Momo put her thumb to her lips and thought. Well, the landslide zone is self-explanatory. The flood zone would seem pretty obvious, but what's flooded? A building or something else? The mountain zone would most likely be a place with landslide, but apparently not. So I'm not sure what we could be facing there. The ruined zone could be remains of a city fire or an earthquake. Oh! She snapped her fingers. Maybe the mountain zone is for an earthquake or an avalanche? That's a great assessment. That's a really great assessment. Izuku smiled from his place, still leaning on Hitoshi's shoulder. I think you're probably right. I know a bit about the facility, but only what I've learnt from research on the school. So they can change anything they need to. They can change it to anything they need to, so there's no guarantee. What sort of exercises would we be doing? What sort of exercises would we be doing during these simulations? Probably a rescue or recovery, Kiro. Izuku's right. How? Who's speaking? Izuku's right. That's probably search and rescue today. That would match with the foundational heroics textbook chapter we needed to read yesterday. We read in class yesterday. After speaking, Hitoshi stealthily motioned towards their teachers, letting Izuku know to pay attention. Izuku's eyes shifted around the various groups. Katsuki was silently watching Kirishima, Mina, and Kaminari bicker about who was getting teamed up with Katsuki himself. Off to the side, Tokoyami was having a quiet, heated talk with Dark Shadow, while Koda and Sato both looked on with concern. What was that about? Aoyama and Eijiro were checking something out on Aoyama's phone, but not talking. The class seemed to be doing fine, but their teachers were in a furtive and hushed conversation, while the half turned away from the students. "Something's up," Izuku mumbled. Hitoshi stiffened beside him. His tone wasn't loud enough for the other 3 students around him to hear while they continued their chat about the USJ zones. Izuku's body relaxed a little when he realized Shota was annoyed, not worried. By the way his mouth was moving, he was chipping off his words in frustration. The look in their teacher's eyes was disappointment or maybe resignation. It was hard to tell from here. After a few minutes, the 2 teachers broke off and Shota came back to the group of students, while 13 went into the facility. "Line up, we're heading inside. Unfortunately, today's lesson plan is changed a little. Today was supposed to be a cooperative lesson with All Might, but the blonde idiot is still being chewed out by Nezu, so we'll have to make do until he gets here." Suddenly, the class was in uproar. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Good, All Might deserved another lecture. He deserved several lectures, actually. He also needed compassion training and some damn civil discourse classes. Did Sensei just call the number 1 hero an idiot? Ida would have been shocked, except they were all more annoyed with the number 1 hero for his actions in the class the other day. "I mean, he deserves it," Hitoshi grumbled. "And worse." Momo sighed. "Honestly, he should know better than to be cruel to people with different abilities. That was reckless and rude. I'm sorry I had to endure that, Izuku." "Go on and meet 13 to start class. I've got an idiot to wait for." Shota shouted over the din of students grumbling about their new mentor. The whole time, Izuku just kept his mouth shut. He had his opinions, but he'd been keeping them to himself for the time being. Izuku's eyes fell on the back of his head as they walked in and turned in the direction of the pool. Katsuki was staring at him with the weirdest look on his face. Izuku was only momentarily confused until All Might's words from Wednesday flashed in his mind. I almost forgot to turn off the bloody notifications. Okay. Izuku was only momentarily confused until All Might's words from Wednesday flashed in his mind. They really needed to have a conversation at some point. Damn it. Izuku took a deep breath and shook his head to Katsuki. The blonde looked away. Not now. They would talk, but not now. As the class all filed into the building, Izuku stopped to speak with Shota. "Where is he?" Shota sighed. "Some big brain heist this morning. He decided he needed help. He decided to help instead of letting the heroes actually on duty handle it so he could do his morning mentoring duties. So Nezu was chewing him out over it." The man's voice was practically growling through his gritted teeth. "Whatever, maybe it's better this way. Come on, he'll show up when he shows up." The exhausted hero nodded and placed a hand on Izuku's back as they both went inside. When the door shut behind them, Izuku heard the lock click shut. Something about it set alarm bells off in Izuku's mind. It was a memory of being locked in a closet or a shed inside middle school. Places that shouldn't have children locked inside. This facility shouldn't have children locked inside. Is that supposed to lock? No. Shota unraveled his capture scarf, immediately on high alert. "Well, was this part of the training, Sensei?" Mina called, pointing at something down at the central plaza area, which was a large circle with a fountain in between all 4 zones of the facility. "Oh, cool, we get to fight some fake villains?" Kirishima threw his fist in the air. "Get back! Those aren't actors! It's children, get back!" 13 directed them all back towards the door which was now locked. Izuku watched the swirling purple void spit out dozens of villains. Teleportation quirks were incredibly rare, and Izuku had been careful to pay close attention to any rare quirks in this region. He didn't recognize this one at all, which meant it wasn't registered. Hitoshi was suddenly at his side, trying to pull him back towards the entrance. "Stop, Toshi. They locked the door." "What?" "Stay here. 13, the doors are locked. Protect the students. Kaminari, get the signal out of the building and notify the school." Then Shota threw himself down the stairs as a horrible weight settled in Izuku's gut. Dread, heavy and disgusting. He could almost taste it on the back of his tongue. "Don't worry, students. You're safe with me." The purple void appeared out of thin air, and between them all, and a body emerged. The shape the shape was that of a tall man, but his whole body was covered in purple fog or smoke. It obscured all his features to the point he almost looked inhuman. The class started to back away, minus a couple of outliers like Izuku, who had been more curious and scared. "Pardon our intrusion. My name is Kurogiri, and that man is in the courtyard is Tomura Shigaraki. We are the League of Villains. We have come here to kill All Might. Where is he?" Izuku slapped a hand over his mouth to stop the snorting laugh that tried to take over his throat. He managed to stop himself, but only just. Kurogiri gave him a weird look. "He's late, being a hero, whatever the fuck else he does when he's not being an asshole." Izuku shrugged. "Guess you're shit out of luck." "Is that so? Well, I guess we'll just have to see about that. Maybe he'll come running when his students are dropping like flies. Now, why don't we have some fun?" Portals appeared on the ground around them. Izuku would have fallen right into one if Hitoshi didn't yank him backwards by the collar of his jacket. Kurogiri vanished and reappeared back into the courtyard, next to what appeared to be a short man covered in hands. What the fuck? "Where did everyone go?" Hitoshi asked. They were left at the top of the stairs, alone. 13 had immediately run down to help Shota, who was engaging in several villains at once, doing an amazing job at it, thankfully. The rest of the class had vanished, but Izuku could see dots in the distance. "Look," he pointed. "They dropped them around the areas. Fuck, they're not alone. We have to help them. They're hero students. They can handle a few low-level villains. We need to help Shota. He can't take on a dozen villains by himself." Damn it. Hitoshi pulled out the device May had finally finished yesterday. She had been working on it for months over the summer break. It was called a Soma cord. It was a fake set of vocal cords that functioned like a speaker and could mask Hitoshi's voice and make it to sound like almost anyone or anything. He tightened it around the bottom of his head. Izuku could see the pain in his eyes. The way wearing it felt like a muzzle. May had apologized profusely, but there was no other way to make it work that she could find. Izuku crouched down to tighten his boots and grabbed his bow staff. Then they started down the stairs. There was no easy way to do this. They'd have to fight. This would be their first official villain fight as hero students. But Izuku couldn't get to that portal guy's words out of his head. "We are the League of Villains. We have come to kill All Might." Why? What purpose did that serve? Also, how exactly did they plan to accomplish that? Even 100 low-level villains couldn't take All Might. Despite Izuku's hatred for the hero, he could never deny the man's fighting skills were largely what got him into the number one spot to begin with. Just as his thoughts were searching for a reason or method, the portal opened down the courtyard. Down in the courtyard once again, but this time 3 times the size of any normal person. Something giant emerged from the purple-black void. It wasn't human, not by any stretch of the imagination. Dark blue-black skin, covered in scars. Yet that wasn't the most startling feature about this beast. No, the freakiest part was that its head was largely just an exposed brain, and a bird beak and a set of disturbing eyes right in the center of its brain. What the fuck is that? Izuku stumbled to a stop. Hitoshi was a couple of steps below him. They were holding hands, but Izuku was pointing with his free hand. When Hitoshi caught sight of the monster, his whole body tensed up. I don't know, but you're right. We're not letting Shredder fight any of them alone. Izuku swallowed back his fears and nodded once. As they started their descent the long stairs once more, the whole facility started to erupt in the clash of quirks and the cries of their fellow students in the middle of combat. This was not going to be fun. No, it would be bloody and uncoordinated. Izuku had said a silent prayer to whatever god might be listening that All Might would show up. Not because he wanted the hero here, but because the villains wanted him. If they got him, maybe they would let the students leave, or at least not kill them at all. At least not kill them all. Izuku's boots thudded to the ground as he jumped the last few steps, immediately shoving the blunt end of his bow staff into the chest of a villain who tried to punch his guardian in the face. The asshole went howling to the side. Izuku was pretty sure he had cracked their ribs with the blow. Get the hell back to the stairs, Shredder shouted, cancelling another villain and dragging them onto the ground with his capture scarf. Too late, the purple guy threw your hellspawn everywhere, Izuku shouted back over the din of the fighting. Shredder snapped his neck back so fast that it had to hurt. When he turned back, his face was terrified. Even behind his goggles, Izuku could see it. They're fine, Shredder. They can handle a few thugs. Focus on... Something flew past fast enough to knock Izuku halfway across the courtyard. Thankfully, his long slide across the concrete didn't cause any harm, due to the heavily protected fabric May used for his jacket and pants. He came to a stop at Hitoshi's feet. The taller teen was tangled in an arm grapple with a villain, who screeched when Toshi twisted his arm backwards and kicked him to the ground. Toshi helped him up. What the hell was that? Hear me! No, that's too much like All Might. Fuck. How do I do Shigaraki's voice? Hear me. Hear me. Hear me. I'm just doing my normal voice. Hear me, a new voice called. I am Tomura Shigaraki. I will be the one who kills All Might. Where is he? Oh, that guy Kurogiri was mentioned was talking. He looked to be in his early 20s, but his whole body was covered in disembodied hands. Why? Seriously, what was up with the hands? Izuku gave him a quick once-over. The guy was pale with light blue hair. His face was obstructed by the disembodied hand, but Izuku could see that his neck was raw. The villain was busy scratching away at the skin, leaving it raw and bloody. Okay, he had dry skin. Did that have something to do with his quirk? More than likely. Something that dried out his skin. The hands could be metaphorical or literal. Did he have a 5-point touch quirk like Ochaku did? That was high on the list of nabies. Izuku made a mental note to not let him touch any of them, just to be safe. Physically, Tomura Shigaraki wasn't impressive. He was a lanky guy, The only villainous thing about him was the disembodied hands, in appearance at least. His voice was also a bit grating, but that wasn't necessarily villainous. Izuku made the leap in assumption that the guy was probably not trained in hand-to-hand combat. Like many of his middle school classmates, the ones who had little aspirations. He likely relied on his quirk for everything, including self-defense. Izuku could work with that. He could win a quirkless battle. He just needed Shota to. The scream that echoed around the courtyard shook Izuku to his core. His analysis had pulled his attention away for too long. What he found made his stomach flip when he turned around to his teacher, his guardian. Shota was being held on the ground by the giant beast. One hand was clutching the whole of Shota's head, which had clearly been smacked into the concrete more than once, and the other was twisting the hero's arm in directions it should not be able to achieve. Hitoshi was already scrambling towards the teacher, but Izuku grabbed him. The fuck? Get off of me. We have to help him. We can't fight that thing. Look at him. Izuku's voice was raspy, barely audible to anyone but his boyfriend, but Hitoshi listened. He stopped and searched what Izuku saw. The look on Shota's face was what Izuku was referring to. It was pain-filled but determined. He hadn't blinked. He had not blinked. But that monster holding him, regardless of his quirk, was incredibly strong. It was about 3 times the size of their teacher, and even without any special powers, there was nothing they could do against that kind of strength. Shota caught Izuku's eye and gave him a hard look, one that said, "If you come any closer to this thing, I will kill you myself." Izuku knew better. Where the hell is All Might? Shigaraki stomped his foot on the ground like a child. If he isn't going to come here, I'll just have to kill Eraserhead, no matter how cool he is. What a pitiful party for all you hero brats make. Party? Was he talking about this game like a game of D&D? Disgust and anger coiled in Izuku's gut. This wasn't a fucking game. Shota was one of the first quirked adults in Izuku's life to show him kindness and acceptance. Even when his own mother was still abusing him, there was absolutely no way he was going to let that asshole kill his hero. Fuck. Hitoshi grabbed him by the front of his jacket. Don't, Izuku. We don't know what you can do. Of course, Hitoshi couldn't see the look in his eye. But it was the same look he wore after that chat with Todoroki. The same look he wore after Osamu was injured. The same look when he cursed out All Might. It was the same look he got when he spent all night analysing death arms over summer. Please don't let yourself get killed. I don't plan to, Toshi. Let me go. Keep an eye on Shota. Try and convince the monster to let him go, if it can even talk. Izuku wasn't sure if that was his words or the way he said them. If it was his words or the way that said them got Hitoshi to back off. But whatever it was, the purple teen released him quickly and took 2 steps back. No, Moo, Shigaraki commanded. The beast looked up. So that's what the thing was called. Izuku interrupted by throwing knives from one of the many straps in his pockets May had provided. It landed with a hard thunk on the ground between Shigaraki's feet and where he aimed. It was Shota's insistence that Izuku study knives for his own defense. They hadn't been focusing on it too much, but Izuku wasn't too bad with them for only having a passing amount of training. What the? Oi, hero brat, what's your idea? You got a death wish? Kind of. Izuku waved his hand dismissively. Hopefully, Hitoshi didn't hear that. But that's besides the point. Why do you want to kill All Might? I'm certainly not opposed to the idea, and I have my reasons, believe me. He's a quirkless bastard. Still, I'm really curious. Who do you think you are, brat? The villain leaned closer to pick down the knife. Once all 5 fingers closed around it, the whole thing crumbled to dust. Something had sparked in the back of Izuku's mind. Decay, it whispered. Izuku stepped back, blinked, and tried to process what had just happened. That's right, run and hide, little hearing, or I'll turn you to dust. Izuku was hardly fazed by another quirked person threatening to kill him. It was Friday, which often meant the worst of his bullying, because he wouldn't see his classmates all weekend. Hitoshi had been beaten half to death on a Friday too. If Izuku cowered to the threats on his life at this point, he'd be disappointed in himself. But Shigaraki did have a point. He could turn Izuku to dust if he wasn't careful. Right now, Shota's focus was on the giant Nomu thing, still holding him motionless. Hitoshi was nearby, but not too close to the monster, trying to get the thing to answer him so he could control it. 13 was still fighting and doing her best to keep off the remaining villains and thugs busy in the courtyard. Izuku could tell she was getting tired, so that left Izuku to deal with this dusty bastard. There was no way of telling where all their classmates were, or if they'd have time to wait for any of them to get back to the central plaza to help them. They had their own battle to fight. Izuku took a bow and finally answered Shigaraki's question. Do you want to know who I am? Izuku's bow staff was flipped on the back of his hand and expanded to its full height, about 6.5 feet, which was the longest he could spin, and jammed it into the concrete by his right foot. Shigaraki stood up a bit straighter, sensing the confidence Izuku exuded. I'm nobody, and I'm going to beat your skull into the ground for what you did to Eraserhead. Well, nobody? You're going to get turned to ash like your stupid little teacher. Like your little teacher. And all your so-called heroes. He stuck his hand out as an open threat, but Izuku didn't back down. I only have one hero in this world. One. Izuku pointed at Shota. He didn't have time to check the man's reaction to that, but he hoped Shota understood how much it meant for Izuku to call Shota a hero, especially after the last week of his life. I'm going to return what you did to him tenfold. I highly doubt that. You're just a noob, hardly even level 1. Kid, I'm the level boss. Izuku grinned wickedly. His bow staff flipped across his body. Guess it's a good thing I got cheat codes then. Izuku's body moved long before he consciously gave it permission to. All the madness and anger that had been brewing in his body for several days was released at the first thing put in front of Izuku as a target, as an outlet. Shigaraki would be his outlet. He couldn't care if he got hurt in the process. Izuku knew without a single doubt that Shota would call this a bad coping mechanism. It might even be horrible to take his emotions out on another human being, villain or not, but he didn't care. For the first time in Izuku's life, Izuku was confronted with a bully that he was ready and able to fight. Shigaraki came charging forward with his hands out, palms forward, ready to grab Izuku by the shoulders or maybe the face. Izuku waited to the last minute and stepped to the side. Those hands were going to be more of a detriment to his fighting than they were a scary deterrent. Just as Izuku assumed, the villain stopped where he thought Izuku was and grabbed, completely missing. In a rage, he lashed out, swatting and grabbing for Izuku all over. He was following Izuku's feet, which was likely all he could see from that giant hand covering his whole face. So, Izuku gave him something to follow, while his upper body did the complete opposite. You miserable brat, stop jumping around. Yeah, no. Izuku flipped his bow staff to the side, gained some momentum, and smacked the length over Shigaraki's back. Stay down. Izuku took a few steps back, ready for the villain to ignore him. Sure enough, Shigaraki ripped the disembodied hands from his face while climbing back towards his feet. Wow, his face was surprisingly worse without the hands covering the terribly dry skin and red eyes. Izuku tried not to wince, but he failed. Oh, can't hide your fear anymore, heroing? No, I'm just wondering who your dermatologist is. I'm just wondering who your dermatologist is, so I can recommend they have their license revoked. Don't antagonize the villain, Zoo, Hitoshi called while dodging a huge smack from the Nomi's fist in the concrete. Schroeder was still laying at the Nomi's feet, gritting his teeth with his quirk still active, and directed right at Shigaraki. Oh, good. Izuku had a few moments of safety. What's he gonna do? Decay me? The villain stopped and stared at Izuku. What? Shigaraki squinted at him and glared hard right at his forehead. What? Izuku asked again. Putting his bow staff in front of himself protectively, something about that looks set the hairs on the back of his neck on fire. I never told you my quirk before. How do you know what it's called? Izuku scoffed. Why does that matter? You made dust out of my knife. Your skin's literally about to peel off. I just made a judgment leap. Why am I explaining this to a villain? A leap in logic would have been calling his quirk dust or disintegration. You specifically called it decay. Kurogiri appeared behind Shigaraki, his face still misty and unreadable. It's odd, to say the least. Well, we're not here to stand and talk about my analysis. I am here. Izuku groaned loudly. Great. All might. Just what they needed. Actually, that was a great idea. Izuku had bolted back across the courtyard to Hitoshi and Shoda. Nomu, kill All Might, Shigaraki shouted. Izuku had to duck and roll when the two giants clashed right at the center of the courtyard. The force of All Might shadow clashing with the Nomu monster sent him sprawling across the ground and right into the fountain. Izuku. Hitoshi landed on the ground next to him, having lost his footing in the same blast that put Izuku on his ass. Shit, we need to get out of here. No shit. I don't feel like getting caught in that blonde asshole's crossfire for a second time in the same year. They both helped each other up and jogged with their heads down under the blasting hits from All Might and the Nomu behind them. It took far longer than they would have liked to get back to Shoda, but they managed. Shit, what did that thing do to you? Izuku grabbed Shoda's torso. Hitoshi went for his good arm, and they both managed to pick him up off the ground with only a couple of cries in pain. Fuck. Get us away from that. It has way too many quirks for me to stop. What? Hitoshi stopped. How is that possible? I don't know, just move. Shoda shouted over the battle behind them. Izuku and Hitoshi pushed themselves hard against the wind tunnel All Might had created. Izuku refused to look back at the battle. The reminder of his struggle against the Sludge villain was too close, too real. So, instead, he stared at the ground so he didn't trip up the steps at the top. They all collapsed as carefully as they could not to jostle Shoda's broken body. Izuku finally took an analytical look at his guardian. The man's right arm looked crushed and twisted in the wrong way. There was also a rather large gash on his forehead, right under his eye. Shota, Izuku set his arms on his knees and tried to keep his breathing steady. The wounded hero looked up at him from the spot laying on the ground between the two teens. Something weird happened. Weird how? Hitoshi asked, sitting himself upright. Hang on, gotta grab a drink. Weird how? Hitoshi asked, sitting himself upright. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. I knew his quirk. What exactly are you talking about, Izuku? Shota's tone was suspicious. Izuku didn't like that. I don't know. I don't know. But the moment he used his quirk, it was like something in my head just whispered decay. They all freaked out when I said it, but I must have heard it somewhere before, right? That's the most likely option, sure. Hitoshi shrugged. Or you're just some freaky analyst, more of a freaky analyst than we first thought. Shota chuckled, then winced when at the pain it caused him. Let's deal with the crazy later. Someone dragged me to Chia so she can shout at me and I can pass out from her quirk. He collapsed onto his back while Hitoshi and Izuku shared a laugh. Recovery Girl was certainly going to give him a lecture for this one. They found out later that Kurogiri and Shigaraki got away after Snipe got a few shots in on them. The Nomu monster was captured and taken in for analysis by the Hero Commission, and they'd likely not get any news on that for a while. All Might left shortly after saving the day. The students had to hang around for police questioning and medical exams. By the time they had gotten back to the dorms, it was already dark, and none of them wanted to move or speak. Shota was still in medical care, which put a huge hole in the class. Most of the students were fine, but there were a few scrapes and bruises among them, but apparently the low-level villains had gone easy on the kids. 13 was in critical condition after Kurogiri turned her own quirk against her in the middle of the fight. All in all, they made it out alive and relatively safe. Izuku really thought it would have been worse. The League of Villains was loose. The League of Villains was loose though, and Izuku had a dark feeling that they would come back to finish their goals. Would he stop them from trying to kill All Might? No, probably not. Kachan? Izuku nudged the blonde who was staring at the floor. Can we talk? Huh? Katsuki rubbed his face. Sure. Hitoshi brushed a hand over his bracelets in passing. Izuku kissed his boyfriend's head and led Katsuki out to the front porch of the dorm building. Hisashi was warned where they'd be before he asked Katsuki to follow him, so they shouldn't be missed for a while. They both practically collapsed onto the front steps, exhausted and still in their sweaty hero gear. None of them had the energy to change yet. They were anxiously waiting for updates on their teachers. What's up, nerd? Izuku sighed. We need to talk about what All Might said to you about me. What does Ed say? He's an asshole. Fuck him. He was wrong. Yeah, Izuku grumbled, but he sighed. It affected you, clearly. But his bullshit didn't affect me. Fuck off. Again, he sighed. Katsuki, please. The blonde deflated at the sound of his own name. All bravado gone and his shoulders slumping. Yeah, that's what Izuku thought. Katsuki was still thinking about those awful words, about what they truly meant. Sensei used to say the same things back then. Katsuki started. Izuku lifted his eyes to find Katsuki staring at the sidewalk. When you weren't around, he'd tell me my attitude. when you weren't around, he'd tell me my attitude was disruptive and annoying. He told me to take it out on something so I wouldn't bother him. He told me to take it out on you, so I did. Izuku rubbed a hand over his face, as if that could rub away all the exhaustion and sorrow buried deep inside his chest. Schroeder said Kira and Ida had to hold you back. Oh, no. Schroeder said Kira and Ida had to hold you back. I wanted to put a hole in his stupid fucking face. Izuku chuckled. Sounds about right. The fucker deserved it. Yeah, Izuku agreed. He does, but if you do that, you'd lose your shot at being a pro. But if I did, you would have one less corrupt hero to take down. Why did my voice turn so deep with doing Katsuki's voice? It's just slowly gotten deeper. Okay, it's just the final stretch. They shared a knowing look before they broke into soft, exhausted laughter. Izuku tilted his head up to the sky for a moment. The sun had set, but it was too cloudy to see the stars. The only light was from the walkway street lamps softly glowing around them. He really wanted a cigarette now. Damn, he should have stolen a couple of packs when they'd snuck in to get his stuff from Inko's apartment. That felt like a lifetime ago. Was it really only a few short months ago? The soft glow of the street lamps, In the soft glow of street lamps, Katsuki whispered into the dark sky above them. I'm sorry, Izuku, for everything. He took a deep breath and sighed out. For absolutely everything. At first, Izuku didn't know what to say. Forgiveness was something to be earned, and he wasn't sure Katsuki had earned it yet. He did realize he wasn't actually scared of Katsuki anymore, but he didn't think he'd be able to forgive him for a long time. Though he was also positive that Katsuki didn't expect Izuku to forgive him. Thank you, is what he settled on. Katsuki stood up with a groaning effort and patted Izuku on the shoulder as he left, but Izuku stopped him with a jangle of his bracelets on his left wrist. Katsuki turned halfway back, his eyes on the bands immediately. Just so you know, I don't think you're a thorn anymore. You're a long way from being a daisy, or ever earning a band. But I know you're not the same Katsuki who hurt me. I don't know if I'll ever be able to forgive you, because I don't know if you can earn forgiveness for something like that. But I accept your apology. Katsuki smiled, his hand squeezing Izuku's shoulder. You're gonna make it as a hero, nerd. Yeah? Katsuki drew a thumb across the white band closest to Izuku's wrist while nodding. He smiled something sad and small, but hopeful. Izuku leaned his head onto Katsuki's arm for a moment, giving him the grace to make the connection with Izuku, touching his bracelets. He earned one moment to show how much he's changed, right? Izuku thought so. You're going to change the world, Katsuki whispered. Chapter 13. Izuku was picking at the paint of the railing of his dorm room balcony. It was Sunday night, 2 days after the attack on the USJ. Schroeder had been released from hospital, was being released from hospital tomorrow morning, and Izuku was still anxious about the state he was in. There was concerns for his quirk, but Recovery Girl had assured him that he was going to be okay. That didn't stop Izuku from worrying about his teacher. A knock startled him out of his worries. Come in, he called, but then turned around. The tired shuffling of his feet told him that it wasn't Hitoshi who came in, nor any of his classmates. Osamu settled beside him on the railing, still bandaged up pretty tightly and moving slowly. He was in pain, much was clear, but he had been released from medical care. Izuku still couldn't look at the burns without getting angry. Izuku's mentor had a small velvet box in his pocket and offered it to Izuku. Taking it, he opened it to find a brand new grey band. He had requested this yesterday for Shota. The teacher had protected his students with his life, and he had protected Izuku from a quirk despite how much pain he was in. All these months, he had done his best to learn their culture and be a true part of the community. He was a safe person. Izuku trusted Shota with his life. He deserved to wear the grey band proudly. I was almost worried that I would never be able to give this to him. Chiyo-san said I was overreacting, but his head injury was so bad, Osamu. Really bad. I know, kid. The man brushed a hand over the back of Izuku's head, and Izuku quickly wrapped his arms around Osamu, burying his face into the man's uninjured side. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry so much has happened to you in such a short amount of time, Izuku. It's all so much, but I know you'll make it through. Izuku clutched the back of Osamu's shirt, strangling his desire to sob into his mentor's chest. There were many things he wanted to say to his mentor. He had spent several years only knowing the kindness of the Quirkless community, and now that he had found it elsewhere, he was so scared to lose it. But admitting that aloud felt too monumental and terrifying, because admitting there was something beautiful he could lose made the risk of losing it much more real. Osamu? Izuku pulled back his head. His mentor gave him a go-on look. There's something I've been wanting to speak to you about. What's up? The older man settled himself in the chair on the balcony, slightly sensing the seriousness in Izuku's tone of voice. This was a hard subject to broach for Izuku. He'd been thinking it over all day while waiting for his mentor to arrive with the bracelet. With all the violence in the last few days, Izuku couldn't help but be forced to face the parallels in his own life, his family and upbringing. He was so desperate for simple answers to burning questions he still had. Questions that he wasn't sure he would ever get the answers to. Questions he wasn't sure he should ask. I want to talk to Inko. Excuse me? Osamu looked shocked at the sudden revelation, like he would have jumped right out of his chair if he weren't in pain. I know I smacked your head off the I know you must have smacked your head off the concrete. I know you must have smacked your head off the concrete as bad as Aizawa, but if you're thinking I'll let you within 50 yards of that woman ever again. Osamu, no. He did stand up this time, gingerly. Listen to me, Izuku. That woman nearly killed you with her own hands willingly. She threw you into a desk with her quirk hard enough to shove your ribs through your lungs. Do I need to give you the whole trauma processing talk again? No, I get it. They had the trauma processing talk a couple of times in Izuku's short life. He knew that wanting answers and closure was a part of processing his trauma, but accepting that there was very little chance he'd ever get the satisfactory closure was on the other side of that coin. It didn't mean he couldn't get closure in a variety of ways, but it was rare the abuser would be the source of it. I get it, Osamu. I know what she did. I know I might never get closure over it all, but that doesn't mean I shouldn't try, right? Try what? You want answers from the woman who brutalized you? What answer could she give you that would be satisfying? The older man was speaking calmly. This was not a light subject, which meant a very high chance of offending each other by saying the wrong thing. He was treading carefully. What could she say to make her worthy of any forgiveness from anyone? I don't know, Osamu. Maybe she's sorry. Maybe that she's sorry or that she was wrong. But she won't say any of that, Izuku. The police didn't even file a report on the incident. She will never, he sighed. Osamu didn't have to finish his sentence. Izuku knew what he was going to say. He heard it before. They all had. The saying was something of a legend in the Quirkless community. Whoever it was, father, mother, sibling, the saying was still the same. They would never look at a Quirkless person and see someone worth apologizing to. They would never look at the Quirkless community and see anything of value. Izuku threw Osamu off without even trying. Izuku knew Osamu wasn't trying to upset him. That's why he had to cut himself off, but they both knew the truth. She will never look at me like someone worthy of loving, Izuku muttered. He nodded a few times to himself and turned back to the campus over the balcony railing. Osamu joined him again and wrapped an arm around his shoulders. You are worth so much more than that woman could ever see, Izuku. I know, Osamu. Izuku leaned into the other man's shoulders and sighed. I'm just tired. I want my mother to answer for her crimes. I want to know why she did it. I want her to look me in the eyes and say why she does not have a single ounce of love in her heart for me. Osamu kissed the top of his head and rubbed his arms. I know, kid. He sighed again, but finally caving. If you're doing this, you're not doing this alone. Got it? I figured that much. How are you planning on telling Toshi or Aizawa? Izuku paled. Fuck. You only thought this halfway through, didn't you? I mean, Izuku groaned. I was just thinking about the closure part. He fiddled with the bracelet box for a moment, not wanting to look back at his mentor because he knew Osamu was likely wearing one of those looks that said Izuku was going to have to face the music sooner or later. Hitoshi would be a firm no. There was zero question about that. Schroeder might be a bit more accommodating once he heard Izuku's reasoning, but that didn't mean either one of them would be happy about it. It was a dumb idea, an incredibly stupid idea even, but Izuku had the chance to find out why. He had a chance to not get that not everyone gets. If he didn't take it, he'd go insane living his life, never knowing the whole truth about his horse from the horse's mouth. He'll be home tomorrow, right? Izuku nodded. Yeah, Zashi said he won't be allowed to teach until next week, but I think we both know that won't be happening. Osamu laughed. Yeah. He shook his head. Give him the bracelet and tell him the truth. Same with Toshi. Be honest with them, they'll understand, but don't expect to do this without stipulations. Thanks, Osamu. He wrapped an arm around his mentor and hugged him carefully. You should know I appreciate you for what you've done for me over the years. Izuku, I'm just doing my job as your mentor. No, you're going above and beyond that. You've honestly been the only father figure and the first adult I ever trusted. Kid. He hugged Izuku tighter. You're like a son to me. You always have been, and you always will be. I'll always be there for you. Thank you. No. Hitoshi was pacing his room. Absolutely not. Toshi, don't. He put a finger up between them, forcing Izuku back an inch. Don't you dare tell me you can get some kind of fucked up resolution to a story that isn't even over yet. He scoffed. I know damn well Osamu already grilled you about this, but why the hell are you still on this why is it still on the damn table? Toshi, stop. The purple-haired teen stood with his hands on his hips, huffing for air. They had been going back and forth for half an hour, and at least three of their classmates had already banged on the walls, telling them to shut the hell up. It was 11:30 at night, and they had classes at 7 a.m. There was no chance Izuku was going to sleep tonight. You're not listening. Okay. Hitoshi took a deep breath. Sorry, Izuku, He wiped his hand down his face and started pacing again. I'm scared, okay? Izuku finally felt a break of the tension that had been suffocating the room for the last 30 minutes. He took an easy breath and grabbed his boyfriend into a tight hug. Hitoshi willingly wrapped himself around him, burying his face into Izuku's neck. I'm so scared, Izuku. I'm so scared you'll hurt you again. I know. He cupped the back of Hitoshi's head, kissed the top of his lovely purple waves, and tried not to cry. I know, I'm scared too, but I have to do this. I can't have been forced to endure all her abuse and all this violence purely because I was born in Quirkless and nothing else. I want answers. I want to face her. I need to know if she... He wasn't holding in his tears anymore. They were pouring down his face and into Hitoshi's hair. I need to know if she ever loved me. But why do you need to know that? Hitoshi asked, his arms tightening around Izuku's ribs. Her opinion doesn't matter. You have people who love you. Is that not enough? Izuku pulled them apart so he could grab Hitoshi's face and kiss him passionately. Suddenly, the taller teen seemed unable to process it at first, but eventually he melted into the kiss. It broke only a moment later with a gasp and their hands grabbing at each other's face. Of course you're enough. Izuku thumped their foreheads together. You were always enough. You always will be enough. But... Hitoshi mumbled with his eyes closed. Izuku sighed. She is still my mother. I can't go my entire life without knowing the truth about this woman who brought me into the world. Hitoshi's body deflated a little and sunk into Izuku's frame. Their hug collapsed onto the floor, where they curled around each other like the world was ending. Some part of it was ending. Izuku wasn't sure if his faith in familial love would survive this encounter, but he knew he had to do it. All the violence cannot have been for nothing. He refused to accept that. There may never be a day where his mother accepts him or even loves him, but he would not allow his life to pass by without at least having asked her for honesty. Izuku peeked his head into Nezu's office after being mysteriously summoned. The door had been left open, which was never a good sign. The Chaos Lord Chimera never left his door open unless there was a damn good reason, or someone forgot to close it on the way out. Izuku knew better than to trust the crazy rat to not pull something. Still, today it seemed safe. Izuku, come in. Izuku relaxed a little, straightening his uniform jacket and slowly made his way to the couch across from Nezu in the sitting area of his office. The Chimera was pouring them tea with a pleasant smile on his face. How do I do Nezu's voice again? I wanted to speak with you about the report I received from Aizawa during the USJ attack. Oh, sure. I'm guessing me knowing Shigaraki's quirk name. Yes. Nezu passed him a cup of tea, which Izuku accepted with a grateful nod. While we know you're diagnosed quirkless, I took the liberty of looking into your records. Oh no. Your mother has a mental type quirk, telekinesis of a kind, yes? Izuku sipped on his tea quietly, trying not to worry. There's the issue of no record. The issue is there's no record of your father. Full stop. Huh? Izuku, there's no record of your father at all. Your birth certificate was redacted, and even the highest level of clearance from the commission couldn't unlock it. What are you saying, Nezu? I'm saying I have no idea who your father was or his quirk. There's no record of Hisashi Midoriya even existing. Do you know anything about this? Izuku set down his teacup. No record of his father? That's not possible. It didn't make sense. Of course his father was real. Izuku remembered the clear intent in his mind, but it didn't work. Hang on, what? Izuku remembered his father. Izuku blinked several times with intent to clear his mind, but it didn't work. No matter how hard he focused on the idea of his father, he couldn't remember more than a name. Actually, the harder he focused, the more blurry his memories became. The only thing that was clear was the violence and the crawling sensation that came to his skin when he thought about Hisashi. All this time, he'd never focused on the man himself, but the experiences he had around him, with him. I can't remember. If I focus too hard on memories, they get blurry. I just know his name. I just have these horrible feelings. What the hell? That is what I was afraid of. It seems someone has not only erased him from the commission's registry, but also used a quirk on you to erase your memories, and it was likely done on your mother too. But he left shortly after I was diagnosed quirkless. That's what my mother always said. She told me he had a fire-breathing quirk. And you have shown no signs of that quirk? Fire quirks are dominant traits. It's incredibly rare for a child of a fire quirk to lack one, unless there's a more powerful quirk in place. Izuku knew that. He had studied quirk genetics for years, in hopes he would prove everyone wrong and develop a quirk someday. He prayed and hoped while studying. But in the end, he was still quirkless. His genetics make no sense. Even his mother's minor telekinesis wasn't a weak gene. Mental quirks were very dominant as well. The only thing that would make sense if Izuku's parents both had quirkless genetics, or if they both had recessive quirks. But this wasn't the case. His parents, supposedly, both had dominant quirks. Even without any close relatives as far as he knew that were quirkless. Even if they did, quirklessness was recessive. Izuku being quirkless wasn't just rare, it was statistically impossible, given what he knew about his own family tree. What little he knew or remembered of it, anyway. Now, there was no telling how wrong he might be with half his family tree missing. Izuku? Huh? I ask you, how did you know the name of the villain's quirk? Oh gosh, my Nezu voice changed all of a sudden. I'm going to be taking a couple of sips throughout the video. I'm a little dehydrated today. Anyway. I don't know. Something in the back of my head just whispered decay. He made a creepy whispered voice whispery voice for the quirk name for effect. I must have heard it from somewhere, right? Yes. Nezu took a long sip of his teacup while nodding. Anyway, that wasn't subtle. Izuku rolled his eyes. I do believe you have a question for me, yes? I do. About this. Nezu pulled out a gold chain from under his shirt, revealing a golden band. This close, Izuku could see that it was engraved with a kanji phrase that roughly said, "A simple act of kindness can create a ripple of good farther than you could ever imagine." Osami told me you had a gold band. Oh wait, that's Izuku. Osami told me he had a gold band, but I'd never seen one in real life before. I don't think I've really believed it until now. Nezu gave him a go-on look at Izuku's side. I guess I was curious about how long you've had the gold band, and maybe what did you do to earn it? Nezu smiled. From the day I've had it for just shy of 20 years. There was a streak of hate crimes. I rescued a group of quirkless kids. That's all I wish to say. Izuku could respect that. He didn't particularly want to know how bad just how bad those hate crimes had to be for Nezu himself to step in and save a group of kids. There were still hate crimes, of course, but because the population of quirkless births were dropping rapidly, the crime rate was also dropping. "I'm giving Shoto a grey band," Izuku said offhandedly. "Oh?" The smile on the Chimera's face softened fondly. "He's earned it, He earned it, I think." "Yeah," Izuku sighed. "He really has." Whatever the weirdness was around Izuku's freaky quirk sense, Izuku was sure to ignore it for now. Was going to ignore it for now and not worry about it. He wanted to focus on possibly getting closure for the wounds he endured as a child. His new life at UA and his friends. He was going to be the first quirkless hero and nothing was going to get in his way. "Nezu?" The Chimera looked up. "I want your help in destroying Endeavour without breaking the law." Nezu's smile turned into a devious grin. "I was hoping you would ask that." The decision was so simple. He wanted to burn that bastard that hurt his mentor, but he wanted to be a hero. Hitoshi made him realize that yes, he wanted to burn the hero more than he wanted to be a hero more than he wanted to get revenge, but he wouldn't let Endeavour get away with what he did either. "I'm gonna ask Todoroki if he wants to help too." "That's an excellent idea, Izuku." He left the principal's office and started with a tingling sensation at the base of his skull. He kept trying to remember what his father looked like, but he could clearly remember the man's hands, the way they tightened around his neck and arms. He had very clear memories of several dozen things no one should ever have to remember, but of all of that, he couldn't make a single clear image of that bastard's face appear in his mind. The strangest part was that it never occurred to him that it was strange. He had only focused on the man's appearance in his memories or thoughts. He'd never focused on the man's appearance in his memories or thoughts, only what he had done. There was some reason or purpose for that. Was there some reason or purpose for that? Maybe. Izuku could almost feel the pulsing vein on Shoto's head get larger. Izuku had convinced Shoto to have this conversation away from prying ears. Mostly away from Hitoshi, who would still have more to say on the subject of Izuku's mother. They were up on the dorm roof, sitting on one of the benches, looking out across campus. "You're gonna be the death of me, kid." Izuku sighed. "Yeah, I know." He sucked in a deep breath. But you deserve to have some closure, even if we both know this will only end in tragedy." Shoto was right, but it would probably end in tragedy, for Izuku at least. "You'll not, however, be going alone. That is out of the question. Osamu is still recovering, and Hitoshi is just as likely as you are to strangle that woman, so I'm going with you." "You're still recovering too, Shota." "I had my head smacked into concrete. It's not the first time, and it won't be the last." "Did you forget you have a shattered arm?" Izuku threw his hands up, exasperated. What does that have to do with anything? You realize I can use my capture scarf one-handed, right?" "I did not." That was news, though it probably should have been obvious given the man's mastery of the tool. But Izuku had never seen him use it one-handed, so why would he think it was possible? Shota rolled his good shoulder and stood up to meander himself on the railing. The tired teacher took out a pack of cigarettes and expertly placed one between his lips and lit it all with one hand. "I'll schedule a time to meet with her. Any preferences?" No, I mean maybe a weekend." Izuku picked the bottom of his shirt for a moment. While the hero calmly smoked while watching the campus. He looked at the velvet case from his pocket and stared at it. How was he supposed to change the topic so drastically? Was this even the right time to give Shredder his band? Just know, if she even touches you, I'm breaking a bone for every finger she puts on you. Izuku swallowed hard. He absolutely believed Schroeder's words. The man's tone had been cold, almost emotionless. He was stating a fact, pure and simple. He was not going to hesitate to act upon it. Izuku stood up and joined Schroeder at the railing after a moment, with a box held out between them. This might be weird timing, but Osama was able to get me this yesterday, so I didn't want to wait or have to hold on to this for too long. Besides, you've really earned it, and you should have it, and I'm rambling here. Schroeder sucked his cigarette back between his lips and so he could take the jewelry box with his good hand and thumb it open. His usually hard and grumpy face softened when he saw what was in the box. Izuku. The man pressed a thumb to the grey material. Izuku could see a hint of tears at the edges of his eyes. This is you. Are you sure? Of course, I know we had a rocky start, but you put in the effort to learn about our culture, to protect me, and to make sure I had access and have every access and right that the rest of the students have. You went above and beyond to help me get caught up on the rest of the class over summer. You are a safe person. I trust you. Can you help me? Oh, sure. Izuku took out took the box back and placed the bracelet and pulled the bracelet from the soft setting, took Schroeder's uninjured hand and slipped the band around his wrist. You can get it resized if you want. I have mine sized down and welded so they don't come off. Schroeder flipped his arm over a few times to spin the band and read the kanji engraved on it. Teachers who help those find strength, wipe tears away. Teachers are those who find strength, wipe tears away, overpower demons, and conquer fears. This time, Schroeder had to wipe away a few stray tears of his own. Thank you, Izuku. I don't think I've received a better gift. Oh, yeah. He rubbed his hand over his cheek, trying to hide the blush creeping onto his face. Well, he deserved it. I want to give Toshi a grey band too. Izuku trailed off. Why do I sense there's a but there? But I think I'd rather wait and give him a green band. Schroeder arched an eyebrow. Oh, isn't it a little too soon for that? Yeah, maybe. Izuku shrugged. But I could use it like a promise ring? Does that make sense? Schroeder didn't respond. He was giving Izuku an expectant look. Izuku offered a frustrated sigh. I know I've always been so scared of what he would... I've always been so scared that he would get persecuted for loving me. Do you know what his response to that was? Schroeder smirked, knowing it would be good. Izuku chuckled to himself. He said it wouldn't be love if he ran when it was hard. Oh, that's good. Right? Izuku shook his head. After everything we've been through, he's been literally beaten bloody for his love. I want him to know that I'm not running either. He's been there for me through all this madness. I want him to know I'm not running because I'm scared. I was thinking I'll get him a green band for his birthday. Izuku took a long puff of his cigarette and rubbed it out on the bottom of his boot. As long as you don't get married before graduation. Izuku snorted. Come on. I don't think either of us are ready for that just yet, Schroeder. Good. You're still my kids. You're not getting married before you graduate high school. We're your kids? Izuku put a hand to his mouth and a fake gasp on his lips. If you tell your classmates I said that, you will never get out of detention. Izuku made the snipping motion of his fingers across his lips, but the other hand crossed his fingers behind his back. I wouldn't dream of it. Liar, Shota grumbled. Izuku skipped off the ceiling, off towards the stairway door. You can't prove that. Go do your homework, problem child. Izuku saluted his teacher as he left. He got a text later from Shota, which once more thanked him for the bracelet. Honestly, he couldn't have been asked for a better teacher and guardian. He was excited for the next 2 years of high school. To keep Shota as a safe person in the community for years to come. Chapter 14. Izuku was not ready. There was no way he would ever be ready to meet the woman who nearly killed him again. He honestly hadn't imagined he'd ever want to. In truth, he didn't, but he needed answers. He needed closure, or at least he needed to allow himself the chance to find it. Regardless, he was still shaking like a leaf outside his mother's apartment door with Shota standing beside him. It had taken 2 weeks to convince her to meet with them, mostly due to her lacking the desire to meet some boy she used to claim on her taxes. Izuku wasn't altogether sure that he trusted himself not to punch a hole in his mother's wall if she tried anything stupid. Hell, he might even do it if she looked at him wrong. He wasn't the same child anymore. He wasn't scared anymore. Hey, you know we can still walk away, right? I know. Izuku gave Shota a hard glare. I want to do this. I need to do this. Shota nodded. That was that. They were doing this. Hitoshi was back at the dorms, anxiously awaiting a text from Izuku to tell him it was over. Osamu was much the same, probably pacing his apartment the whole time. Shota knocked on the door, and Izuku waited for his doom to come. It didn't take long, not really. Inko came to the door and opened it with a blank face and a heavy sigh. Well, come in. You know where the tea is. Heaven knows I won't be doing this without caffeine. Izuku ground his jaw, but when Shota was about to object, Izuku waved him off. He wasn't there to start a fight, so he wouldn't judge his mother for a while. Shota handed Shota an extra pair of slippers from the closet beside the door, and put his own pair on as he walked into the kitchen and put a kettle on the stove. His teacher made his way into the living room after Inko, his eyes piercing but his expression blank. Inko didn't shy away under the weight. You're Aizawa-san, the teacher, right? I am. Inko scoffed. I still don't believe that my quirkless brat made it into that school. Your son is an excellent student, and he's going to make an amazing hero. Oh, that's rich. Inko laughed openly. Izuku was just about to grab the steaming kettle with his bare hand to keep from screaming at her. As if the commission would allow a quirkless hero in this country. Keep dreaming. Izuku carefully poured 3 mugs of hot water and placed 3 tea bags into the mugs. After a while of trying not to throw the kettle back at the back of his mum's head, Shota appeared to have a solid go at grinding his tea flat. Once he had all 3 mugs on the tray, he joined Shota on the couch across from his mother. She took her favourite mug from him, and with a glare, Izuku stared at the floor. So, why are you here? It's not about to boast about his good grades, is it? I want answers. Izuku nearly cut off his mother. The words came out in a rush. He had a death grip on the hot mug in his hand, or he did, until Shota took it from him to prevent Izuku from burning himself or shattering the cup. Answers to what? Inko's voice had dropped low. She was suspicious, but also getting bored of this conversation pretty quickly. She never did like spending time with her son. Izuku took a deep breath and put his Hail Mary onto the universe. Why did you do this to me? All of this to me. You nearly killed me when you... Oh, don't be dramatic, Izuku. You just ran away when you fell onto your desk. It's hardly a fatal wound. Please let me finish. Izuku stared at the floor. Shota, you are a child. 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 You Inko huffed but went silent. You threw me into the desk with your quirk. My ribs went into my lung. I nearly suffocated on my own blood. I did not run away. I was taken to a safer environment by adults who wanted to protect me. Izuku gripped the edge of the couch with both hands and finally looked his mother in the eye. Did you ever love me? Was this all for nothing? Why did you hate me so much? You can't be serious. That's what this is about? Inka practically threw her mug on the table, and she stood up and left the living room. Schroeder had his hand on his capture scarf, prepared for anything. Izuku was slowly deflating on the couch, prepared for any hope of finding closure to be ripped out of his hand momentarily. Instead, a scrapbook was slammed onto the table in front of him. What? What's this? Inko gestured for him to look, so he did. He flipped to open the first page, finding a picture he'd never seen before. In it, he was wrapped up in a blanket, held by his mother in a hospital bed, with his father right beside her. The most noticeable thing was no matter how hard Izuku tried to focus on his father's face, it wouldn't unblur. What the hell? You were a beautiful baby, well behaved, and well loved, I suppose, she sighed. Then you got that disdainable diagnosis, and your father left not long after. I couldn't hold a job, and heaven knows we barely kept a roof over our heads, and all of that was your fault. She spoke matter-of-factly, as if there was no room to argue. Izuku was stunned into silence, his mouth agape and his eyes locked onto the picture of himself as a toddler, playing in the park with Katsuki, their mothers laughing in the background. Schroeder stood up, anger waved wafting off of him. That's the word. You would blame your son for something entirely out of his control? What kind of mother are you? Inko was to her feet in seconds. The kind of mother who fed him, clothed him, and worked several jobs to keep us off the streets, despite his disability. I didn't kick him out, did I? Oh, so you think doing the bare minimum is enough? You think providing the most basic needs and almost killing him qualifies as good parenting? Schroeder scoffed. What a pathetic woman you are. He's lucky I did that, she countered. Most mothers of quirkless children drop them off at orphanages or leave them to die on the streets at 4 years old. He's lucky I kept him. It wasn't much, but the government gave me aid for having a disabled child. I guess that goes to you now, huh? Schroeder had no response to that. His face was an open wreck of emotions, horror and disgust. Izuku glared at the floor as if he could set it on fire. He really wanted to, and in some other universe, he might have dropped a match and let it go up in flames, but in this one, he just let her words rattle around in his skull, while his teacher was scrambling to control the argument. You think, Schroeder started, you think he's lucky to have had you? Inko crossed her arms with a smug look on her face. Schroeder shook his head while rolling his tongue around in his mouth. He wanted to say some choice words, that much was obvious. Instead, he said, Izuku was lucky to have survived you. Inko's smug face turned into a violent sneer. Get out. Inko had yet to move from his place on the couch. Had only minutes passed? He swore he'd been sitting there for days, listening to his mother and teacher argue. Eventually, his throat stopped strangling him enough so he could speak. Did you know what Dad did to me? What? Inko snapped. Did you know what he did? Izuku stood up slowly. He touched me. In no way the father should touch their son. Did you know? She stared at him hard for 8 seconds exactly, then looked away. The silence and shame in her eyes wasn't answer enough. Izuku collapsed back onto the couch with his head in his right hand. She knew. She never put a stop to it. She loved Izuku's father more than she loved Izuku. She protected her husband over her son. Izuku growled in frustration. When she grabbed his arms to pull him up, Izuku cried out without thinking. He expected pain, and it did actually come. He was using her quirk to keep him in her grip. He promised himself he wouldn't freeze up. He wouldn't play defense, he would play offense. He had to play offense. Before Schroeder could intervene, he was already reaching back. Izuku grabbed the back of his mother's neck and kicked his legs outwards, effectively flipping her over her shoulders. She screamed, but he did not stop until she was on the floor, with his right foot over her throat, gasping for air. If you ever touch me again, it won't be me you have to worry about. Schroeder was beside him, eyes glowing and his capture scarf floating around his shoulders. The man looked menacing with his quirk active. Izuku was well aware of that. He might be using it against Inko for only a few moments to scare her. Get... She coughed. Get out of my house. Gladly. Izuku released her and marched towards the door. There was nothing left in this house that held any meaning to him. He had already taken all his belongings months ago, and now even his mother meant nothing. The apartment was never a bad... This apartment was nothing but a bad memory he wanted to lock away. He did, however, stop at the coffee table and grab the scrapbook so he could rip that picture of him and Katsuki out of the book and pocket it. There had been a few good moments of his childhood, and he treasured those dearly. When Schroeder slammed the front door after them, Izuku felt his legs give out. He grabbed the walkway railing to keep himself upright, and Schroeder was there too, wrapping his arms around Izuku gently. You are loved, Izuku. She doesn't matter. You have a family, and we are not leaving you. Blood isn't the only thing that makes a family. I know, Izuku whispered. I know, thank you. He hugged Schroeder back and swallowed the sob in his chest. He was so tired of crying, of breaking down, but damn, did he really need a break from the insanity of his life. This wasn't closure. This was another wound he'd ripped open into his own heart. Hitoshi and Osamu had been right. In the end, she would never see Izuku as anything worthy of love, not after his quirkless diagnosis. To say this stung would be a vast understatement. Izuku's whole chest had been cracked open with a crowbar, leaving his heart to throb exposed to the air. The ride back to UA campus was slow and quiet. Schroeder had taken the long road, every so often running a finger over his grey band. Izuku really wanted to talk with Hitoshi and Osamu. He wanted the comfort of the people who understood him. Izuku had to wonder if Schroeder understood him better than he let on. I know I can't possibly imagine how you're feeling right now, but I'm here if you need to talk. Izuku thunked his head against the window. He should talk. He knew he should try to talk about what he was feeling, but in truth, he didn't want to acknowledge his feelings, let alone talk about them. Schroeder pulled the car to a stop in the teacher's parking lot, but he didn't get out. Izuku didn't move either. A few students ran by, chasing each other across the campus playfully. It was a bright and sunny Saturday afternoon, and everything should be perfect. And maybe it was. Out there. In here, Izuku was watching himself crumble to pieces on the car seat. I knew, he croaked out. I knew she didn't love me. Wiping his face, Izuku tried to keep himself from breaking down yet again. I guess I was just holding out hope that maybe there was some small spark left inside her for a child she brought into the world. Schroeder sighed. Honestly, I was hoping for that too. I'm sorry, Izuku. No one deserves to lose their parents like that. He put a hand on Izuku's shoulder, making the teen look back up to him. It's her loss. You're going to be an amazing hero. I am so proud of you, okay? Yeah, okay. Izuku shouldered Hitoshi's dorm room door. Wow, that's a confusing sentence. Dorm room door open, shutting it behind him with a thud. Not quite a slam as he threw the lock. Hitoshi looked up from his desk and rubbed his eyes. Whatever look on Izuku's face must have been horrible, because Hitoshi was on his feet a moment later, rushing across the room to him. The second he was within arm's reach... I'd lost my track. The second he was within arm's reach, Izuku grabbed onto his face and crushed their lips together. Hitoshi was shocked, to say the least, but he recovered quickly and pressed Izuku into the door. Oh god, this is going to be another sex scene, isn't it? Oh god. Let's hope not. Hitoshi broke the kiss, breathless and gasping. What happened? You were right. Izuku wrapped his arms around Hitoshi's waist and grabbed the back of his waistband to yank him forward and grind their hips together. I don't want to talk about it. The lavender teen groaned into Izuku's neck, kissing along his shoulder. Oh god, Izuku taking a few shuddering breaths. If you want a distraction, Hitoshi said, knowing Izuku all too well. You want a distraction. Hitoshi said, knowing Izuku all too well. This isn't healthy. You know that, right? Every word was pronunciated with a kiss or nip to his neck or chin. After several more, he grabbed Izuku's thighs and hiked him up so his waist around his waist after a quick jump from Izuku. Don't care, Izuku mumbled against the side of his partner's head. The universe did not care about Izuku's needs. The universe did not want him to be distracted from his horrible emotions. Instead, the door behind him rattled with a thumping fist. Izuku let his head fall back against the door and let out a deep growl in his throat. Yeah, what? Hitoshi's voice was clipped, frustrated. Is Izuku with you? Nezu said he wanted to talk to me. Fuck, Todoroki. Izuku brushed his curls from his face and nodded to himself. Yeah, maybe we can meet in my room after dinner? Sure. Todoroki took 2 steps away from the door, then stopped. Why are you two standing behind the door? Hitoshi bit his own knuckles to keep from laughing. Izuku swallowed back the mix of frustration and embarrassment burning in his gut. I'll meet you later, Todoroki. It took all of Izuku's willpower to say that with a steady voice. The teen outside the door left after a few tense seconds. He must be thinking over Izuku's known response. And though intelligent, Todoroki was sheltered. Izuku was more than aware of that, and he was not going to have a conversation about why he was currently wrapped around Hitoshi's waist, pressed up against the door. I don't think we're ever going to get a moment of privacy, Hitoshi chuckled. Izuku groaned. Never. Still, Izuku combed his fingers through Hitoshi's hair and pulled his body up a bit against the door. But we have time. I'll hang a do not disturb sign on the door if I must. Are you sure? Hitoshi rolled back his hips, his face buried in Izuku's neck, and his voice almost muffled in his skin. I'm still worried I'll hurt you. I trust you. This is dangerous, Sue. And it would not be love if I ran when things got hard, right? Or dangerous or scary? Hitoshi smiled against his neck, knee thudded against the door, giving Izuku something to rest on, and also something for his hips to grind against. He was not very coordinated, or even that skillful. He'd never done anything like this before. His knowledge on sexual experiences was only the things he'd done with Hitoshi. Well, the only voluntary experiences, that is. Hitoshi rolled his hands down Izuku's hips and groped his ass. You're cute when you use your words against me. Izuku gasped at the tingling sensation that ran up his spine when Hitoshi sunk into the back of his pants. God, did he still need that distraction? Was he more than aware that this wasn't a healthy way to deal with trauma? Yes. Would Osamu most likely berate him if he found out? Absolutely. Did he care? Kiss me, Izuku begged. Hitoshi only pulled him closer by his backside until their lips were together, pressing together so hard that their pelvic bones were grinding against each other's bodies. Please, he gasped out the word. The very second Hitoshi's mouth opened to speak, the fire alarm blared to life, overheard, following promptly by sprinklers clicking to life and pouring water across the whole room, both of them included. They both just sat there, dumbfounded, as water poured over their heads. Damn it, Pikachu! Katsuki shouted somewhere over the door. There's no need to... There's supposed to be a surge protection in that outlet. No, cat, I didn't... Ah! Kaminari is so dead. Hitoshi broke into a fit of giggles, and Izuku couldn't help but laugh alongside him. His back slumped against the door in frustration. Oh, God. Izuku let his head fall onto Hitoshi's shoulder, with a let's splat from both his hair and his partner's shirt. I'm starting to think the universe is against us. It might be. Hitoshi carefully placed him back on the ground. Come on, I don't want Aizawa dragging us out of our room when he's already a angry wet cat. Good point. Thankfully they both had their phones in their pockets, and most students knew better than to leave their laptops out of their cases when they weren't using them. The school had a very strict in your case when not in use policy for just about everything the Hero Corps students touched, because if it wasn't surged, it would often end up broken or blown up, or soggy apparently. By the time they made it out of the building, most of their classmates were already wringing out their clothes on the grass, and some of the girls were shaking their head like dogs to get the excess water out. Kaminari was in a headlock under Katsuki's arm, complaining loudly. The taller blonde completely ignored his pleas for release. Hey, you guys okay? Todoroki walked over to them, his body quite literally steaming as he dried himself off with his quirk. Yeah, thanks, Todoroki. We're fine. Where's Shota? Izuku asked. Inside, clearing the building. Mike Sensei's taking roll. You should check in. Got it. Thanks. Hitoshi tucked an arm over Izuku's shoulder as they both walked over to where the teachers were standing. The other teacher was standing with a clipboard, checking their names off every so often. Ah, there you go. There you both are. Good. We're only missing a couple more. I think Hagakure was taking a nap before dinner, and I can't find her. Have you, seen her? Hagakure? He shouted. Present. Hagakure? He shouted. Present. An armless pajama sleeve poked out from behind Mina and Momo. Oh, thank God. Hizashi ruffled Izuku's damp curls and ushered them back towards a group of students. Hitoshi said he wanted to check on Koda and Tokoyami, but they're shy classmates, and Izuku wanted to hear what happened from the horse's mouth, so he made his way over to where Katsuki was standing, Kaminari having given up trying to escape and instead was hanging limply in Katsuki's arms. Please tell me you weren't practicing your quirk on the dorms, Kaminari. I wasn't. He jumped up just as much as Katsuki's hold would allow. I promise. No, he tried to become a living oven, like as off as. No, he tried to become a living oven. Oven. Jeez, thanks English. As if Icy Hot hadn't already got that one covered. Ka-chan. Izuku rolled his eyes. What happened, Kaminari? Well, when we practice, I got that scorch in my hand. Well, I thought if I let loose a low dose in my outlet, maybe I could produce heat. Apparently the dorm outlets did not have a surge protection. It overloaded and caught on fire. Izuku pinched his nose and sighed. Please don't use the quirk in the dorms again. I know Shota's going to give you a longer lecture than I will, so I'll leave it at that. Sorry, Midoriya. Katsuki finally released the electric blonde from the headlock and grunted in his annoyance. Just don't do it again, Pikachu. A few moments later, Shota came storming out of the dorms with the last couple of students, Shoji and Jiro. They were both holding noise-cancelling headphones and looked rather ashamed. Shota looked pissed. He was soggy and his long black hair clinged to his face and neck, along with his capture scarf. Oh, this was not going to be a good time for any of them. Do I need to explain just how upset I am that someone set off the fire alarms by messing with their quirk? Izuku ducked behind Hitoshi while the tired teen wandered back over to him. Oh, he big mad, Hitoshi mumbled. Izuku was very much in agreement with that. Kaminari tried to run away but Katsuki grabbed him by the back of his collar and forced him to march forward. The electric blonde was more than terrified, as he was already wincing against his own shoulder. Detention for a month, Kaminari. I know Izuku told you to not mess around with the dorms electric. This is why we have training gyms. Let's go, principal's office. He grabbed the blonde by the ear, much to Kaminari's streaking displeasure. The rest of you, back in the dorms. I'll have an upperclassman help you dry off everything. Anything destroyed can be fixed for Nezzle's replacement. Support course can fix electronics. Go. They all scurried back into the dorm room, the sprinklers having stopped and the alarm off, finally. They all sort of mulled around the living room, mostly unsure what to do. Should we start here and work our way up to the dorms? Momo suggested. That sounds like a good idea, Ida agreed. Let's split into groups. One group can tackle the common room, one can tackle the locker room and storage rooms, and one can start on the bedrooms. Each group should have a fire users or someone that can help dry things off. So they split off into 3 groups, using mostly Todoroki, Katsuki, and Momo as their 3 main dryers. Both Todoroki and Katsuki had fire-type quirks to help heat up dry items, and Momo could produce fans and hair dryers as needed, among other things. Izuku ended up on Momo's team in the common room, while Hitoshi was shoved into Todoroki's team, working on the side rooms like storage and locker rooms. Katsuki rounded out the 3rd group and started in the bedrooms. Alright, let's break up. Alright, let's break up and each take a section of the room. I'll make several fans and heaters for us. Izuku decided to take the kitchen as Momo got started on making heaters. There was a lot in the kitchen he could just wipe off with towels, so he grabbed one from the oven handle and started drying the appliances after unplugging them carefully. The electricity was going in and out, and they'll likely have Kaminari fix what he broke. Ironically, he was their resident electrician. According to the blonde, his parents were both electricians, and they trained him as their apprentice from the moment his quirk appeared. Kaminari couldn't be electrocuted, and while Izuku would highly disagree that letting a baby play with live wires, it was relatively safe for someone with his power. So, whenever something went wrong electronically in the dorms, they tend to have Kaminari fix it. Besides, Shadow would probably make them repair his mistake as part of his punishment. It didn't take long for Izuku to finish up the kitchen. He did have to go mop the floor and make sure it was dry, and make sure to dry off the top of the cabinets and the fridge, but he was fairly sure he dried everything off properly. About halfway through, a couple of upperclassmen with air quirks were sent over to dry the walls, ceilings, and carpets to prevent mold from forming. It took them the better part of the afternoon to get everything done, but at least they wouldn't have to get any water remediation done on the building. Eventually, Izuku made his way back to his room and found most of his belongings dry. Those air quirks were useful as hell. His laundry basket would be rewashed, but oh well, it wasn't such a nightmare. The knock to his open door startled him out of his thoughts. Midoriya. Oh, Todoroki, come in. Shut the door, yeah? Sure. Izuku tossed his soggy hamper to the floor by the door to remind himself to rewash it later, while Todoroki found a spot on his shockingly dry bed. The upperclassmen did a good job. They did, Izuku agreed. So, Izuku huffed out of breath, already exhausted. I'm gonna be blunt about this. Hang on, what? I'm gonna be blunt about this. Your father burnt my mentor, and I want to take him down a few pegs. Literally. Legally. Okay. Izuku blinked. Okay. Just okay. He's opened his mouth to speak when realized he was too stunned to say anything, took a moment to think, and nodded. I mean, I know you have discussions about you have your differences with your father, obviously, as we discussed, and I didn't honestly think you would agree so readily. Midoriya, I hate my father. I thought it was obvious. If you want me to throw a bomb in his career, don't let me stop you. Besides, I'd like to see someone do what I can't, or at least that's what I can't have my name tied to. I just end up getting in bigger trouble with him anyway. So you're fine if I release a 50-page manifesto about all his crimes and fuck-ups online to ruin his reputation and destroy his career? Sure, Todoroki shrugged. Can I read it first? I don't think I've ever seen all of what he's done listed out. Well, Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. I haven't exactly finished it yet. I do have some pretty scathing things. I do have a pretty scathing notebook about him, but I plan to write a well-written essay on all his good works. Izuku used air quotes. I'll let you read it before I release it, of course. Thanks. Was that all? Yeah, I thought this was going to be a much larger conversation. Oh, Todoroki stood up. Send me the file. I'm excited to read it. Izuku wasn't so sure he believed the fire and ice user was excited. If only his tone was so nonchalant. If only because his tone was so nonchalant. Jeez, fuck English. Then again, he never really shown much in the way of emotions. Izuku vowed to do something about that. He really did. Izuku felt a sort of kinship with Todoroki in some way. The abuse they both clearly suffered as children, it might be opposite ends of the spectrum of quirks, but he was still familiar with the sort of scars left on the heart. So I do that sometimes. My breath does involuntary gasps. I'm not sure if you've noticed it before, but anyway, back in. Izuku might have stood in his storm staring at the door after Todoroki left for a solid 10 minutes debating his choice. In the end, he knew he was going to take Endeavor down, but maybe he'd add a few of the best information he could instead of holding back. At the same time, he wanted to do this carefully. He wanted to be a hero, and he didn't want to disappoint Hitoshi or Shoda. He wanted revenge, but as Hitoshi said, he wanted to be a hero more than anything else. So, delicate was the word of the day. Chapter 15. 2 weeks after Izuku had been given permission from Todoroki to expose his father, Izuku was sitting at his desk with his 56 pages manifesto about Endeavor spread across the whole room and his desk. Hitoshi was standing in the center of the room, holding several pages, while Todoroki himself was in a sitting pretzel style on Izuku's bed, leafing through another chapter. This manifesto had chapters. Izuku was sitting backwards in his chair, and with a knuckle between his teeth, while his boyfriend and classmate reviewed the work. Nezu had already laughed like a maniac while reading it, and promptly approved it. He did make a couple of edits to Izuku to keep Izuku anonymous. The Chimera also provided the encrypted accounts that they would be posting from. So everything was set. All that was left for Todoroki to approve the final work, and for Hitoshi to okay Izuku doing a legal takedown that wouldn't risk his hero career. Every so often, Hitoshi would make a face and pick up another page. The teen's mouth would move every so often, like he was speaking the words, but nothing came out. His eyebrows knitted together the whole time. Todoroki read silently with a placid expression. The most reaction the manifesto had gotten out of the fire and ice user was an arching eyebrow every few pages. They had been going like that since 10 p.m. Izuku was riddled with anxiety. He wanted both of them to approve of what he had planned and spent literally 2 weeks on it, but he wasn't going to send it off if they weren't happy with the end product. Eventually, Hitoshi was the first to speak in 4 hours. He took a breath, cheeks puffing out with the force of his exhale. This is Izuku. This is brutal. I had no idea most of this even happened. Yeah, well, the commission kind of buried it all. I may or may not have borrowed Nezu's access code with permission. Hang on. Todoroki set the papers down in his hand. You legally logged into the commission's database to get half of this info? Allegedly? Izuku shrugged. Oh my god, my boyfriend is a criminal. Hitoshi sighed. You hacked into the Hero Commission. Wait, sorry, Nezu let you log into the Hero Commission to bring Endeavor down? Is that not illegal? Well, Izuku leaned back in his chair, elbows on top. He logged in and went to get tea. The door might have not been properly latched, and I might or may not have slipped into his office while Nezu just so happened to be reviewing Endeavor's file, and, well, anyway, the cameras were down for maintenance that day, so we'll never know. Oh my god, Hitoshi scoffed. I love you. Izuku chuckled. I love you too. I love both of you. Hitoshi laughed dryly. Izuku assumed it was the most joy he had ever experienced in his life. This is brilliant, inspired. How are you going to release this? Oh, I already have it typed up. I was just waiting to see if either of you had any edits. Nezu already edited it to make sure that it can't be traced back to anyone specifically, and he gave me an encrypted anonymous account where I can post this online to several platforms. And you're sure can't be traced back to you? Hitoshi asked. Yes, though there is a high chance that Shota will figure out pretty fast it was me. Oh, he'll know. But honestly, I don't think he'll be mad about it. The hero should shun this bastard from ever working in this country again. I second that, Todoroki groaned. They all broke into laughter a few seconds later. Once both of his friends had approved the work, Izuku logged on to the encrypted account and set up a few various social media accounts. He made little posts that said something like, "Hey, check this out, the scoop on Endeavor." When everything was set up, he checked one last time with both his partners in crime. Hitoshi gave him 2 thumbs up, and Todoroki gave him a single yet firm nod. Izuku clicked send. Todoroki leaned over his shoulder. That's it. Now we just gotta watch the fireworks. Shit, I'm making popcorn. Hitoshi meandered out of the room, with hands tucked behind his head. By 5 a.m, they had millions of views on the files and thousands of comments. Several news outlets had already picked up on the story, and a few had asked the encrypted account for a comment. They wouldn't be answering or commenting officially, but it was still awesome to see that their hard work had done something so moving. This is the side of your hero work. Hitoshi tucked his arms over Izuku's shoulders. Todoroki went to bed at around 4 a.m, but neither Izuku nor Hitoshi could sleep after the excitement of their early morning hours. This is how you change the world, one corrupt hero at a time. One corrupt hero at a time, Izuku agreed. The whole dorm woke to the roaring of Endeavor on the phone with Todoroki, who put his father on speaker so they could all listen at breakfast. No one could hold themselves back. Todoroki had to mute the phone so they could all laugh. Shota actually cracked a smile, but adamantly refused to acknowledge he had been getting any joy out of his fellow co-worker being shamed. He did, however, covertly high-five Izuku on the way out of the common room. Hitoshi leaned over to kiss his ear and walked to class, whispered in his ear, "Who's next?" Epilogue. Izuku took a deep breath and tried to swallow the anxiety that was soaking through his muscles, making him tense. Tonight was a special night. Tonight was Hitoshi's birthday. They had been in school for a few months, and so much had happened. Izuku was so happy he got to share all these moments with his boyfriend. He wanted to show Hitoshi just how much it all meant to him. In a way, it honored Izuku. In a way that both honored Izuku's Quirkless culture and Hitoshi's understanding of commitment. Izuku was staring at himself. He was wearing a nice suit, one he preferred, personally altered to shorten the sleeves, so it would show off his coloured bands. He was wearing more than last time. He checked himself in the mirror a couple of months ago. Then the last time he checked himself in the mirror a couple of months ago. 2 more red bands. 2 more Quirkless suicides. His bracelets had started to spill on both sides now. He finally got Emmy's band tightened so he wouldn't lose it. And he also made a custom bracelet which was just a basic silver with no colour, but it bore the delicate floral design. The design was a chain of lilies in a circle around the bracelet. He designed another one with this one with a circle of daisies and hydrangeas. This second one was a gift for Hitoshi. Daisies and hydrangeas, the sign of Quirkless' supporters. He wasn't at the dorms tonight. He had asked Hitoshi's parents if he could borrow their kitchen for a few hours, and well, they agreed. They knew Izuku wanted to celebrate Hitoshi's birthday in a special way. So, he was in Hitoshi's room, borrowing his mirror. Osamu was picking Hitoshi up from school. He told him to dress up and to expect dinner. That was all. The front door opened downstairs, which definitely put another wave of nerves through his spine. He straightened his jacket and checked himself once more. A soft knock brought him out of his thoughts finally. Osamu peeked his head in. Toshi is downstairs, here, per your request. Izuku's mentor gently handed him a velvet box. Izuku took it with shaking hands. This was why they were here today. Why Izuku was celebrating Hitoshi's birthday specially. This was what all he had been building up. This is what all this had been building up to. He opened the case, finding two beautifully engraved green bracelets. They were both engraved with the short quote in small kanji. If I know what love is, it is because of you. They're beautiful, Samu. Thank you. Are you sure you're ready for this? It's a big commitment. Well, you know. I know. Izuku quickly shut the box and hugged Osamu tightly. The older man just laughed lightheartedly. I'm ready. Good. I'm so proud of you, Izuku. You have come so far, and you're going to make an excellent hero. I'll leave you both to your celebrations. Enjoy the evening, okay? Osamu kissed his forehead in the usual fatherly manner before heading back out. Izuku was ready. Actually, there was one more thing that he needed to do. He took out the box once more to take the green band that was for him and tucked it into his pocket. In its place, he put the silver bracelet covered in floral patterns. There, now he was ready. Hitoshi was waiting at the bottom of the stairs. He was wearing a matching suit which Izuku had left in his dorm room. It also had shortened sleeves, so the few bands on Hitoshi's wrists were revealed. Look at you. Hitoshi held out both his hands. You're perfect. I'm supposed to be the one saying that. It's your birthday. Izuku took Hitoshi's hands and pulled him towards the kitchen and dining room. Yeah, well, I guess I look perfect too then, huh? Oh, you do, that's for sure. Come on. The kitchen wasn't decorated with more than a few candles. Neither Izuku nor Hitoshi were much for fanfare, but a little touch of romance never hurt anyone. He was used to spending his allowance. He used the spending allowance the school provided him for the whole table of food to order a whole table full of their favorite foods. It made him with flourish in his left hand. Made with a flourish of his left hand. It was worth it. The look on Hitoshi's face was priceless. The tired teen rarely smiled, but this beautiful example of his joyous expression was something to behold indeed. Izuku, this is too much. Did you use your whole monthly allowance on this? It doesn't matter. It's our birthday. I want to have fun. Come on, I just came off 2 funerals and Shredder's been really grinding our noses about the damn ground training in the month. Damn ground all month in training. I want to enjoy this day, so we're not sitting around moping around over our bruised fists and egos. You're right. Oh, I just didn't want you to go overboard for something as simple as my birthday. Come on, enjoy the food. I've got a surprise for you, a birthday gift. I thought the food was my birthday gift. Izuku settled himself at the table across from Hitoshi. He set his boyfriend's favourite dishes all around him. Hitoshi was more than happy to dig in the sashimi he loved from the deli down the street from UA. A happy groan of pleasure erupted when he took the first bite. Ugh, I wish this was more affordable. I'd eat these every damn day. Same. Izuku snatched a piece before Hitoshi could smack his hand away. Hey, that's mine. Then eat faster. Oh, you cheeky. Hitoshi smacked Izuku's knuckles with his chopstick. Izuku chuckled. You're so lucky I love you. I am, huh? Izuku stuffed the sashimi out into his mouth with a smug grin. I love you too. He mumbled around the rice with fish in his mouth. The words were muffled and jumbled with food. Hitoshi happily laughed. Alright, so do I get my gift or do I have to guess what it is? Izuku put his chopsticks to his mouth in thought. I don't think you'll ever guess what it is. No. Hitoshi snatched some of his katsudan. Izuku feigned horror at the theft. A new Nintendo Switch case like I've been asking my parents? No. Izuku shook his head. Okay, what about the mystery book set? That mystery book set I put on my Amazon wishlist 2 months ago that's been on pre-order for a hell of a lot longer? No, Izuku insisted. This time he took a large bite of pork, emphasizing the single denial with a loud crunch. You'll never guess. Come on, Hitoshi begged. Don't keep me in suspense. Izuku finally caved. They had a few bites of... Wait, I lost my track. They had a few bites of food that was good enough. Izuku didn't think he could contain himself for that long anyway. He was too excited to give Hitoshi his gift. Izuku brushed some curls from his face and slowly got up. I got you this, but hang on. Before I give you this, I want to say something. Uh-oh. Hitoshi turned, pushing his chair away from the table as Izuku approached and crouched down in front of his partner. He placed one hand on each of his boyfriend's thighs and stared up at his boyfriend's lavender eyes. You have single-handedly changed my worldview, my understanding on quirk people, and the ability to become a hero in my own right. Hitoshi squeezed his hands. Izuku smiled. I love you. I want you to understand that I'm not just going to run when shit gets hard, like you've said to me in this very kitchen several months ago. Izuku, I never doubted that. He placed one hand to Izuku's cheek and tried to pull him up for a kiss, but Izuku refused for a moment. I love you so much, Hitoshi. I want you to, and everyone else to know that. Hitoshi tilted his head in confusion. Izuku smiled. He let Hitoshi hold his face while he dug into his pocket and pulled out the velvet case Osamu had brought him earlier. He ran his fingers over the soft box and opened it towards Hitoshi so he could see the delicately crossed silver and green bands. Izuku, Hitoshi gasped. But this is... Yes, it is. Now, don't panic. I'm not asking you to marry me yet. Just think of it like a pre-proposal, yeah? Hitoshi was too busy trying not to cry to do more than nod his head. I want to make it clear to everyone who matters in my life that you're mine and I'm yours, and that we're sticking together through the good, the bad, and the fucking crazy. Shut up and kiss me before I'm sobbing. Hitoshi dove at him. They landed on the kitchen tiles, entangled in each other's arms, and kissing passionately. Hitoshi grabbed the box in the process, holding it up so the bracelets wouldn't clatter across the kitchen. Izuku was giggling happily at the little kisses that peppered his face. Through the good, the bad, and the crazy. Even when it gets hard, even when we're broken and bleeding on the concrete, I will love you through it, Izuku. I will too, I promise. The green band was that promise that might normally be used as a marriage band, and Izuku was keeping it as a promise to Hitoshi that they were in this together, that they were riding this wild life together, and they wouldn't be running away no matter how hard their lives got. Izuku was going to be the first Quirkless hero. He was going to take down all the corrupt heroes he could find and change Quirk society from the inside out, no matter how long it took or how many bloody knuckles he had to suffer through. Hitoshi would always be by his side every step of the way, because after all, it's not love if you run when it's hard.